giliw, belos na silanganan, alam ng puso, sa dibdib mo'y buhay. Lupang hinirang, duyan ka ng magiting, sa manlulupig, ikaw pasisihin. Sa lagat at bundok, sa simoy at sa langit mong bugaw, may nilagang tula at awit sa paglayang minamahal. Ang kisap ng watawat mo'y tagumpay na nagpiniging, ang bituin at araw ng kailan, pag may di magdidilim, lupa ng araw ng walating pagsinta, buhay langit sa piling mo. Sa piling mo, aming ligaya na pag may mga api, ang mamatay ng dahil sa'yo.
Ladies and gentlemen, how about a big hand once again for our Iris Coral? A beautiful opening to this joyous day for the Filipino people and the Duterte administration. Ladies and gentlemen, days from now, President Rodrigo Roa Duterte's administration is about to come to an end. It is only fitting that we look back at the collective achievements of the President Duterte's administration as we welcome you to the Duterte Legacy Summit, the final report to the Filipino people. Welcome, everybody. Give yourselves a round of applause for being here. Thank you. It's a pleasure to have you. My name is JC Cuadrado. I'll be one of your hosts for today.
And I am Daphne Osenia Paez. We are your hosts here at the PICC. You know, yesterday we had the honor and the pleasure of witnessing the outstanding legacies from different clusters. We heard from the DND, DOTR, DPWH, DOF, DENR, DILG, DSWD, and the NTF COVID-19. So it's a great honor, once again, to be here today with you, JC, to be part of this momentous occasion.
Indeed, a momentous occasion, Daphne. Really exciting news from yesterday. A lot of exciting things to be thankful for, a lot of exciting things to look forward to. And one of the things that we're really thankful for, especially on the second day, is the presence of our esteemed guests, our luminaries for day 2 of the Duterte Legacy Summit. And well, Daphne, my phone's here and we're ready. Hopefully, we do justice to this roll call and say good morning to our VIP, starting off with the Cabinet Secretary, Melvin Alvarez Matibag. Let's give a big hand to Cabinet Secretary Matibag, everybody. Our
PCOO Secretary Martin Andanar and Ms. Aleli Aguilar Andanar, and Ms. Rosario Martin, the wife and mother of Secretary Andanar. Ma'am, good morning.
They are here and present today. Good morning, sirs, ma'ams. Our DFA Undersecretary Maria Teresa Lazaro. Yes.
TESDA Secretary Isidro La Peña.
Our DOE Secretary Alfonso Cusi.
DOH Secretary Francisco Duque III.
Our DOLE Secretary Silvestre Bello. Bello, sir. Iba. The more attractive Bello is right here. Office of the Presidential Advisor on Peace, Reconciliation, and Unity, Secretary Carloto Galvez Jr.
NICA Director General Alex Monte Agudo.
Our POE Administrator Bernard Olalia.
PTFOMS USEC Joel C. Egco.
Our NSC Undersecretary Rufino Lopez.
PCOO USEC George Apacible.
Our OCS ASEC Silton Solidum.
DFA ASEC Eduardo Martin R. Meñez.
DFA ASEC Paul Raymond Cortez.
Dole Asek, Alice Visperas.
Dole Asek Dominic Tutay.
DOH Asek Mario Villaverde.
DOH ASEC Charade Mercado Grande.
And Malasakit Center Program Head Asek Gurley Veloso.
And of course, we'd like to acknowledge the presence of Chair Prospero de Vera of CHED. Good morning. Truly indeed a lot of our luminaries present here today, and thank you for joining us. And we will get to hear more, of course, of President Duterte's administration's accomplishments all throughout the day 2 of the Duterte Legacy Summit, the final report to the Filipino people. And at this point, to officially welcome you all, let me call on stage, of course, the head of the Presidential Communications Operations Office and acting presidential spokesperson, Secretary Martin Andanar.
Salamat, Daphne at JC. Thank you for hosting the second day of the Duterte Legacy Summit. To my friend Chairman Popoy de Vera, Cabinet Secretary Melvin Matibag, TESDA Secretary Isidro La Peña, Energy Secretary Alfonso Cusi, Health Secretary Pincoy Duque, and pinakamasipag si Labor Secretary Silvestre Bello. Kaibigan ko si Ambassador Lazaro, si General Alex. Hindi ko na isa-isahin, pero you know your name at nabanggit na rin kanina. Pinagkaguluhan kanina si Chairman Popoy dahil meron siyang exclusive video ni Presidente na kumakanta kagabi. Kaya Chairman Popoy, handa ka na, i-interviewin ka mamaya. Of course, my mother is here, Mother Rosario. Thank you for gracing this event, and my wife, Aleli, to our friends from the media. Sa lahat, mga kasama natin sa PCOO, sila ASEC JV. Magandang umaga po sa atin lahat. To the members of the Cabinet, fellow workers in government, partners from the private and public sectors, and our friends from the press, isang mapagpalang araw po sa atin lahat. For the last 6 years, the Duterte administration has demonstrated a brand of public service that challenged the status quo. With decisive actions, we made the government more responsive to the welfare of the Filipino people. We have responded decisively and innovatively to ensure that no one is left behind in our push for change and development. This is indicative in the many policies and programs we have undertaken, bearing in mind the interest of the general public as our main priority. Take, for instance, the National Task Force to End Local Communist Armed Conflict. Isa po dyan si General Monteagudo na arch nemesis of the other side. Congratulations po, sir, sa inyong ginawa para sa ating gobyerno. Nai-report po yan ni Secretary June Esperon kagabi sa gabinete. Out of 80 na communist fronts, ay kakaunti na lang po yung natira. If I'm not mistaken, mga 20 na lang natira. And my good friend Joel Egco, our Executive Director and Undersecretary for the Presidential Task Force on Media Security, na-report din po yan kagabi, paring Joel. Mga kababayan, narito po ang iba pang mga pagbabagong pinagpaguran ng liderato ni Presidente Rodrigo Roa Duterte. Sa loob ng 6 na taon, pinagsikapang aralin, ipinatupad, at ngayoy ipapamana sa taong bayan at sa susunod na administrasyon. Pinatunayan po natin na ang pagkakaisa ay tulay upang mapaigi natin ang paglilingkod sa bayan. Pinalawak natin ang abot ng mga serbisyo at programa ng pamahalaan na siyang mas naghikayat sa publiko na suportahan tayo sa mga inisyatibong ating ipinatupad. Patunay na Duterte delivers. The public's unwavering support for President Duterte continues to reverberate up to this date. And it is with great pride that we exit this government with flying colors, manifested by his maintained high trust and approval ratings, strong fiscal and monetary positions, and a workforce and economy ready to bounce back from the ill effects of the health crisis and the other challenges that we face. Mga kababayan, ito po ang Duterte legacy. Ito ang paglalahad ng mga pangakong ipinatupad ng administrasyong may tunay, natapang at malasakit. Today, we present to you the concluding milestone of accomplishments of President Rodrigo Roa Duterte's leadership. Feats that will be passing on to the next generation of Filipinos and leaders. We will be having the second part of our legacy photo exhibit, which will demonstrate key programs and projects of this government. We will also be launching our PCOO coffee table book today. It emphasizes the government's efforts to sustain advanced methods of communication in our goal to reach more Filipinos and facilitate a participatory mechanism among stakeholders. We believe that it is our duty to likewise report to you the achievement and accomplishments that the PCOO and its attached and line agencies have undertaken to contribute to nation building. It is what we call the last mile of information delivery. As our program unfolds throughout the day, we will be hearing testimonies from the beneficiaries of government programs and services as well. May we take to heart their stories, proof of a government with the welfare and progress of its people in mind. Please enjoy the rest of the day. Daghang salamat kaninyong tanan.
Thank you for that insightful and inspirational message, Secretary Andanar. This event is actually initiated by our good secretary alongside ASEC JV Arsena. Thank you also to the Team PCOO for making this event possible.
That is right. And since this is the culmination, day 2 of the culmination of President Duterte's administration, it is only fitting that under PCOO, we unveil to you a very, very special project which honors the efforts of the national government.
Ladies and gentlemen, may we request you to direct your attention on screen, presenting the Legacy Book. May we call back on stage Secretary Andanar and the PCOO officials for the ceremonial unveiling of the Legacy Book. As the Presidential Communications Operations Office is mandated to inform and engage the Filipino citizenry of the policies and endeavors of the Duterte administration to bring change and make the lives of the Filipino people more comfortable, the PCOO Legacy Book, Sustainable Government Communications, showcases the humble accomplishments and achievements of the Presidential Communications Operations Office under the leadership of Secretary Martin M. Andanar and President Rodrigo Roa Duterte.
It further highlights the lives changed, the people moved, and the communities reached that have been part of the campaign promises of President Rodrigo Roa Duterte for the Filipino people. Lastly, the PCOO Legacy Book features game-changing reforms, programs, projects, and improvements initiated to ensure that government communications become transformative and sustainable for the Filipino people under this administration and beyond. Once again, ladies and gentlemen, the PCOO Legacy Book. There you have it.
What a beautiful book. I hope we get a copy.
Yes.
It looks really good, and congratulations again, Secretary Andanar.
Congratulations. And ladies and gentlemen, at this point, let us all take a moment, enjoy a very prestigious cultural performance from multi-awarded dance groups. First, this group is a recipient of more than 300 top national and international awards. Just recently, they were awarded 21 gold trophies in all dance world championships in Florida, USA, and won 18 gold awards in different categories in the Asia Pacific dance competition held in Australia. one half of our performers in this very segment today will be the Halili Cruz Ballet Company.
To be followed by the Sindao Philippines Performing Arts Guild Incorporated. This group promotes art and culture through the restaging of various folk dances in the Philippines. Under the auspices of the Department of Tourism, the group was able to represent the country in different folk dance festivals and travel fairs and marts held in different countries to promote the tourism industry. From time to time, they had been performing in different local venues for different corporate shows and events, concerts, and other theatrical productions. Let's give it up for Halili School of Ballet and Sindao Philippines Performing Arts Guild.
Dito ay nilakala, araw, buwan at mga tala, ganap namang hiningning, kailan may di magdidilim. Piliin mo rin ang Pilipinas, kapuno ang kwintas ng pelas. Piliin mo, yakapin mo, kayamanan niyang likas. Piliin mo rin ang Pilipinas, kapuno ang kwintas ng pelas. Piliin mo, yakapin mo, kayamanan niyang likas. Piliin mo, Pilipinas. Piliin mo, Pilipinas. Piliin mo, Pilipinas.
Once again, ladies and gentlemen, a big hand to the Halili School of Ballet and the Sindao Philippines Dance Guild. Truly a astonishing performance.
Amazing
world-class performance.
costumes and very beautiful dances. Of
Really
course.
proud to be presented to you during the second day of our Duterte Legacy Summit. And now, ladies and gentlemen, to give us a further overview of what the Duterte Legacy Summit is all about, how about we give a big hand, a very special video presentation by none other than our Senator Christopher Lawrence Bongo.
Maligayang pagbati po sa inyong lahat sa okasyon ng Duterte Legacy Summit. I am glad to join you all today as we look back at the success and accomplishments that the government has made in the past 6 years through the leadership of President Rodrigo Roa Duterte. I am likewise pleased that the occasion will present these successes from the perspective of the beneficiaries whose lives were changed for the better because of these accomplishments. Kaya naman sabik na sabik po akong pakinggan ang mga kwento ng tunay na pagbabago ng ating mga kababayan. Sigurado ako na ang kanilang mga karanasan ay ang pinakamagandang sukat ng ating tagumpay sa pamahalaan. Nagpapasalamat ako sa Presidential Communications Operations Office sa pag-oorganisa ng kaganapang ito na lilikha ng higit na kamalayan sa pamana na iiwan ni Pangulong Duterte. Bilang senador, makakaasa po ang ating mga kababayan na ipagpapatuloy ko ang serbisyong Tatak Duterte sa mga darating na panahon upang mas papabuti pa ang buhay ng bawat Pilipino. Sa lahat ng parte ng administrasyon ni Pangulong Rodrigo Duterte at sa ating mga kababayan, maraming salamat po.
Thank you very much, Senator Bongo. Now, JC, it is so true what Senator Bongo said, that this is such an amazing opportunity for us to listen and to see the effects of the past 6 years, the lasting changes and the seeds that you have planted and na ipapamana sa mga Pilipino.
And we had you and I had the honor of actually listening to these accomplishments. And speaking of the seeds planted, yesterday, day one of the Duterte Legacy Summit was held. And truly indeed, it was a special day for everybody. And we would like for you, especially those that were not able to join us yesterday, we'd like for you to experience it firsthand with this very special video presentation, day one of the Duterte Legacy Summit.
Narito na po ang mga pagbabagong pinagpaguran ng liderato ni Presidente Rodrigo Roa Duterte sa loob ng 6 na taon. Pinagsikapang aralin, ipinatupad at ngayoy ipapamana sa taong bayan.
Nang wala pa po ang farm to market route ay napakahirap ng aming pamumuhay dito sa aming lugar. Tuwing masama ang panahon, hindi agad makalabas ang aming mga produkto dahil hindi madaanan ang kalsada. Nasisira ang aming mga produkto katulad ng mais at palay dahil napakaputik ng daan at madulas.
Actions speak louder than words. Results speak for themselves. I think best describe the character of the Duterte administration.
While this may be a closing chapter of a great moment for our nation, I am confident that President Duterte's legacy will not only be talked about in the years ahead, but will also be felt by the generations to come.
Ang mas mahalaga po sa akin ngayon ay ako at ang aking pamilya, ay nagkaroon a family with a home, Isang pamilya na may home at malaya po sa karahasan ng armadong pakikibaka ng CPP, NPA, NDF.
Ngayon po, kahit anong bagyo, hindi na mahirap ang pagbiyahe ng aming mga produkto dahil nanarating na ng malalaking truck ang aming.
In the history of this country, has the Department of Transportation done so much in so short a time. Ito ho yung ligasiya ng ating Pangulo, President Rodrigo Roa Duterte.
Ang buong bansa. Patunay na Duterte legacy, Duterte delivers. The public's
A round of applause again for the Duterte Legacy Summit Day 1. And after one launch to another, now we are celebrating the Duterte Legacy Summit once again. It's only fitting to launch another inspiring project under PCOO, which honors the whole of government efforts to bring about real change for the Filipino people. Ladies and gentlemen, we may request you to direct your attention again on screen, presenting Tatak Duterte.
I, Rodrigo Roa Duterte, do solemnly swear
I have seen how illegal
your
drugs
concern is human rights. Mine is human lives. I have no friends to serve. I have no enemies to harm. I am here because I love my country and I love the people of the Philippines. And together, let us rise as a nation.
Ikutin mo ang Pilipinas. Tingnan mo ang mga binago niya. Basta ikaw Duterte, ikaw ang panalo. Basta ikaw Duterte, ikaw ang panalo. Parang kailan lang ang bilis ng panahon. 6 na taon, tila isang pitik lang kahapon. Yun nga lang, iba na ngayon. Tumising ka na sa mga bagong panahon. Umangat na ang buhay, pangarap nagkakulay. Noon imposible, ngayon libre. Tuition, irigasyon, pangkalusugan. Libre yan kay Tatay Tico. Sino mag-aakala? Drogat, krimen ay bababa. Buhay mo, inuuna inuunan niya, tiyak, ligtas at panatag ka ba? Tingin mo ang Pilipinas, tingnan mo muna, binago niya sana ating bandera, mga pagbabago, yan ang pamana ng Pangulo. Basta tatak Duterte, ikaw ang panalo. Basta tatak Duterte, ikaw ang panalo. Ang dating pangarap nagkatotoo, hindi na pa ako ang iyong pangako. Lumiit ang buwis ni nanay at tatay, umahon pa ang aming buhay. Matapang at tatak kamao, nilabanan mo, di walit sindikato. Mapayapa na sa Mindanao, malinis na ang Islang Boracay. May malasakit sa may sakit, doon may sahod ng sundal, pulis, trabaho, bakuna. Ang sagot niya, babang tayo, huwag kang mag-alala. Sino mag-aakala, droga't krimen ay bababa. Buhay mo, inuunan niya, tiyak, ligtas at panatag ka ba?
Maraming salamat po sa pag-rehabilitate nyo sa aming minamahal na isla ng Boracay.
May tapang si Presidente, may malasakit sa mga OFW. Salamat sa tulong mo sa mga OFW. Salamat sa tapang mo. Salamat sa lahat ng ginawa mo.
Ramdam ko, nakikita mo, kaliwat ka ng mga proyekto. Kalsada, tulay, airport at puerto. Yan ang pamana ng pagbabago. Kalingat malasakit sa mga Pilipino. Puso mo'y para sa OFW. Pagtungo sa may hirap, inuuna mo para sa bayan, di ka sumusuko.
Maraming salamat po sa pagmamalasakit ninyo sa aming mga magsasaka. Sa libreng pantubig po na inyong pinirmahan. Napakalaking tulong po ng nangyari.
Pilipinas, tingnan mo mga binago niya. Sana ating bandera, mga pagbabago. Basta yan ang pamana ng Pangulo.
Maraming salamat po, Pangulong Duterte, sa inyong tulong sa amin at nakainit po kami ng maayos.
Ikaw ang panalo sa pamana ng pagbabago. Ikaw ang tunay na panalo. Bagong-bago para lang sa'yo. Bagong-bago para sa Pilipino. Basta Pilipino. Pilipino. Basta Pilipino. Pilipino. Tingin mo ang Pilipinas. Tingnan mo muna, binago niya. Sana ating bandera, mga pagbabago. Yan ang pamana ng Pangulo. Duterte, ikaw ay panalo. Basta ikaw ay panalo.
Ito ang para sa bawat Pilipino at sa mga susunod na mga henerasyon. Mahal ko kayo.
Tatak Duterte, that spirit truly embodies the general feel, the celebration of today's summit. Tatak Duterte, a song composed by ASEC JV Arsena, performed by Joshua Bondok, and music by Cezanne Azul Caboclo. Yes, let's give a big hand to our performers. Video was edited and directed by Arjen Manlapig.
Wow. Congratulations, Sec JV. Huh? You wrote that beautiful song. Anyway, guys, may I ask everyone to please participate in our social media. Please use the official hashtags. Hashtag Duterte Legacy, Pamana ng Pagbabago, and Tapang at Malasakit. Also, please don't forget to tag and follow at Duterte.legacy, at PCOO.gov and PCOO Global Media on Facebook, Twitter, and Instagram to see more of the government's legacies. You know, JC, yesterday, Hashtag Duterte legacy trended on Twitter. That's good news.
Yeah, it's rare that I'm gonna piggyback to that trend. And
Let's
we're here.
make it happen again
Let's
today.
make it happen again.
Okay.
Yeah, please don't forget access your phones and what Daphne mentioned. Use those hashtags and let's make everybody hear it. The celebration that we are having during the second day of our Legacy Summit.
Right, let's spread some good vibes in Twitter,
Spread
okay?
some good
Hashtag
vibes.
Duterte legacy. And also, while you're here, may I ask you all to please also scan the QR code in the back of your invitations and the program. There's a QR code there, and that's where the survey is. And you can answer the question, share your personal experience by answering ano ang mga hindi nyo nakakalimutang hashtag Duterte legacy. That's for online and also the survey via the QR code.
All right, and on to, well, what we will mostly remember, and probably some of the unforgettable moments that we're going to create during our second day. I think everybody's just about ready to get things going in terms of the accomplishments that we will report right here on the second day of the summit.
That's right, JC. Are you ready for more of the Duterte administration's game-changing reforms? Because I'm really excited to meet and hear the stories also of our beneficiaries.
Let's get this show underway. Wider access to healthcare services was made possible because of the passage of the Universal Healthcare Bill in 2019. To further discuss the legacies on healthcare, such as the Universal Healthcare Law and the Malasakit Center, ladies and gentlemen, how about a big hand for the Department of Health Secretary Francisco Duque III.
Maraming salamat doon sa atin mga napakamahusay na tagapagdaloy ng ating programa ngayon na araw. Unang-una, hayaan muna ninyong batiin ko ang mga kapwa ko kawani sa gobyerno at ang mga kasama ko, minamahal kong mga kasama mula sa kabinete ni Pangulong Rodrigo Roa Duterte. Andyan po si Cabsec Melvin Alvarez Matibag, andyan si Sec Martin Andanar. Palakpakan natin si Sec Martin Andanar dahil siya po ang nangunguna sa pagbuo nitong napakamakabuluhan at napakamahalagang pagtitipon nitong 2 araw para iwagayway at ipakita sa ating pong mga kababayan ang mga nagawa ng Duterte administration para po maiangat ang kalidad ng buhay ng bawat mamamayang Pilipino. Andyan din po ang ating tagapangulo, chairman ng Commission on Higher Education, si Chair Popoy De Vera, ng CHED, of course, si Sec Tesda Sec Isidro La Peña, Energy Secretary Sec Alfonso Cusi, ang binanggit kanina, ang pinakamasipag na kabinete, membro ng kabinete, si Silvestre Abelio III, no? Pinakamasipag daw. Siyempre, sabi ko, kasi Department of Labor, no? Pero hindi lang siya labor, kung hindi labor of love for all Filipino workers here and abroad. Yan. Siyempre, kasama ko din ang katandem ko sa pagtugon sa pandemyang COVID-19, ang tinagurian na Vaccine Czar and Chief Implementer ng National Task Force, napaka-dedicated, no? Very committed, if not passionate, public servant, indeed an exemplar, worthy of emulation by all others in public service. I refer to none other than Secretary Carlito Charlie Galvez. Hindi ko na po isa-isahin pa ang mga iba pang nandirito ngayon araw, kung hindi sapat na upang sabihin na ang iba pang mga kasama natin mula sa iba't ibang ahensya ng pamahalaan. At siyempre, binabati ko rin ang mga kapwa ko kawani mula sa Department of Health. Pwede bang patayuin ko lamang ang lahat ng taga-Department of Health para makilala kayo? Kung may surge, alam nila kung saan tatakbo, hindi tatakbuhan, kundi saan papunta para humingi ng suporta at tamang tugon. Maraming salamat. Pwede na kayo magsiupo. And of course, to all of our distinguished guests and colleagues, again, a pleasant morning to each and every one of you. The Duterte administration's term from July 2016 to 2022 brought forth many reforms in the health sector, especially with the passage of two extremely important pieces of legislation. And these are the Universal Healthcare Act and also the Malasakit Centers Act. Despite the challenges we have faced during the COVID-19 pandemic, we continue to usher in the implementation of the UHC law and establishment of the Malasakit Centers. The response to the COVID-19 pandemic even expedited, if not catalyzed, several UHC-related initiatives, and these initiatives further strengthen the integration of our local health systems into province-wide and city-wide health system. With this, allow me to share with you some of the highlights of our accomplishments on the UHC Act and the Malasakit Centers Act implementation for the past years. On February 2019, the Republic Act number 11223, known as the Universal Healthcare Act, which is the mother of all health legislations, was signed into law by His Excellency President Rodrigo Roa Duterte through the support of the 17th Congress and Legislative Advocacy of the Department of Health. Its IRR, or Implementing Rules and Regulations, was signed on October 10, 2019, thus paving the way for the Philippines to embark on a major health reform under the auspices of the DOH and the Philippine Health Insurance Corporation. From the enactment of the UHC Act and the promulgation of its IRR, the DOH developed 60 critical policies and operational guidelines that are essential for the implementation of the UHC Act. These policies are collected in a compendium which will be published this year. Compiled policies include administrative orders, department orders, and joint issuances with other government agencies and entities, all geared towards the progressive realization of the UHC Act for everyone and Juana in the areas of service delivery, health systems integration, health regulations, sustainable healthcare financing, and of course, last but not least, is governance with emphasis on performance accountability. Ensuring the engagement of local government units and other relevant agencies is critical to the success of UHC. For your information, ladies and gentlemen, there are now 71 local government units who have sealed their commitment to implement UHC in their respective localities through the signing of tripartite agreements among the LGU, of course the DOH and PhilHealth on the creation of UHC integration sites. This formalized the engagement of LGUs in transforming their local health systems into province-wide and city-wide health systems. In support of the implementation of UHC in LGUs, the DOH developed the local health systems maturity levels to guide LGUs in monitoring and evaluating the readiness of their health systems in implementing universal health care. The LGUs have already made significant progress along this line in their readiness from 2020 to 2021, despite the challenges and limitations brought about by the COVID-19 pandemic, with 80%, or equivalent to 46 out of 58 initial UIS, was able to achieve at least 70% of the level 1 key result areas as of April 2022. To ensure uniform understanding of universal health care among the various stakeholders and to capacitate implementers, especially at the local level, the department developed the UHC Implementers Course, a series of e-modules accessible through the DOH Academy. The UHC Implementers Course was launched in 2021 to all UHC integration sites, with 384 individuals completing all 12 modules thus far. Health promotion playbooks were also developed to serve as ready-to-use tools for LGUs in implementing health promotion interventions and to assist the operationalization of healthy settings towards universal health care at the local level where it matters the most. Playbooks on diet and physical activity, environmental health, immunization, substance use, mental health, sexual and reproductive health, and violence and injury prevention were developed in 2021 and were piloted in 7 provinces. The UHC Act also mandated the automatic enrollment of all Filipinos in the National Health Insurance Program under PhilHealth, in part, as part of our commitment to ensure protection against financial risk for every Filipino moving towards greater equity. This year, 100% of the Filipino population, or over 111 million, are already covered by the National Health Insurance Program. The department also improved the provision of service delivery through health infrastructure projects for primary care facilities as the first point of contact in the healthcare system. Through the Health Facilities Enhancement Program, or HFEP, we were able to fund the development of 7,796 barangay health stations, 3,259 rural health units, and 34 polyclinics. And under the same program, we were also able to finish the development of 1,798 LGU hospitals and 639 DOH hospitals to boot. Other health care facilities, including 14 quarantine facilities, 34 treatment and rehabilitation centers, 7 regional offices, and other national government agencies were also completed during this term through the technical assistance of the Health Facility Enhancement Program. Ladies and gentlemen, despite the ongoing pandemic, we have scaled up several UHC programs to augment and support LGU capacity in delivering health services. And these include, first, the development of human resources for health to priority areas including the GIDA, or the geographically isolated and disadvantaged areas, through the National Health Workforce Support System. An average of 27,400 human resources for health per year were deployed to underserved areas in LGUs from 2017 till 2021. Further, the DOH launched its telemedicine service program, which played a gargantuan role in delivering accessible healthcare service during this pandemic. And this program was launched in 2020 and has already attended to more than 379,900 consultations. Ang laki po ng tulong nito, especially during times of surge. And this is one of the services that was made possible by our One Hospital Command Center, which is a component of the National Patient Navigation and Referral System. So, ang laki pong tulong nito sa mga pasyente natin na ayaw umalis sa kanila pong mga tahanan, ngunit nangangailangan na po ng serbisyo pang-ospital o serbisyo for consultation, for medicines. At dito po sa telemedicine na ito, this is not just the future. I think the future is here today with our expanded telemedicine capacity, precisely to improve access by our people for the different levels of healthcare services. Usually it starts with teleconsultation. And from there, we will find out, we can assess the clinical condition of the patient and eventually refer them to the most appropriate level of care under our National Navigation and Patient Referral System. So almost 400,000 ang benepisyuhan ng napakamagandang programa at bahagi ng ating universal healthcare. By virtue of the Republic Act number 9502 or the Universally Accessible, Cheaper, and Quality Medicines Act and the UHC Act, yung pong maximum retail price of certain drugs and medicines were adjusted to reflect their exemption from the value-added tax. The maximum retail price is the price cap of medicines given to the customers, which means that our essential medicines can now be accessed at a much cheaper price. Maraming salamat po kay President Rodrigo Roa Duterte. Bigyan po natin siya ng isang masigabong palakpakan dahil siya po ang nanguna para po paunlarin ang kakayahan po ng ating mga kababayan para maabot ang mga dekalidad, mga epektibo at ligtas na klase ng mga gamot para sa mga sari-saring sakit, especially sa mga maintenance medicines, anti-hypertensives, anti-hypercholesterolemia, anti-diabetes, and many other health challenges, which I think this Cheaper Medicines Act has substantively addressed for the benefit of the Filipino people. Because of the maximum retail price regulation, the price of medicines for top burden diseases were reduced by as much as 93%. Nung una po ako naging kalihim ninyo, from 2005 to 2010, ang sinulong din po natin ito, yung Universal Cheaper Medicines Act of 2008. At that time, napababa po natin ang presyo ng mga gamot katulad ng Lipitor, katulad po ng mga ibang mga basic mga gamot ng 50% na naibaba. Pero ngayon, as much as 93%. Truly impactful for our people. And this continuously benefits special population groups as well, such as patients with chronic kidney diseases and liver transplant patients, among others. We also achieve, ladies and gentlemen, milestones in public health programs. One of such is the successful conduct of the Sabayang Patak kontra Polio in 2019 to 2020, despite the limitations brought about by the COVID-19 pandemic. By the first quarter of 2020, your DOH has immunized 95% of the target children to stop the spread of polio. The World Health Organization recognized the incredible efforts mounted against the polio outbreak during the COVID-19 pandemic and officially declared the end of polio outbreak in the country last June 3, 2021. Yan ha, sa gitna, sa kasagsagan ng ating pandemya, hindi natin kinalimutan ang mga mahalagang mga programang pangkalusugan and immunization, in particular, which for the Department of Health is one of the most important public policies that we have ever implemented. On top of these accomplishments, we also wish to highlight accomplishments made with respect to Republic Act 11463 or the Malasakit Centers Act, and for which I would like to personally convey my congratulations to Senator Bongo. This was his brainchild, of course, inspired largely by no other than President Rodrigo Roa Duterte himself when he was still mayor of Davao City. And so he did help shepherd this measure and enacted into law. Of course, this law aims to provide streamlined access to people-centered care, serving as a one-stop shop for patient navigation and referral to the healthcare provider networks, and a point of service for indigent and financially incapacitated individuals availing of financial and medical assistance. Ang laking tulong po nito sa ating mga kababayan, lalo na ang mga mahihirap, at dahil po sa magandang programang ito, hindi na po kinakailangan ng ating po mga mahihirap na kababayan na pipila pa kung saan-saan para lamang magkaroon ng suporta at tulong pambayad sa kanila pong pagpapa-ospital. No? So really, again, another landmark piece of legislation truly benefiting our people in general and those at the fringes of society in particular. As of May 26 this year, there are now 151 malasakit centers that have already been established in various hospital premises nationwide. The Medical Assistance to Indigent Patient Program, or MAIP, under the Malasakit Program Office, has provided financial assistance to over 3.6 million patients from January 2018 to December 2021. Ladies and gentlemen, these accomplishments are a testament to the commitment of the DOH in its pursuit of the realization of UHC. Gradually, the reforms we have set are paving the way to improve the health system in the Philippines, placing everyone and one right at the center of it all. It has been my great honor to be of service in creating this new legacy for Filipinos. And it is my prayer that we continue to walk the path towards true people-centered care. Muli, maraming salamat po at mabuhay tayong lahat.
Ako po si Liberty Abella Calya, isang kidney transplant patient. Na-diagnose po ako na merong kidney disease noong 2002. Nag-undergo ng 5 years dialysis bago ma-transplant. Ang buhay ng isang transplant ngayon ay naka-attach sa tamang pag-inom ng gamot. Ang mga gamot na ito, kahit na naka-generic pa siya, ay talagang napakataas ng presyo. So, struggle po sa paghahanap ng paraan para makainom sila dahil ang mga kidney transplant patients po ay hindi pwedeng lumiban ng pag-inom ng gamot. Ang pangarap ko lang po at naging inspirasyon ko sa laban na ito ay ang magabayan ng aking anak sa kanyang paglaki kung ako man ay aalis ng maaga sa mundo.
The universal healthcare law that I signed today will guarantee equitable access to quality and affordable healthcare services for all Filipinos.
Layunin ng Universal Healthcare Law na matugunan ang lahat ng mga karamdaman ng bawat Pilipino. Kasama na rito ang mga serbisyong pang-individual upang magkaroon sila ng access at mga abot-kayang programa at inisyatibong pangkalusugan.
Malaking bagay po ang MDRP na naging executive order ng ating presidente dahil nga po sa ganito, kung ano man po yung natitipid namin ay nagagamit pa po sa ibang mga kaparaanan para sa aming mga buhay. Nabigyan ng ginhawa at tulong ng programa at legasiya ni ating presidente. Lalong-lalo na yung seeking ng medical assistance naging mas madali, mas accessible at mas affordable. Maraming salamat po, President Digong, sa ilang taong paglilingkod ninyo sa bansang Pilipinas. Sa legacy na iiwan ninyo, sana po ay mamana ng iba pang mga namumuno sa ating bansa.
Halo talaga, ninenervyos, kinakabahan, natatakot. Sabi ko, sana Lord, dumating yung pagkamulat ng mata ko, ibigay niyo po sa akin yung matagal ko nang hinihintay na magkaroon ko ng malinaw na vision. Nung 7 years old ako, ma'am, kasama ko ang father ko na pumupunta dito lagi para po ipa-check up kung ano po yung diferensya ng mga mata ko. Hating gabi pa lang, bumabiyahe na po kami papunta ng Manila para lang po makahingi ng tulong sa mga eye center. Lahat po ng pwedeng puntahan, napuntahan po talaga namin. Sabi ko nga, nung namatay ang father ko, talagang nag-fall down ang pag-asa ko.
Sa pagtatag ng Malasakit Center, hindi po kailangan lumapit at humingi ng tulong sa iba't ibang ahensya ng gobyerno. Ang gobyerno na ang lumalapit sa tao.
Nakita ko, sabi ko, may ginagawang malasakit. Ano kaya ito? Sabi ko. Nagkaroon ako ng positive thought na baka this is the sign or ito na yung beginning na hinihintay ko ng matagal.
Ang Malasakit Center ay isang one-stop shop sa loob ng isang hospital ay tumatanggap at nagproseso ng tulong medikal at pinansyal para sa mga pasyenteng kapuspalad at walang kakayahang magbayad. Kung dati kailangan pa nilang pumunta sa iba't ibang opisina, ngayon ay nasa hospital na mismo ang mga ahensyang maaaring tumutulong sa kanila.
Lumapit talaga kami sa Malasakit, ma'am, dahil alam ko wala talaga akong pagbayad. 2021, tumawag po sa akin yung doctor ko. Sabi niya, for admission ka na kasi may cornea ka na. So tuwang-tuwa talaga ako, ma'am. Halos kulang na nga lang. Sabi ko, iikot ko na lahat ang paningin ko. Yung matagal ko nang hinihintay for almost 40 years, dumating, ma'am, ng unexpected talaga.
Para po ito sa mga poor and indigent patients, sa mga kababayan nating mahihirap po. Para po ito sa inyo.
Binabalik ko po kung ano man yung mga blessings na naipagkaloob talaga sa akin. Ina-assist ko po sila dun sa mga bagay o dun sa mga agencies na nilapitan ko na especially po ang Malasakit, ma'am. Yun yung baga magiging haligi naming mga mahihirap. Sa lahat ng problema, meron at merong solusyon. At meron ding tutulong.
We'd like to welcome the beneficiary of the UHC, Miss Liberty Calya.
Hello po. Kamusta po kayong lahat? Ako po si Liberty Calya, isang kidney transplant. Magpapasalamat po muna ako sa PCOO, ang organizer ng Duterte Legacy Summit. Kasi sila yung nagbigay sa akin ng chance para umakyat dito sa stage ng PICC. Kasi dati nakakapasok ako ng PICC para umattend lang ng graduation. Tapos nung nandito yung office ng Vice President, dito rin po ako humihingi ng tulong. That was way back. I was diagnosed to have a chronic kidney disease noong 1998. Pero after 2 years, ako po ay nahook na sa dialysis dahil sa sobrang taas na daw po ng aking creatinine, madumi na ang dugo ko. So kailangan ng makina para tulungan luminis ang aking yung dugo ko sa loob para manumbalik yung dati kong sigla, dating lakas. Pero ang sabi nila, yun nga, ang kinatatakot ko kasi, once na nahook na ako sa dialysis machine, forever na yon kasi yun na yung magbibigay sa akin ng buhay. One time nung nasa dialysis, nung papunta ako ng dialysis center, siguro mga 2-3 years na yon, lumapit po sa akin yung anak ko habang nagpre-prepare. Sabi niya, Mama, punta na lang tayo dun sa doktor ko, yung pediatrician daw po niya. Kasi parang hindi na yata parang nawalan siya ng pag-asa dahil kahit every time na umaalis ako, 2 to 3 times a week, hindi niya nakikitang nag-i-improve po ako sa aking kondisyon. Kasi po pag nagda-dialysis ka, lalong nagde-degrade yung iyong condition, lalong hindi na ikaw yung normal, nagbago na ang kulay ko. Talagang ang payat-payat ko na parang butot balat na lang po ako. Hindi ko pa alam, without knowing, ang asawa ko po pala ay in-enroll ako sa Human Organ Preservation Office. Ito po yung tumutulong na maghanap ng kidney donor para sa mga pasyente na walang mag-match sa kanila na perfect donor. One time, isang araw habang kinabukasan kasi dialysis ko na, nagpapahinga na po kami ng pamilya ko. Biglang may tumawag sa akin. Ang sabi niya, transplant coordinator po pala yon ng National Kidney. Ang sabi niya sa akin, maghanda ka na. Pumunta ka na dito sa ospital at meron ka ng donor. That very moment, naalala ko po yung anak ko na sinasabi niya sa akin, but ang tagal mong gumaling. Parang sinasabi niya, niyayakag niya ako dun sa clinic ng pediatrician niya kasi malaki ang paniwala niya dun sa doktor niya na nakakagaling siya. Pero bakit ako, 5 taon na akong nagda-dialysis, hindi ako gumagaling. Lalo pang nagde-depreciate yung aking condition. So nung tinawagan ako ng transplant coordinator, napayakap po ako sa anak ko. Kasi napasabi po ako na dinitinig pala ng Diyos ang panalangin ng isang anak. Kasi pag mawawala ang isang magulang, lalong-lalo na ang nanay, parang sa tingin ko hindi na magagabayan ng naayos ang paglaki at pag-aaral ng anak ko. Kung ano-ano na nga po yung iniisip ko, baka po mag-asawa ulit yung asawa ko, hindi na niya mabibigyan ng tamang pangangalaga ang anak namin. After ng September 13, 2006, ako po ay na-transplant na. sa wakas, makakaligtas na ako sa makina ng buhay. Dialysis na, ini-transplant na ako. Ang saya-saya ko na. Pero nung ako ay nung na-transplant na ako, panibagong hamon naman ng buhay. Dahil ang isang transplant ay kailangan niyang uminom ng panghabang buhay na gamot. Hindi lang gamot ang kailangan ng transplant. Regular check-up, regular na monitoring ng laboratories, yung pag-inom namin ng tubig, 2 hanggang 4 na litrong tubig sa isang araw para maprotektahan yung transplanted kidneys namin. Ngayon, sa dami ng sa laki ng gastos sa gamot, sa mga essentials, sa mga kung ano-anong kailangan ng transplant, kailangan naming gumalaw din, magtrabaho, maghanap ng kung paano matutulungan ng pamilya namin sa mga gastusin. So nung mga nakaraang panahon, mga nakaraang administrasyon, kailangan mo talagang gumising ng maaga para makipag-unahan sa pila. Dahil usually, ang tinatanggap lang sa isang institusyon, first 100 patient. So, ang daming tao, ang daming nangangailangan ng assistance. Kailangan kang makipag-unahan. Kailangan kang mapasama sa pang number 100. Kung hindi, next time ka na lang ulit. Better luck next time. Nasayang yung pamasahin namin, yung time, at saka yung effort namin sa pagpunta doon. Sa ngayong mga panahon, year 2019, naitatag ang mga batas pangkalusugan sa ilalim ng Administrasyong Duterte. Ito po yung Universal Healthcare Law, ang kalusugan para sa lahat. Naging madali na ang pag-apply ng medical assistance sa iba't ibang sangay ng pamahalaan. Hindi na kailangang makipag-unahan pa sa pila. Dahil itinatag na nila ang malasakit center sa iba't ibang pampublikong ospital. Doon na lahat, one-stop shop na yon. Nandoon ang PCSO, DSW, at sa mga iba pang mga institusyon na nagbibigay ng guarantee letters. Guarantee letters po kasi binibigay sa amin. Doon naman sa pagpapababa ng gamot, nabigyang bisa rin ng Executive Order 155, ang maximum drug retail price. Napababa nito, tutupong napababa nito ang gamot namin, lalong-lalo na sa transplant. Napakataas ng presyo ng gamot. Pero nung nabigyan na ng batas ang pagbaba ng presyo ng gamot, para po kaming nakaginhawa. Dahil yung sa natipid namin, kami po ay nagkaroon kami ng extra panggastos. Pagbigyan lang po muna ninyo ako, no? Sasabihin ko, ako ngayon ay tumatayo bilang kinatawan ng mga may sakit at karamdaman na naging mga beneficiaries ng mga naipatupad na batas pangkalusugan ng ating mahal na Pangulong Duterte. Taos-puso kaming nagpapasalamat sa iyo sa legasiya na iniwan mo sa amin, na nagbigay ng ginhawa at pagpapahalaga sa sektor ng mga may sakit. Nawa, ito ay magsilbing gabay at pag-asa natin lahat, na may gobyerno tayong may malasakit at pagmamahal sa bawat Pilipino. Sa mga susunod na namumuno ng ating mahal na Pilipinas, ay may pagpatuloy o higitan pa ang mga nagawa ng Administrasyong Duterte. Yan po ang aming dasal. Maraming salamat po.
Thank you, Ms. Calya. And now, our beneficiary of the Malasakit Center, Ms. Erlyn Sarmiento.
Magandang umaga po sa inyong lahat. Hindi ko na po kayo isa-isahin. Ako po si Erlene Sarmiento from San Fabian, Pangasinan. I was diagnosed 7 years old pa lang ako na may corneal dystrophy po ako. Pinakamasakit na parte ng buhay ang magkaroon ng kapansanan sa mata. Inaakay ako ng aking ama sa iba't ibang hospitals para lang po magkaroon ako ng donor. Ang pinakamahirap talagang parte ng buhay, yung hindi mo makita ang tinatahak natin na sa araw-araw. Nag-aral ako, hindi ko makita ang blackboard. Nag-high school ako, still ganun pa rin. But my father, hindi po siya talaga tumigil, nagabayan at bigyan ako ng pag-asa na balang araw darating ang panahon na magkakaroon ako ng donor. So, nung one time namatay ang father ko, that was a sudden burden to me. Talagang bumagsak ang mundo ko kasi nawalan ako ng isang ama. Ama na nagtataguyod at gumagabay sa akin. Tulad po ni Tatay Digong, dahil sa pagmamahal niya sa bayan, naibigay niya po yung, kumbaga, way back 2017, nakita ko yung signage na kinakabit. So sabi ko, itutuloy ko yung buhay ko, may nakita ako, isang malasakit center. So, ibig sabihin ng malasakit center, ito yung magbibigay ng pag-asa, nagmamalasakit sa buhay ng bawat tao. So, suddenly, lumapit po ako sa ahensyang ito. Then, laking tuwa ko po, kasi po, unang pasok ko pa lang, lumapit po ako sa mga mababait na social worker ng aming lalawigan, sa R1MC. So, inassist din po nila ako. Then, doon ko po nalaman kung gaano po kabilis ang pagbigay tulong medical sa Malasakit Center. So, noong 2021, ang doktor ko, tinawagan ako, sabi niya, Lynn, meron ka ng eye donor. So, dali-dali talaga akong tumakbo para magpa-opera. So, sabi ko, andito na ako, I have my transplant. Ang matagal ng pangarap ng aking ama ay natupad na. Ngunit sabi ko, saan ako kukuha ng pangbayad? So, ayun na. So, sabi ko, lalapit ulit ako sa Malasakit. So, that's it. Tinulungan talaga ako ng Malasakit Center. Binayaran po nila ang bills ko. Binigyan din po ako ng mga gamot. At doon ko talaga napatunayan ko sa sarili ko na habang tumatanda po tayo, meron pong tutulong sa atin, hindi man natin kapamilya, pero sa ating gobyerno. Kaya malaking pasasalamat ko po kay Presidente Duterte dahil siya po ang nagpatuloy sa pangarap na inumpisahan ng aking ama. Natunay siyang nagsilbing ama para sa akin sapagkat nakita ko ang tunay na ganda ng mundo. Ang vision ko ay luminaw. Luminaw dahil sa tulong ni Presidente Duterte at sa Malasakit Center na talagang gumagabay sa aming mga mahirap at wala ng pag-asa. At ngayon, luminaw ang aking vision, sabi ko sa sarili ko, lahat ng tulong na naibigay sa akin ng Malasakit Center, ibabalik ko sa mga taong alam kong takot ding makipagsapalaran dahil sa kanilang kapansanan. Magiging ako, and that will be my mission. Ang mission ko na tumulong at ipakita kung gaano kabilis at kadali ang pagbigay ng tulong ng Malasakit Center. Dahil kay Presidente Duterte, isa siya na mapagmahal at mapagmalasakit at pinakamagiting na ama ng ating Pilipinas. Maraming salamat po, mahal naming Presidente, at sa lahat po sa inyong mga masisipag na cabinet members. Dahil kung wala kayo, wala rin po kaming mahihirap. Marami pong salamat sa inyong lahat. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Miss Liberty and Miss Erlyn. Very moving accounts. Again, they are the beneficiaries of the Universal Healthcare Law and the Malasakit Centers. And it's so wonderful to hear that you are going to pay it forward. Again, we talked about the seeds planted during the Duterte administration. Now, a college diploma is now within reach of every Filipino because of the passage of the Universal Access to Quality Tertiary Education. To talk about the legacies on universal access to quality tertiary education, let's give a big round of applause for Commission on Higher Education Secretary Prospero de Vera III.
Magandang umaga po sa inyong lahat, sa aking kapwa miyembro ng kabinete. Magandang umaga. Gusto ko lang bigyan ng pugay ang mga nagkatulong at katuwang ko sa CHED. Pwede bang tumayo ang CHED delegation at UNIFAS delegation? Sila po ang pang-araw-araw na nagtataguyod ng ating mga ginagawa sa komisyon. The topic given to me today is the most long-lasting legacy of the Duterte administration, which is universal access to quality tertiary education. The two key words here are access and quality. So the intergenerational dream of getting an education was put into motion under the Duterte administration with the passage of Republic Act 1039 on August 3, 2017. This landmark legislation that is truly only and exclusively a Tatak Duterte, because it was started under the Duterte administration, allowed public universities, 112 state universities and colleges, and close to 100 local government-created universities and colleges to launch a program in 2018 that allowed every young Filipino to dream and achieve their education. Because of this program, in 2018, 1.19 million students in more than 200 public universities stopped paying tuition and miscellaneous fees. So ang Tatak Duterte ay mula zero, ibig sabihin lahat ay nagbabayad ng tuition, to 1.19 million students in 2018 who stopped paying tuition and miscellaneous fees. More than free tuition and miscellaneous fees, RA 10931 also put in place what is called the tertiary education subsidy and the institutionalization of the Tulong Dunong program. Ito po ay dagdag na ayuda para ang ating mga estudyanteng nangangailangan ng tulong dahil sa kahirapan o dahil malayo ang kanilang pinag-aaralan, ay binibigyan natin ng dagdag ayuda para sa kanilang pang-araw-araw na pangangailangan. We started with 275,000 grantees in 2019. Today, there are now 1.97 million students in 220 public universities who are no longer paying tuition and miscellaneous fees. So ang Tatak Duterte ay mula zero, naging 1.19, ngayon halos 2 milyong mga kabataang Pilipino ang libre na ang pag-aaral. Dinagdagan din natin ang test mula 275,000 beneficiaries. Ngayon ay 364,000 beneficiaries na. So sa suma total, today, more than 2.46 million young Filipinos are getting subsidized by government for their education. So ang Tatak Duterte, mula zero, papuntang 2.46 million. hindi lang access to education na nangyayari. Kung titignan natin ang datos ng tertiary education subsidy, ang natutulungan natin ay yung talagang nangangailangan ng tulong. If you notice the regional distribution of TES beneficiaries, it is in the regions where poverty is most prevalent, where the TES beneficiaries are most numerous. So out of the 324,000 young Filipinos getting TES, you notice that the beneficiaries come in regions where poverty incidence is highest. In the BARM, in Caraga, in Region 9, Region 8, going downwards. So out of the 364,000, the smallest number of beneficiaries are actually coming from the NCR. So there is a direct correlation between poverty incidence and the granting of TES. So clearly, universal access to quality tertiary education is an anti-poverty program. There's another element of universal access which is very important. When the law was passed, there was a fear that it will benefit only those from public universities. The data now shows that out of the 364,000 TES beneficiaries all over the country, majority are now from private universities. So clearly, RA 10931 is not for public universities only. It targets those that need it the most, and many of those who need assistance are coming not only from public universities, but from private universities. So yung mga nasa state colleges and universities at local universities and colleges na libre na ang tuition at miscellaneous, nakakakuha ng TES, pero mas maraming galing sa private universities ang TES beneficiaries ngayon, 248,000 of them. So we are now providing access to education. We have increased the participation rate in higher education from about 27% at the start of the Duterte administration to 33% now. That means for every 100 students who enter grade 1, historically, only 50 finish senior high, and out of the 50, about 25 try to go to higher ed. So for every 100 students who go to grade 1, 33 of them now go to higher education. Our participation rate has increased comparable to our ASEAN neighbors like Thailand and Malaysia. Ngayong meron ng access, the key challenge is how do you make sure it is access to quality education. Under this administration, we required all degree programs of all public universities to be revisited not just in a new curriculum, but require them to be subjected to the Certificate of Program Compliance. Pinag-aaralan po lahat ng programa para siguradong sila'y di kalidad. Ikalawa, nagdagdag tayo ng pondo para magkaroon ng learning management system ang mga universities. We have provided budget to meet flexible learning needs of students and faculty, particularly in making them smart campuses. And we have provided audiovisual rooms in universities so faculty members can videotape their lectures, put it online to be more accessible to students. We have also provided, under this administration, the biggest budget so that our faculty members can get their masters and PhDs. Our annual appropriation under the SICA program is now 2.1 billion pesos so faculty members can finish their graduate education. Hindi lang po mga faculty ang pwedeng maging scholar ngayon. Pwede na. Yung mga faculty na nawalan ng trabaho dahil sa COVID ay kasama pwede maging scholar, pati mga personnel ng mga universities at colleges pwede ding mag-aral ng libre. So mula ng simula ng administrasyon, we have trained 12,000 faculty members teaching senior high, awarded 9,000 scholarships, and today under the SICA program, 1,252 faculty members are doing their graduate studies today. Wala na pong dahilan na hindi makapag-aral ang ating mga guro at ang ating mga propesor. Para naman doon sa mga tapos na ang Masters at PhD, we are giving them access to continuing professional education program. These are short programs that are given by top universities all over the world and Philippine universities. We have 188 faculty scholars who have received their graduate training from the top universities abroad. So we are giving scholarships not just locally, but in the best universities all over the world. Our universities are now linked with 1,515 universities all over the world. So, access to quality education, mas magaling na mga propesor, mas magandang mga programa, at linkages with international universities. Kaya hindi naman nakapagtataka. Nung tayo ay nagsimula sa administrasyong ito, there were only 4 or 5 Philippine universities ranked among the best in the world. These are the usual universities, UP, De La Salle, UST, Ateneo. In the last ranking of Times Higher Education, there are now 15 Philippine universities ranked among the best in the world, including universities that maybe some of you do not know where they are located. For example, sino ang may alam dito ng Nueva Ecija University of Science and Technology? Alam nyo ba kung saan ang campus niyan? Saan sa Nueva Ecija? Okay? Very few have heard of them. Okay? Nueva Ecija University of Science and Technology is in Cabanatuan, having the most number of students in the province of Nueva Ecija. Visayas State University, Tarlac State University, Cebu Technological University are ranked among the best in the world. Hindi na kailangang magpunta sa Maynila para makakuha ng dekalidad na edukasyon. Our universities all over the country are now ranked among the best in the world under this administration. So ang tatak Duterte ay mula 15 mga pamantasan ngayon, a 300% increase in the number of Philippine universities internationally ranked. Kaya ngayon, pakinggan natin ang ilang mga benepisyaryo ng ating Duterte legacy.
Kenneth H. Pantoja, BS Biology 2B po from LSPU Santa Cruz Campus. Ganda nga po.
Kumusta, Jeff? So saan mo ginastos yung test mo?
Bumili po siya ng gadget na gano'n po, di ba?
Oo.
So So wala po siya kasi dati noon.
So, pinambili ng laptop.
Tsaka po yung cellphone niya.
Hindi po talaga siya nakakapagsisi kasi napakalaking tulong po talaga. Sobrang malaking kaginhawaan.
Nung una po, lahat talaga poproblemahin. Lahat talagang isipin niya saan niya kukunin. So, nung nagkaroon po siya ng scholarship na ganyan, laking kaluwagan po para sa amin talaga.
Hindi ka naman nahirapan sa online.
Sobra po.
Sobrang nahirapan.
Sobrang hirap. Baka po pwede na magkaroon ng limited face-to-face na pwede pong gumamit kami ng facilities ng lab.
Nakuha naman namin yan. Alam namin sa chat yan. Kaya nga ako yung nakipagpukpukan na magkaroon ng limited face-to-face sa medicine tsaka allied health sciences. Kasi may mga subject na talagang hindi pwedeng i-online. Pero hirap na hirap ako niyan. Last year, halos kalahating taon kong pinupush yan ng pinupush. So far naman, do sa mga naunang mag-limited face-to-face, hindi naman nagkakaroon ng infection yung mga estudyante. Ibig sabihin, yung guidelines nasusunod. So sabi ko, pagka nakita natin sa datos na ligtas yung mga estudyante, bubuksan natin sa ibang subject pa. Kasi ayaw na responsable tayo sa mga bata kung may mangyari. So unti-unti natin hanggang pati yung ibang kurso, dadating tayo dyan. Tayo sisiguruhin lang natin na ligtas. Ano pang palagay mong kailangan gawin para ma-improve? Maliban do sa magsimula ng limited face-to-face sa mga lab courses.
Baka pwedeng magkaroon po kami ng boses.
Oo. Dapat sa panahong ganito magtulong-tulungan. Pakinggan yung mga estudyante. Basta magpursige ka lang at tapusin mo. Dapat susunod na magkita tayo, tapos ka na.
Pero sobrang laking tulong po na nagagawa niya. Naging beneficiary po ang anak ko.
Nanay at tatay, umiikot kami para kumustahin yung mga test beneficiary. Tingnan yung ng buhay nila, kung kamusta sila, saka yung naging kwento nila dahil naging test beneficiary sila. So binibideo natin kasi pinapakita natin sa ibang mag-test beneficiary para lumakas din ang loob nila kung pagpili ng aral.
Sir, yung buhay ko, sobrang hirap. Hindi lang ako, pati pamilya ko. Halos lahat ng trabaho, pinapasok na ng staff.
Ano bang kinabubuhay na tatay mo?
Magkakakalap sa pwede. Pumapasok ka sa school, walang-wala. Pero,
okay lang, sige lang. Sige, okay lang. Kumusta naman ang kon mo? Kumusta naman ang flexible learning mo? Kaya naman.
nakatulong naman sir, nakabili kami ng laptop. At dati kasi nanghihirap ng kapatid ko sa kapitbahay namin ng laptop. Sometimes kasi nanghihirap na kami ng hirap kasi baka masira namin. Wala kaming pampalit. Kaya yung naka-receive ko ako, laptop ko, nandinit ko kami pagkakisip niya. Sa mga test na kagaya ko, magpusimikas lang tayo habang mayroon pang tumutulong sa atin. Hindi habang buhay na mayroon talagang tutulong at mayroon nabibigyan ng pag-asa na tulungan. Kaya magpusumikat lang tayo para mapatuloy yung pag-aaral niyo kapag tapos kayo at makatulong sa mga pamilya niyo. At sa mga tumutulong, maraming salamat. Sana mapagpatuloy pa ito, matulungan ng mga tao mahihirap na kagaya ko. At kay Sir Popoy, maraming salamat sa inyo.
Okay. Nung tumama ang COVID, ipinagpatuloy natin ang pag-aaral. Ano ang ating ginawa? Siniguro nating ang mga issue ng higher education ay matalakay sa IATF, and we adopted flexible learning as a mode of delivery system, where universities decide what is the most appropriate delivery system based on the conditions on the ground. Our universities have responded by making flexible learning possible. And as I went through the whole country, I was amazed by how good our universities have responded to the pandemic. Under Bayanihan 2, we thank Congress and the President for allocating funds for the development of smart campuses, subsidies for affected students and part-time faculty members, assistance to students with unpaid school fees. At nagpapasalamat ako kay Secretary Bebot Bello dahil sa aming pagtutulungan, 31,000 children of repatriated OFWs were given subsidies of 30,000 each during the pandemic so that they can help in the education of their children. Maraming salamat, Apo Bebot. Ubus po kaagad yung 1 billion pesos na ating nilaan. Said na said. 31,000 students, utilization rate of 96.26%. Nagpapasalamat din ako kay Secretary Galvez. Dahil sa aming pagtutulungan, ang vaccination rate sa higher education ay napakataas sa gitna ng pandemya. 89% of our higher education personnel are vaccinated, and 81% are fully vaccinated for tertiary level students. In higher education, we went over the national average. Dahil bakunado na ang ating mga estudyante at guro, unti-unti nating binuksan ang higher education sa face-to-face. Mula February 2021, sinimulan natin sa Medical and Allied Health Sciences. We expanded it to marine transportation, marine engineering, and other technical programs in October. And in December, we allowed face-to-face classes in all degree programs. So that is December 2021. I'd like to thank Secretary Pinkoy Duque because of DOH. Sa pagpupulsige, napakahirap po gumawa ng guidelines. And the test of the guidelines is that until today, in all face-to-face classes, the infection rate is less than 1% nationwide. 0.3% for students, 0.6% for faculty members. Thank you, Secretary Duque. And of course, masaya ako dahil taga-UP ako, nabuksan na natin ang sports competitions. Nobody imagined that we could launch the UAAP and NCAA games. With the championship in basketball, the infection rate in the sports competition is 0%. 0%. Wala pong nagkasakit sa lahat ng players, coaches, and support personnel. Dahil din po yan sa guidelines na pinagtulungan natin kasama ang DOH, ang UAAP, NCAA, and the other countries. So by way of ending this presentation, let me quote what President Rodrigo Roa Duterte said in his SONA in 2021. To unburden our people of the hefty cost of tertiary education, my administration worked with Congress to pass a landmark legislation that had remained unpassed for so many years. The Universal Access to Quality Tertiary Education Act, which provides free education to college students in state universities. Ang tatak Duterte po, ibig sabihin, bawat kabataang Pilipino ay maaari ng managinip, magpursige at magtagumpay na makatapos ng kanyang pag-aaral. Magandang hapon po sa inyong lahat.
Dumating sa mga punto ng buhay ko na muntik na po akong hindi makapagtapos ng aking pag-aaral. Mas wala talaga pong makuhang pera yung parents ko. Ang tanong nila sa akin is, kaya mo pa ba? Kasi kung hindi mo na kaya, umuwi ka na lang. Pero ang sinabi ko lang sa kanila, magpapatuloy ako. Kahit hindi na kaya, kakayanin ko.
Mahirap po talaga yung buhay namin. Wala pong pangmatrikula kaya nag-stop po sila sa pag-aaral. Since elementary kasi ma'am is self-supporting student po kami. Tuwing bakasyon po, nagtatrabaho po ako sa kahit saan po. Minsan doon sa Baguio nag-aalaga po ng bata. And then yung kapatid naman namin na iba, doon din po sa Baguio sa mga relatives namin. Kasi nga po gusto talaga naming mag-aral.
The burden of people from the hefty cost of tertiary education. My administration worked with Congress to pass a landmark legislation, the Universal Access or Tertiary Education Act in 2017, which provides free education to college students and state universities.
1.6 million students are no longer paying tuition and miscellaneous fees in this country. 500,000 are getting tertiary education subsidy. 200,000 are getting tulong-dunong, plus the other scholarships. So, more than 2 million young Filipinos are able to achieve their dreams because of RA 10931. So, I am privileged that I was given the opportunity to implement it.
Dahil sa tuwa is, talagang tumalon kami. Napaiyak din kami, ma'am, kasi dalawa po kaming nakuha nung una. Then sobrang tuwa kasi alam na namin na mabibili po namin talaga yung mga pangangailangan namin. Ang TES po, ito yung bumago sa aming buhay. Ito po yung nag-drove sa amin mas mag-aral po ng mabuti. Free na lahat, kaya super pasalamat nga po kami dahil sa programang ito is makakapagtapos din kami.
Dahil dito, nakapagtapos po ako ng pag-aaral, nakapag-take po ako ng licensure examination for social workers, and salamat sa Panginoon dahil pinahintulutan niya pong mapabilang ako sa listahan ng mga top-notchers. Napakalaki at napakasayang blessings or pagkakataon na kung saan ay mas napatunayan ko sa kanila na hindi ka lang dapat dito magtapos sa pangarap mo na to. Kailangan mong lawakan na hindi ka lang dapat dito. Kasi may mararating ka pa, may maaabot ka pa.
All the way from Palawan, let us call on stage Mr. Jade Baguna.
Isang mapagpalang araw po sa ating lahat. Ako po si Jade Rodriguez Baguna, kabilang sa katutubong Kuyonon na galing sa El Nido, Palawan. Nagmula po ako sa isang mahirap ngunit masayang pamilya. Panganay po ako sa 5 magkakapatid na anak ni Robert Caballo Baguna at Jaime Rodriguez Baguna na parehong magsasaka. Sa murang edad, katuwang na po ako ng aking mga magulang sa pagtataguyod ng aming pamilya. Gumigising na madaling araw, naglalakad mula sa bukid, tapos dumadaan kami ng nanay ko sa bumabahang ilog na hawak kamay, habang pasan-pasan yung mga paning ng gulay at kakanin na aming binibenta upang kumita kami ng pera. Dahil dito, nagsimula po akong mangarap na makapagtapos upang makahanap ng trabaho, makatulong sa aking pamilya, at makapagbahagi rin po sa iba. Kung kaya't kahit sa loob ng 6 na taon na umagat hapong binabagtas ang may halos 3 kilometrong layo ng aking paaralan sa aming tahanan. Nag-aaral sa gabi at lampara ang nagsisibing tanglaw, hindi po ito naging hadlang upang mapagtagumpayan ko ang unang baitang ng aking mga pangarap. Sa pagtungtong ko po ng high school, ay naranasan ko pong pagkasyahin ang 5 pisong baon sa loob ng 1 linggo. At kung minsan naman po, para makatipid sa pamasahe, ay mag-isa ko pong binabaybay ang kabukiran pauwi sa aming lugar. Kumuha ako ng kursong Bachelor of Science in Social Work sa Western Philippines University sa Palawan. Dahil batid ko na sa propisyong ito, mas makakapagbahagi po ako ng totoong serbisyo para sa tao. Sabi ko nga, I will not work for the people, but I will work with the people. Katulad po ng iba, hindi rin po naging madali ang buhay ko sa kolehiyo. Hanggang sa dumating ang tertiary education subsidy at free higher education sa ilalim ng Republic Act 10931. Sinubukan ko pong mag-apply at mapalad po akong napasasama sa unang batch ng listahan ng grantees. Napakalaking tulong po talaga ng pagdating nito dahil dito ko na po kinukuha ang pambayad sa boarding house, gastusin sa araw-araw, at maging sa pangangailangan po sa eskwelahan na hindi na po maghahanap na kung saan ang aking mga magulang titiis ng init sa maghapon. At salamat po talaga dahil din dito sa programang ito ay nakakapagpadala rin po ako sa aking mga magulang at nakakatulong sa pag-aaral pa po ng aking 4 na kapatid. Salamat sa pamahalaan, sa Commission on Higher Education, kay Chair Popoy, sa CHED Unifast, CHED Mimaropa, sa Western Philippines University, at sa aking mga naging guro, sa sama-samang pagtataguyod, paghimok at pagtupad ng mga pangarap ng mga magulang at ng mga kabataan na may natatanging potensyal na maaaring makapagdala ng maganda at kapakipakinabang na pagbabago sa ating lipunan. Pagkatapos po ng aking pag-aaral sa kolehiyo, pinagsabay ko po ang pagtatrabaho at pagre-review para sa board exam. Mapalad po akong nakasama sa listahan ng top notchers at nakamit ang 8 pwesto. Nakapag-apply na rin po ako sa TS3B na kung saan ay pwede ko pong ma-reimburse ang mga ginastos ko nang nag-take po ako ng exam. Tunay nga, na sa pamamagitan ng programang ito, natupad ang pangarap kong makapagtapos at nakahanap ng magandang trabaho. Sa kasalukuyan, isa na po akong social work instructor sa Western Philippines University sa Palawan. Nawa, magsilbing inspirasyon ito, hindi lang sa aking kapwa TS grantees, kundi sa ibang estudyante na ipagpatuloy ninyo ang inyong nasimulang laban. Huwag sayangin ang ipinibigay na oportunidad ng gobyerno para makapag-aral ng libre. At nawa ay maipagpatuloy pa po ito ng susunod pang administrasyon. Isa po ako sa mga kabataang minsang nangarap at lumaban na buhay na nagpapatunay na sa pamamagitan ng tertiary education subsidy at free higher education, di kalidad na edukasyon abot na. Muli, Pangulong Duterte, maraming salamat po.
Once again, ladies and gentlemen, a round of applause to the Commission on Higher Education and Mr. Baguna. Congratulations, mabuhay ka, sir. Truly an inspiring story for everybody, and it continues to empower our young Filipinos. Up next, our OFWs were dubbed as the modern heroes who have sacrificed so much, spurred by a desire for a better life and unparalleled love for their family. To talk on the legacies of OFW protection and independent foreign policy, Let us welcome to the stage Department of Labor and Employment Secretary Silvestre Bello III, to be followed by the Department of Foreign Affairs Undersecretary Maria Teresa Lazaro.
Thank you, Mr. Juan Carlos Cuadrado. Kasi ngayon tamang pag-pronounce mo sa pangalan ko, Bello. B-E-L-L-O. Kung binoto mo si Robin Padilla, ang spelling ng pangalan niya, P-A-D-I-L-L-A. Hindi mo sabihin Padilla. Anyway, I had to be very emphatic na ang pangalan ko, Bello. Kasi I don't want to be mistaken as the husband of Vicky Bello. Ang ganda yata ng asawa ko. Tanungin niyo kay Mrs. Andanar kung gaano kaganda ng asawa ko. Pagkatapos sabihin mo, Bello ako. Unforgivable yon. Anyway, let me greet my favorite seatmate. Alam niyo, kasing edad ko lang, ha? Secretary Liling Briones. Kayo mga kasamahan ko sa kabinete, huwag kayong magtampo. Pero napapansin nyo, pag si Secretary Pincoy, Secretary June Esperon, pati Secretary Popoy, pag sila nagsasalita sa cabinet meeting, hindi pinapakinggan ni Presidente. Kumakain lang si Presidente. Pero kapag si Secretary Liling nagsalita, nako, full attention. Siya lang pinapaniwalaan niya eh. So anyway, my dear classmates in the cabinet, sorry, hindi ako kayo nakasamahan kagabi. I knew you had dinner after cabinet meeting, but I had to rush to the office dahil I had to finish some paperwork dahil at 6 o'clock tonight, I am flying. Ayan, junket na. Junket na tayo eh. Papalitan na tayo after 30 days. Kaya hindi pa late, Sec Pincoy. Pwede ka pang magbiyahe. But seriously, I'm going to, tonight I'll fly to UK. Hindi talaga junket. Seriously, it's not a junket. I'm going to sign a bilateral labor agreement that will open again additional work destination for our OFWs. From UK, London, UK, I will fly to Germany, Berlin, for another bilateral agreement. Kasi alam nyo, ang Germany, ang kulit. Ang kulit ang Germany. Every now and then, yung kanilang ambassador, maganda sana, pero may edad na. Keeps asking me, pwede ba you send more nurses and healthcare workers to Germany? Sabi ko, Your Excellency, I'm sorry. Kasalanan ni Secretary Pincoy. There is a deployment cap of 7,000 per year. So, I cannot give you more than 7,000. Pero kung papipiliin nyo yung mga nurses natin, They would rather go to Germany than work in St. Luke's. Alam niyo magkano sweldo dyan? Less than the minimum wage. Kung minsan, well, I hope these private hospitals are listening today. Many of our private hospitals are not paying our healthcare workers what is to be paid under our minimum wage law. Meron pa nga dyan, nagbabayad ng, instead na sila magsweldo, di ba, Sek Pingkoy, sila pa nagbabayad under the guise of training fee. Sila nagbabayad. Meron dyan, ang ganda-ganda ng hospital. Meron silang PET scan. You stay or you enter the PET scan for only 5 to 10 minutes. You pay the hospital 121,000. And yet, yung nurse or the medical worker who is assisting you in that PET scan process, ang sweldo niya, 12,000 a month. Kumikita yung PET scan machine better than the nurse. Kaya, mabuti na lang, paalis na ako. Hahabulin ko sana mga yan. The only problem kasi, my dear friends, I was quoted one as saying na, you go on strike. That was my alleged statement. Pero hindi accurate statement. My statement was, you demand for your rightful claim as workers. If they do not give you your minimum wage as provided under the law, go on strike. Tingnan mo kung maka-operate dyan ang mga private hospitals. Tingnan mo kung maka-operate ang Medical City, ang Makati Med, ang St. Luke Hospital, kung wala ang mga healthcare workers. So it's high time, kung nakikinig kayo mga nurses, you assert your right. But I did not come here to go against our hospitals. Magagalit sa akin si Sek Pingkoy. I would just like to greet my co-workers, si Sek Charlie, Sek Sid, Sek Pingkoy, ang Department of Energy, Secretary Al. Of course, my seatmate, Manang Lily. I should not call you Manang kasi kasing edad lang po tayo. May inaanak sa kasal. Ganun katanda si Secretary Melvin. Si Secretary Jones. Pero nababalita ikaw magiging Secretary of National Defense. Balita lang naman eh. Saan si Sec Si Sec Andanar? Umalis na. Akala ko ayaw makinig sa akin. Anyway, I would like to greet everybody, good morning. Kanina si Sec Popoy sabi niya, good afternoon. Kasi ang haba ng speech niya. Anyway, may signal na ba for me to read my speech? Hindi kasi ako sanay ng ganito eh. May mga presentation ng mga PowerPoint presentation ng tawag. So let me start by, meron pa. Ayan, meron para muna.
Maraming salamat po sa inyo na hindi kayo nagsama na tumulong sa akin. Naipalabas sa bilangguan.
Tapos puso po akong nagpapasalamat sa ating gobyerno nung ako'y may pinagdadaanan sa ibang bansa.
Marami pong nakukulong na walang kasalanan doon. Sana matulungan niyo din sila.
We admire our Filipino migrant workers for their selflessness and courage in enduring the hardships of living away from home to provide for their families.
President Rodrigo Roa Duterte, as you saw him just now, recognizes the sacrifices of our overseas Filipino workers, and so he has to see to it that he can provide a better future for all our OFWs. As our modern-day heroes, our government made sure that they are one of our top priorities by ensuring protection and promotion of their rights and welfare. That is why, my dear friends, when I started to serve as Secretary of Labor and Employment, I carried the promise of the President to provide a secure, a safe, and a comfortable life for all Filipinos. And we in the Department of Labor and Employment are committed to create an environment that will generate not only decent but also viable work for all Filipinos in our country, so that working abroad is a matter of choice and not a necessity. But as long as there are Filipinos working abroad, it is always our duty to ensure and strengthen the promotion and protection of our OFWs in every stage of the migration cycle, from recruitment, from deployment, on-site, pag nandun na sila, ayun ang pinakamahirap, pag on-site. Dahil every now and then, you hear and read news about OFWs being maltreated, OFWs not being paid the salaries as agreed upon, OFWs raped, OFW found inside a freezer, OFW mutilated that you could hardly recognize her. These are the stages of the overseas work. It includes, of course, even the return and the reintegration, which is the most important part of our duty, the reintegration. On the recruitment side, we improve access to government services through the establishment of 18 one-stop service center of our OFWs. Ito yung tinatawag natin OSCOS for short. And this was intended to reduce the transportation cost for our OFWs. Alam mo, look at this, pag isang gustong magpa-deploy, anong ginagawa niya? Unang-unang requirement, pupunta yan sa PNP, hihingi ng police clearance. Pupunta yan sa court, hihingi ng court clearance. Pupunta yan sa NBI, kukuha ng NBI clearance. After nakuha niya yan, pupunta sa Pag-ibig. Kailangan maging member ng Pag-ibig. Pupunta sa PhilHealth, kasi kailangan maging member ng PhilHealth. Pupunta sa DFA for the passport. Ang daming pinupuntahan just to be able to qualify for possible deployment. Ang ginawa ng ating Pangulo, first day in office niya, sabi niya, Bebot, yung mga offices na kailangan puntahan ng OFWs, ilagay mo sa isang lugar. Para yung OFW, all he has to do is go to one place and there he will get all that he will need from every agency. And we have now 18 OSCOs throughout the country. Kaya yung ating mga OFW, kung nandito sa Metro Manila, pupunta lang dyan sa POA. And he will be attended by all the agencies na kailangan niya ng mga clearances, kailangan niya ng mga passport and everything. Okay, we talk of the protective measures. How do we protect them when they're abroad? To do this, nandyan ang POEA. Over there is the administrator of POEA, Administrator Olalia. Ayan. Then, nandyan din yung ating Assistant Secretary for the ILAB. ILAB stands for International Labor Affairs Bureau. Ayan. She handles all the 41 polos all over the world. POLOS stands for Philippine Overseas Labor Office. Sila ang namamahala sa ating mga tanggapan dyan at sila ang nag-aalaga sa ating mga OFWs. Bawat polo, merong labor attaché, merong assistant labor attaché, merong welfare officer, merong administrative staff. And they're there to take care of our OFWs. Kapag merong problema ang OFW, they go to this office and this office will attend to their needs. Yan po ang ating ginagawa para sa mga OFWs. Now, ano pa ba ang kailangan nila? Para po magkaroon ng ng seguridad ang ating mga OFW, merong bilateral agreements. And that is the reason why I'm going to London to sign a bilateral agreement. Also to Germany for another bilateral agreement. We have already, how many do we have? 26 bilateral agreements. Last month, I was in Canada and I signed a bilateral agreement with the province of Yukon and the province of Ontario. Dito, magkakaroon tayo ng magandang destination for our OFWs. Why? Kasi I was there personally in Yukon. Ang ganda ng kalagayan ng ating mga OFWs doon. They are treated as equals, not as workers or overseas workers. They are treated parang mga Canadian citizens sila. You know why? If you go to Yukon or you go to Ontario, you can bring your wife. If you have 2 wives, you can bring your 2 wives. But word of caution to Secretary Espelon, under Philippine laws, we are only entitled to 1. Di ba? 1 lang. Nakikinig si Lorna. Yeah. There, you can bring your wife. If you are a lady worker, you can bring your husband. You can bring your children. And they will be given resident visa. Ganun ka permissive yung Canadian community to our overseas workers. So that's the reason why I'm also going to London, and then I'm going to Germany, and from Germany, I'm going to Prague. Pero I'm having second thoughts. I'm going to Prague to open yung ating office doon. Pero ang problema ko, malapit sa Ukraine. Baka ako abutan ang kanyon ng Russia. Kaya baka mag-shortcut na lang ako. From Germany, I'll not go to Prague. I will go direct to Geneva because there we will have the International Labor Organization Conference. Yan. And ito hindi pagbubuhat ng sariling bangko. It's the first time that a Filipino Secretary of Labor was elected chairman of the ILO government sector. Kaya lang, walang sweldo. Walang sweldo. And you know, I've been Secretary of Labor for 6 years na. Minsan lang ako pumunta sa ILO conference. Hindi na ako umulit. Kasi magsasalita ka doon, walang nakikinig. Walang nakikinig. Maniwala ka sa akin. At saka, very strict sila at time. Pag lumampas ka ng time mo, bubusinahan ka, papatay yung mic mo eh. Oh. At saka, truly, walang nakikinig sa'yo. Habang nagsasalita ka, they are talking to each other. So, ang ginawa ko, para may makikinig, best friend ko yung Secretary of Labor ng Indonesia, si Secretary Jakiri. Saka yung Secretary of Labor ng Thailand, Secretary of Labor ng Myanmar. Kinaibigan ko sila. Sabi ko, when you speak, I will listen and clap. And when I speak, you also listen and clap. So, nung nagsalita ko, may nakikinig na 6 na tao at nagpalakpak sila after my speech. Yan. Anyway, enough of this speech. Let's proceed with... Sana tayo. The department does not stop assisting our overseas Filipino workers even after they have returned. Pagbalik nila, meron tayong tinatawag na National Reintegration Program. They are given either employment or if they are not qualified for any possible employment, they can be given livelihood assistance. As much as 100 to 1 million. Nandyan si Administrator Kakdak. Magkano ba maximum Administrator Kakdak? 1 million, no? That's much we can give to our OFWs kung nandito sila. Ayun, si Administrator Kakdak. I'm reminded, every time I see Administrator Kakdak, I am reminded of my experience with our OFWs. You recall, nagkaroon lang lockdown starting March 2020. Hanggang ngayon, nung mag-lockdown, we had to repatriate our OFWs because nawalan sila ng trabaho doon. So we were bringing in not less than 3,000 a day. So much so, as I reported last night to President Duterte, sabi ko, napuno ang Metro Manila ng OFWs. They had to undergo a quarantine period of 14 days muna. Ito kasi Secretary Pingoy, sabi ko, gawin mo lang 3 days. Sabi niya, hindi, 14 days. Biro mo, we had to keep them, provide them quarantine accommodation for 14 days initially. Then, 10 days. Then, 7 days. Then, 3 days. Ngayon, okay na. But there were times from 2020 to later part of 21 na punong-puno ang lahat ng mga hotels in Metro Manila. Lahat, practically all the hotels. And we had to go as far as Batangas, as far as Clark, to get additional accommodations. Kasi puno ang ating mga hospitals, ay mga hotels. Diyan ka makakita, yung mga OFW natin, text ng gabi sa akin, Sir, ang pangit ng ulam dito. Text ako kay Administrator Kadak, Admin Hans, pangit daw ang ulam doon sa may Hotel Gen. Believe it or not, at 1 o'clock in the morning, sasagot yan si Administrator. Yes, sir, I will go there. Pupunta niya yung hotel at 1 o'clock in the morning. Pagdating niya doon, sir, okay na. Okay na. Binago ng ulam. Meron din nagte-text sa akin. Sir, pwede ba akong tumawag? Of course. Hindi ba nakakaya, sir? Alas 3 ng umaga. Okay lang, natawagan mo na ako. Nagising mo na ako eh. Abo sabihin niya, sir, alam mo sir, last day ko ngayon. Tomorrow, I am free. Uwi na ako. Ita-transport na naman ako ni Administrator Kakdak from the hotel to my final place of destination sa mga mahal ko sa buhay. Pero sir, pwede ba akong maghingi ng extension? Sabi ko, why not? Pwede naman. Nasaan ka ba? Andito po ako sa Hotel Conrad, sir. Hotel Conrad. Secretary Monteagudo, Alex, nasubukan mo na bang Conrad? Wala pala, palagay ko. Secretary Popoy, nakapunta ka na ng Conrad? Nag-check-in ka doon? Wow, ano. Mahal yun ah. Hindi ikaw nagbayad. Secretary Pinkoy, not yet. Conrad Hotel. Sabi ko, siyempre, mahal na Pangulo yan. Ayaw niya magtampo. Sabi ko, okay. Ilang araw gusto mo? Ay, 2 days lang, sir. Sabi ko, gawin mong 2 weeks. Bigla siya. Pero pwede, doon ka na lang sa Sogo. Payag siya. Nag-extend siya ng 2 weeks sa Sogo this time. Ewan ko kung sinong kasama niya. Tumatawa si Sexy, alam niya eh. Anyway, yun ang reintegration. Part of the reintegration program, yung transportation from the country where they came from, then when they reach our shores, they are quarantined. After quarantine, we are transported to their final destination. That is what we did. And every day, you can ask Secretary Pinkoy, you can ask Secretary Lorenzana, you can ask Secretary Charlie. Every day, I report to them kung ilan ang dumarating. And as of today, we have repatriated 1,028,000 plus overseas Filipino workers. Trabaho ni Administrator Kakdak. Kung ako ang presidente, I will appoint him the next Secretary of Labor. Dahil doon sa ginawa niya, talagang hindi mo maisip paano niya ginagawa yun. 1,028,000 overseas Filipino workers. Ngayon, medyo madali-dali kasi wala ng quarantine, wala ng mga protocol. Pero noon, ang hirap kumuha ng sasakyan. Makita mo si Administrator Kakdak, nandun sa PITX ba yun? PITX, sinasama niya sa sasakyan yung mga tao. That is what they did. So anyway, ano pa bang pag-usapan natin? Ayan, repatriation. But, you know, when this pandemic came about, we had a problem because many of our overseas Filipino workers abroad lost their job. Nawalan ng trabaho. So, what did the President do? Sabi niya sa akin, Bebot, marami tayong kababayan na wala ng trabaho. Bigyan mo sila ng pera. Financial assistance. So, he gave us enough money to give all about 500,000 OFWs who lost their job because of COVID-19, and we gave them $200 each. $200 under the program called AKAP, Abot Kamay sa Pagtulong sa mga OFWs. $200 each. Pag nakauwi na, the equivalent of $200 is 10,000. Yun ang binigay ng ating Pangulo. Aside from that, there is also yung tinatawag na livelihood assistance for all OFWs. Pag gusto mo magtrabaho, magnegosyo, you just go to OWA and they will give you the livelihood assistance. Meron dyan nag-put up ng bigasan, may nag-put up ng karinderiya, may nag-put up ng yung ano ba yung nagmamanicure, ano pangalan nun? Beauty parlor. Yan. Ano? Lahat ng klaseng programa para sa mga OFWs binigay ng ating Pangulo. And gagaya ng sinabi ni Chairman Popoy, we were in a cabinet meeting, we were just talking, sabi niya, "Oy, ano bang may bibigay niyo sa mga OFW?" Sabi ko, "Sir," sabi ni Secretary Popoy, "scholarship." Oh, sabi niya, "Sige, 1 billion. Oh, that's where the 1 billion went. 30,000 for every son or daughter of a repatriated OFW. 30,000 ano, ang nabigyan natin. Oh. Baka sayang kasi, paalis na eh. Pero for a while, he was saying, "Meron ka pa ba?" Sabi sa akin. Bago ako makasagot, sabi yung kuripot na DBM namin eh. Sabi niya, wala nang pera. Anyway, yun po ang nagawa ng ating Pangulo. Yung mga assistance, mga livelihood assistance and everything. Pero, mamaya, meron kaming ipapakita sa inyo. Yung isang beneficiary of a presidential intervention. You know, darating siya, no? Darating. Pero I'll give already a background about Miss Dalquez. Sometime in 2018, tama? We have a overseas Filipino worker who was convicted of having killed her employer. And for the crime, she was convicted and sentenced to death. Sentenced to death. Ako, I was in Abu Dhabi for another reason, but I decided to visit Dalquez. It was a 4-hour drive from Abu Dhabi to a prison between Abu Dhabi and Dubai. Pinuntahan ko yung prison. Fortunately, they allowed me to visit her. I talked to her, I comforted her, and I told her that I will try my best to get amnesty for you. Although I know it was almost impossible to do that. From there, I went straight to Dubai, and fortunately, the Minister of Labor of the United Arab Emirates invited me for lunch. At grabe yung lunch niya, ha? Sarap-sarap. Doon pa kami sa may beachfront with lunch. So, he was very accommodating. So I thought, I'll take my chance. Sabi ko, Your Excellency, nagsinungaling ako eh. You know, our President asked me to talk to you or to His Highness. By the way, namatay na. Namatay yung King of the United Arabs. Sabi ko, the President would like me to talk to your King. And kung pwede, ikaw na lang, sabi ko, if it's possible, if you could get the King to pardon our countryman, Miss Dalquez. Medyo mabait naman yung minister. Yun, I'll try. It's difficult, but I will try. If you will try, Your Excellency, it's already good for me. I will tell the President that you are considering talking to Your Royal Highness. But you know, Mr. Minister, Your Excellency, I have a problem. Because my President said, if you will kill Miss Dalquez, our countryman, we will be forced to declare a total deployment ban. Mukhang natakot dun. Mukhang natakot. Because 1 week after na amnesty si Miss Dalquez. Andyan na mamaya. Ayan. Ha? Ayan. Mamaya makita nyo. Ewan ko kung maganda pa siya. Pero noon maganda eh. Maganda siya. Si Miss Dalquez. So anyway, yun ang one of the best experiences I had in my term as Secretary of Labor. Meron pa isa eh. Mamaya makita yung picture na may bata na was clinging to me, was trying to embrace me. You will see later on. You know that small girl is the daughter of one of the crew that were brought to death pag lubog ng isang barko near the shores of Japan, where out of 39 crew members, only 36 survived. Only 3 survived. All the 36 went down with the boat. Walang na-recover sa kanila. And when we met this young girl, tumakbo sa akin, sumigaw, "Daddy!" Sabi niya, sa'yo makita mamaya, nabigla ako eh. Sabi ko, baka may makarinig, baka pagbilin lang may anak ako sa labas. Kasi sabi niya, "Daddy!" Siguro kamukha akong tatay niya. Siguro gwapo ang tatay niya. That's one of my very nice experience na may bata na was looking for her father and she suddenly calls me her daddy. Ito po, yung incident later on. Ayan, that's her. That's her. Kwan siya, anong tawag doon? Yung may autistic ba tawag doon? Yeah, autistic siya. Yan. So, to add more kung ano nagawa ng ating Pangulo, aside from OSCO, first time we have a bank for OFWs. Banko. OFW Bank. First time, meron tayong hospital. Nakita nyo, have you seen this hospital? Pakita nyo nga. It looks better than St. Luke's. Check Pinkoy. Tingnan nyo. That's the OFW hospital. All OFWs can be treated there for free. And included in this free treatment are the legal descendants of the OFWs. And what is more amazing is that this hospital was constructed without any cost from government. Why? Because one nice guy, Mr. Ricky Rason, donated 600 million for the construction of the hospital. Then, when people were vying to be the venue of this hospital, the governor of Pampanga offered a 1.5 hectare worth 400 million as the venue of this OFW hospital. And then when we were groundbreaking the hospital, we had as our guest, kasi dito sa Pampanga and we invited former President Gloria Macapagal-Arroyo. And during the ceremony, the president o the chairman of PAGCOR was present. So sabi ni former President Gloria Macapagal-Arroyo, Chairman Domingo, nagbigay ang gobyerno ng Pampanga ng lupa worth 400 million. Nagbigay si Mr. Rason ng 600 million. Magkano naman ang may bibigay ng PAGCOR? without any hesitation. Alam mo, Sec Pincoy, actually, ang pangako niya, 300 million eh. Pero sabi sa akin ni Chairman Domingo, kinuha mo daw 100 million para sa... Ayun po, that is how this came into a reality. The hospital ng mga OFWs. Ayan, ang ganda. You should go there. It's becoming a tourist attraction. Lahat ng mga OFWs go there kahit walang sakit just to see their hospital. Sabi na, itong hospital ko, itong hospital ko. They go there. And they take pride in the fact that the President of the Republic of the Philippines, for his love for them, put up a hospital for them. Walang bayad. Walang bayad. Imagine ang mag-treat sa inyo, the #1 doctor of the country, Secretary Duque. Pwede kang magkasakit kahit ano. With Secretary Duque treating or attending to you. Yeah. The pride of the medical profession. I remember, Sec Duque, marami nagsabi, resign. And sabi mo sa akin, Bebot, alis na lang ako. Sabi mo, ano ka? Alis ka, and then matutuwa yung nagpaparesign sa'yo. Buwatang inala, pabayaan mo sila magsisigaw. Kako hindi ba? Yan, mabuti na lang. Nakinig sa akin si Sec Duque. Oh. Because he deserves to be our Secretary of Labor. Unprecedented. Beyond compare. Pero mo, inalaban niya si COVID. Kaya tingnan mo, si Secretary Liling hindi nagka-COVID dahil kay Secretary Pincoy. Oh. Nagka-COVID ba kayo, Ma'am Liling? Hindi, no? Ay, twice. Hindi ko alam eh. Ayan. So, just to end. As we end our term, my dear friends, we will continue what we have started and hope that the next administration can sustain the gains and what President Rodrigo Duterte did for our OFWs. 6 years have passed, and I can confidently say that we in the Department of Labor did everything within our capacity to provide a safe and comfortable life for every Filipino worker. Sa inyong lahat, maraming salamat at magandang umaga po sa inyo.
Thank you to our Department of Labor and Employment Secretary Silvestre Bello III. To be followed now by our Department of Foreign Affairs Undersecretary Maria Teresa Lazaro.
Cabinet Secretaries, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. On behalf of Secretary Teodoro Locsin, allow me to read the statement of the Department of Foreign Affairs. A friend to all, enemy to none. This was the encapsulating framework of the Duterte administration, fittingly termed as an independent foreign policy. Through this, the Philippine government strengthened existing ties with traditional partners while enhancing engagement with new and non-traditional partners in support of our national interests. Early on, the Duterte administration made a lasting mark in the region through the Philippine chairmanship of ASEAN in 2017 with the theme, Partnering for Change, Engaging the World during the 50th anniversary of ASEAN. A key outcome of our chairmanship is the ASEAN Consensus on the Protection and Promotion of Migrant Workers, a landmark document that will establish a framework for cooperation in safeguarding the interests and welfare of thousands of migrant workers in the region. We have leveraged our relationships with key partner countries, resulting in achievements that were previously not thought possible. Under this administration, we finally witnessed the return of the Balangiga Bells from the United States, a step forward in righting the rights and injustices of the past. In asserting our position as equal partners, the Visiting Forces Agreement, VFA, with the United States has been improved as its implementing guidelines have been updated and clarified to address current realities and to ensure parity and mutual respect with our only treaty ally, the United States. We revitalized our relationship with China, demonstrated by the signing of 29 bilateral documents and agreements providing mutual benefits to our two countries. We have instituted channels for candid discussions on security matters, including matters pertaining to the West Philippine Sea, and the mechanisms we established will continue to be essential in maintaining constructive bilateral dialogue. We actively engage and deepened relations with other key bilateral partners such as Japan, Korea, India, Australia, the European Union, Saudi Arabia, Israel, among others, resulting in a wide range of practical areas of cooperation to address the most pressing regional and global challenges as we move towards post-pandemic economic recovery. Alongside this, we continued to prioritize the promotion and protection of the welfare of Filipino overseas, as was mentioned earlier by Secretary Bello. The Duterte administration, through the Department of Foreign Affairs, was instrumental in the adoption of the Global Compact for Safe, Orderly, and Regular Migration, the first intergovernmental, negotiated, multilateral, non-binding instrument that addresses the issue of migration in a holistic and comprehensive manner. As a champion for the agreement, the Department of Foreign Affairs led the Philippine delegation to the first International Migration Review Forum, recently held in New York in May 2022. The DFA, guided by the instructions of President Duterte, actively advocated for the abolition of the kafala system in the Middle East. We have made our voice heard in international fora and engaged with host governments to abolish this oppressive system. We welcome positive labor reforms in the Middle East resulting from this campaign. We remain at the forefront of government's anti-trafficking and anti-illegal recruitment efforts, providing timely assistance to affected Filipinos. We pursued cases to seek justice for victims of these crimes, the most visible of which are the cases pursued against the employers responsible for the deaths of OFWs Joanna De Mafelis and Jeneline Villavende. The Philippines continues to engage with partner countries to raise the standards of protection of migrant workers. In the face of an unprecedented global health pandemic, the department continued to serve the needs of our kababayans, contributing to national efforts in facilitating vaccine procurement, securing humanitarian assistance, and bring home displaced overseas Filipinos. Our international presence and ability to expand our services was strengthened with the opening of 8 additional foreign service posts in 2019 before the onslaught of the pandemic. Since March 2020, we facilitated the repatriation of almost 500,000 Filipinos from all over the world. The safety, welfare, and well-being of our overseas Filipinos is a shining star of the Duterte legacy. As we start a new chapter in our nation's history, we hope to build upon these initiatives in response to an ever-changing and complex international landscape and mindful of the specific trusts of our incoming Chief Architect of Philippine Foreign Policy. Maraming salamat po.
Nagkakandaihi ako sa bugbog niya. Please lang po, tulungan niyo ang aking anak.
Abot-abot ang panawagan ni Rahima Dalquez sa gobyerno matapos malaman noong May 2015 na sinintensyahan ang parusang kamatayan ng anak niya si Jennifer Dalquez sa United Arab Emirates.
Parang mamatay na ako ng time na yun. Dapat niya ang dito, pupunyan sa kanya. Alisin ko dahil damit ko. Tumakbo ako dun sa kwarto. Pagtakbo ko dun sa kwarto, kinuha niya yung auxilio. Wala naman namin ang auxilio. Nakamaan siya dito. Hindi ko na alam kung anong gagawin ko ba. Kasi ibang bansa ito. Hindi itong bansa namin. Nakapatay ako ng tao.
Sabi ko kasi, kung sinabi ko, tayo ninyo yan. Sabihin ko sa inyo, I will immediately order the suspension of the employment.
President made that appeal, sumunod naman. So, it goes to show na these people take our president seriously. Kasi sabi niya, please, it's an appeal. Pero siguro alam nila, pag hindi pinagbigyan, another deployment ban. This brought about a realization on our destination countries that they have to take care of our OFW.
Nung nakauwi ako ng Pilipinas, sabi ko, totoo na ba to? Sabi ko, ginawa kang tingin mo ba ako, totoo ba to? Ginaganyan ko ba, totoo ba itong Pilipinas? Nakauwi na ba ako? Sabi, ang saya-saya ko. Nalagpasan mo na yung malaking problema ko.
We called on the world to dismantle the heinous kafala system because the Filipino is no slave unto anyone, anywhere.
Kafala reform is about human rights. And it's something that will not only benefit Filipinos, it will benefit all workers in the Middle East. You'll be able to read it in history books that there was a time in history when there was kafala that a president from a small country in Southeast Asia said enough is enough. He really challenged the countries of destination to give his people freedom.
Hindi naman nahinto ang proteksyon sa pag-uwi sa Pilipinas ng OFW more than any other time sa history ng OWA. Trumiple ang bilang ng OFW na nakatanggap ng cash assistance, whether it be in the form of livelihood, scholarship, financial assistance, medical, calamity, as compared to previous administration.
Sobrang pasalamat po kay President Duterte na sa tulong niya sa amin, lahat kami ng mga OFW na tinulungan niya. President Duterte, maraming salamat po sa iyo.
Please welcome on stage our beneficiary, Ms. Jennifer Dalquez.
Magandang hapon po sa inyong lahat. Una-una po, napapasalamat po ako kay President Duterte at kay Secretary Bilyo at kay Administrator Kakdag na pag-imbita sa akin ngayon dito. Ako po si Jennifer Dalquez, nakipagsapalaran sa UAE bilang OFW. Nagtatrabaho bilang isang caregiver. Nung nasa ibang bansa po ako, tinangka po akong gahasain ng aking amo. Lumaban po ako. Sa hindi inaasahang pangyayari ay napatay ko po siya. Napatay ko po ang amo kong pulis. Nakulong po ako noon nang hinatulan po ako nila ng kamatayan. Pero habang ako'y nakulong, hindi po ako nawalan ng pag-asa. Dahil tinulungan po ako ng gobyerno natin sa pamumuno ni President Duterte. Pinuntahan din po ako ng personal ni Secretary Bilyo para umapila sa hatol ng UAE. Lubos po ang aking pasasalamat nang ako ay makalaya at makabalik sa Pinas. Mula po sa airport, nandun po ang OWA at si Administrator Kakdak para alalayan po ako. Tinulungan po ako ng OWA mula pagdating pa lamang sa airport. Binigyan din po ako nila ng cash assistance. Simula ulit ng pamamagitan ng livelihood assistance na binigay sa akin ng OWA at DFA. Nakapagtayo po ako ng sari-sari store, nakatulong pa rin hanggang ngayon sa aking pamilya. Tinulungan rin po ako ng DOLE at OWA na kapag-aral ng aking panganay na hanggang college sa pamamagitan ng Educational Scholarship Grant. Isa lang po ang masasabi ko para sa ating mga kababayan na nais humihingi ng tulong sa ating gobyerno. Huwag po kayong matatakot o mahiya dahil lagi po silang nandyan at nakikinig sa ating pangangailangan. Personal ko po itong naranasan, sobra-sobra po ang pasasalamat ko sa ating gobyerno, lalong-lalo na po sa DOLE at OWA. Hindi po ako naging mapalad bilang isang OFW, ngunit dahil po kay President Duterte sa ating gobyerno, ako po ngayon ay naging isang matapang at mabuting Pilipino. Maraming salamat po, Tatay Digong. Salamat po sa lahat. Thank you.
Thank you, Jennifer. We salute your perseverance and we're grateful to hear about the closure of your case. Before we go on, I would like to acknowledge the presence of some of our very special guests here that we were not able to acknowledge earlier. The NTF Chief Implementer and Peace Process Advisor, Secretary Carlito Galvez. Sir, welcome back. Our OWA Administrator, Hans Kakdak. National Security Advisor, Hermogenes Esperon. You have to take a picture later. He's my Tito June. DepEd Secretary Leonor Briones. Ma'am, so nice to have you here. PDEA Director General Wilkins Villanueva. And PDEA Director Derek Carrion. And we will have more later. We will be announcing more later. And also, I want to say thank you to those who are tweeting with the hashtag Duterte Legacy, and I'm going to read some of them. We have a tweet from Edu Punay. My 3 best Duterte legacy. Number 1, build, build, build. Number 2, Malasakit Center. And number 3, the drug war. We also have from Queenie Balauro. Number 1, war on drugs. Number 2, tax reform. Number 3, NTF-LCAC. Gusto ko pa sanang dagdagan, kaso top 3 lang ang hinihingi. Duterte Legacy. Hashtag. Baba, mag-tweet pa kayo. Kung marami, didamihan nyo na ang inyong pinopost. Binabasa ko kasi live, so meron ulit from JC Manila. Mamita says, number 1, independent foreign policy. Number 2, return of the Balangiga bells. Wow. And number 3, waiving of 11 billion penalty by water distributors of Maynila and Manila Water. Number 4, Boracay and Manila Bay Rehab. Palakpakan naman natin itong mga tinitweet ng ating mga netizens. We also have from Igorota 2180. Despised by the oligarchs but loved by the common people. And from Brian Castillo, retweeting because he watched me go live kanina from backstage. For me, aside from the war on drugs, this has been one of the most significant and impactful decisions PRRD has stood ground for. As a frontliner, I will forever be thankful. At nag-post siya ng kanyang story as a medical frontliner. Very heartwarming, and I'm sure as the day goes by, marami pa tayong mababasa sa Facebook, Twitter, and Instagram. Please don't forget to put the hashtag Duterte Legacy so we can read your posts. This is not just a day of like a report card by our cabinet secretaries. This is a celebration of all Filipinos, I think, because this is the legacy that the government is leaving behind for all of us. So let's celebrate together and keep posting these great achievements. Now, another milestone in the education sector is providing options for Filipinos to obtain a secondary diploma, regardless of their educational background. Indeed, education is really for all. To discuss the legacy of the alternative learning system, let us call on stage Department of Education Secretary Leonor Magtolis Briones.
Good day to each and every one of you. Magandang tanghali, mayong udto kanatong tanan. It's wonderful to sit here with my fellow cabinet members. I am a teacher, but I will refrain from making a roll call of all of them kasi baka may makalimutan ako. But I would like to greet each and every one of them for their support, for the inspiration, and for the help that they have tendered to the Department of Education. And of course, especially to our beloved President, Rodrigo Roa Duterte. I would also like to greet a very happy birthday to the incoming Secretary of Education, Vice President Inday Sara Duterte Carpio. She is celebrating her birthday today, and we are anticipating a smooth transition since she has a wide understanding of the problems of education, particularly at the grassroots level. So happy birthday, VP Inday Sara, incoming Secretary of Education. Last night, when I made a comment and led in the opening prayer at the request of President Duterte during the cabinet meeting, my greeting was hello and goodbye. So for all of us who have worked, who have persevered, who have insisted, and who have suffered in the process of delivering services to our people, hello and goodbye. But as they say, perhaps we will be seeing each other in other venues and opportunities. Thank you. We started in the Department of Education with a 10-point program. And two of these are very, let us say, innovative additions to the programs in education. And I presented this in the largest meeting of education ministers in London a few days ago, with 125 ministers of education in attendance, including experts as well as other officials in the United Kingdom. I brought up 2 points. One, I corrected the impression that the process of education in the Philippines has stopped with the lockdown, with the onset of COVID. This is the general impression, and there was so much weeping and gnashing of teeth over what they considered as the closure of schools in the Philippines. I want to correct that because our fellow Filipinos also have that impression. While physically our school buildings were closed because of the pandemic, the process of education continued because we adjusted and instituted blended learning, wherein we implemented other modalities in learning for our children. We never stopped the academic process. We never closed the schools. And that was the point that I wanted to emphasize. During the first year of the pandemic, we opened in October after making adjustments to the curriculum. And then the next year, which is this year, we opened last September. And this academic year, we will open in June, full face-to-face. So what are some of our concerned friends talking about closure of schools? We never closed the schools. I would like to share with you our enrollment in all the sectors for the past years since 2016, when President Duterte came in. You will note that for this year, we have an unprecedented total of 28,033,530 learners. In that London meeting of nearly all the ministers of education from all over the world, a major problem, a major concern was children were not going to school. And I insisted our children are going to school. Only the schools are closed. They are doing it through digital learning. They're doing it through learning modules. They're visited by their teachers. We are involving the parents, the local governments, and the communities in seeing to it that our children will not be deprived of the quality education which the Constitution demands of us. So, while my fellow ministers were moaning and groaning about how do we keep children enrolled, how do we prevent dropouts, I proudly reported that we have the highest level of enrollment at this time. And I also reported that dropout rates have been going down in spite of all the concerns expressed that we have closed our schools. That is not true, and that is not correct, as the numbers very clearly show. We have been holding graduation ceremonies, moving up rituals for our students, and these have been properly reported to the communities. This coming June, we are going to fully implement face-to-face classes. As I stated, we have implemented blended learning. Bata pa ako, uso na yung blended learning. where depending on the situation, depending on the circumstances of the various schools, we implement different strategies. And so at this time, as of May 26, 34,238 schools are already nominated. 30,000 public schools are already on face-to-face, contrary to all the moanings and the screams and the shrieks about closed schools, about the Philippines being the only school, the only country who has closed schools. And we have 918 private schools which have also opened. And as I said, by June, we will be fully operational in terms of face-to-face, depending on the advice of the Department of Health, the consent and the participation of the local government units, and most important of all, the consent and the participation of the parents. Out of the many initiatives and the programs in education which have been initiated by President Duterte, I'd like to focus on two innovations, not really innovations, for alternative learning systems is not really new, to emphasize how the process of education has continued, whether we have COVID, whether we have volcanic eruptions, whether we have floods, and whether we have many other challenges in the political and the social and the economic environment. The first of which I would like to discuss with you, to share with you, is the Last Mile Schools program. This is the department's solution to address the gaps in resources and facilities. These are the schools which are unnoticed. One room, no furniture, no gadgets, and very inaccessible to many of the advantages that we are used to. They are not noticed because the classrooms are very small. They are not noticed because maybe their votes are not that many. And we counted them, we made an inventory of them, and we called it the Last Mile Schools program. We initiated this in the past 2 years. Why last mile? Asked President Duterte. I said, this is because we are winding up our administration. We have to have an inventory of what we still need to do. And we have to give attention to the unnoticed, to the unseen, to the deprived, to those whose votes probably do not count, to those whose numbers do not really matter because they are not that many. And so, during the past years, we distributed 46,957 laptop computers, 33,709 tablets, 14,401 televisions. And these were taken advantage of by our children in the Last Mile Schools program. And I was very proud to share with them that not only our international partners, but also all the other agencies of government did all that they could to help the Last Mile Schools program. I'd like to make special mention of the Department of Finance because it is a very unusual step which they did. What the Department of Finance, through the Bureau of Customs did was to turn over to the Department of Education all the seized computers, digital toys, laptops, even shoes, which were smuggled, and turned them over to the Department of Education. And we distributed these to the schools instead of allowing them to rot through various procedures, etc., in warehouses. And these were distributed to the last mile schools. So now the last mile schools program in the government is already a byword. And even the multilaterals were very surprised. It's the first time they have ever heard of seized goods which were turned over to the Department of Education and to the children themselves. Also, under blended learning, as you all know, we have resorted to DepEd television. We have the DepEd Commons. DepEd television is now patronized, in a sense, by monthly average of 18 million school-aged viewers. And DepEd Commons has 14.5 million users, wherein we utilize communications, TV, radio, to make available to our learners and to our teachers and to our parents who are learning along with their students our resources in the Department of Education. And this is how we are able to reach out our alternative learners as well as the last mile schoolers. Also, under the alternative learning system, we all know and we are very proud that we know how to speak English and we pronounce them correctly. And we laugh at those who do not speak English. Well, we do not speak French. We do not speak German. And we are, very conscious of this. And so we have 5 languages which are now taught. All the official languages are now taught at the level of the senior high school, the latest of which is Korean. Korean is now being taught in the senior high schools. And the day that we announced, Sec Galvez is very curious, the day that we announced that we are going to teach Korean in senior high school, more than 1 million respondents expressed interest, including the wives and the mothers who dearly love Korean entertainment. So they want to learn Korean as well. Under the alternative learning system, we were able to attract, to bring in, to rope in 4,228,350 out-of-school youths and adults who are now in ALS. On a yearly average, this is 95% higher than the past administration for all those who have dropped out. These are the kids whom others describe as those who have fallen through the cracks, who are not able to pursue their education, who have to work, and for one reason or another cannot attend classes the regular way. So now we have ALS Senior High School in 4 schools, and we graduated a number of them, and we're going to expand more alternative learning systems, senior high school level, at the rate that we are going. And you cannot imagine the joy, the pride. You can see young mothers bringing their infants and marching to the stage. I have seen and I have met young jail inmates in Davao at the initiative of former Mayor Sara Duterte, who benefited from the alternative learning systems. So we're reaching out not only to those in the streets, to the farmers, to the factory workers, but also to those who are in prison and those who are in remote places. And also, we are a government of laws. Many of government decisions and policies are based on laws. When the Senate and the House initiated this ALS Act, and this is a landmark legislation which institutionalizes the ALS program, but it was the President who expanded the ALS program. When I first came in, he increased the budget of the Department of Education by 30%, most of it going to the ALS programs. And so we are now feeling much more secure because we are backed up by law and we are supported by the other branches of government. Admittedly, there are still challenges in basic education, and we know all of this. We talk about losses in learning. I read it in official documents, in international papers, discussed and torn apart in international conference. But we do not talk about learning gains. During the period of COVID, during the period when schools were forcibly closed, we were learning other ways of teaching. We were learning other ways of communicating with our pupils. We were involving the parents, the local governments, and not only our SUKI international multilateral creditors, but the entire country as well. Yayas were learning along with their charges, and these are very valuable lessons. Also, I would like to emphasize, now that we are going back, or shall we say, we are instituting face-to-face learning, is that face-to-face learning is not the same as the face-to-face learning that you and I, in the days of your youth and your childhood, were used to, where you faced your teacher 5 days a week, 8 hours a day. Face-to-face is always blended with other methodologies. And this is true not only in the Philippines. I don't know why the Philippines is a favorite target of pity. In other countries, it's also the same, especially in that one country which we all admire in Southeast Asia because it leads in education. They don't have face-to-face learning every day. This is because life, society, we survive not necessarily face-to-face. We are moving already into digitalization. And so even as we recognize and we insist on the importance of face-to-face learning for the socialization of our students, for the intensification of learning, we also know that they have to learn in a world where they can order food without seeing the cook, where they can withdraw from the bank without seeing the bank teller, where they can pay their bills without seeing their creditors, and where much communication is not done face-to-face. And so the challenge in education, which we look forward to be continued, would be the combination of blended learning, digitalization, preparing for the future, but at the same time, never forgetting that we are humans. We have to remind our children continually that they are Filipinos, that they are not robots, that they have to go beyond the usual brain implants. 30 years from now, 50 years from now, we may not look the way we look now. We may be doing things differently. Our ways of surviving might be different, and it will always be, as I said, a combination of dealing with each other as human beings, but at the same time communicating, talking with, and even perhaps arguing with those we do not see and with whom we communicate only through technology. But at the same time, we always remind our learners that they are Filipinos. Therefore, we were very involved in elevating the status of Lapu-Lapu as a national hero. We actively involved ourselves in the production, for example, of Noli Me Tangere. For others, for many learners, including myself, reading Noli Me Tangere can perhaps be the most boring exercise one can ever be engaged in with the archaic language. But we sponsored for several days Noli Me Tangere in opera at the Cultural Center of the Philippines. For the first time, we had superintendents, principals, heads of schools getting inside CCP for the first time. For the first time, children wept over Basilio and Crispin as they sang with their beautiful voices. For the first time, we introduced different forms of expression, not only in books, but also in the performing arts. So, this is what the Duterte administration has done for education. And it could not have happened without the financial support. We cannot engage, we can only dream of new ways of educating our children. We can only dream of what society will be 50 years from now. But we also need the resources. And such resources were provided not only under the President's direction, not only by the different agencies, but also the entire society. And such innovative steps like smuggled goods being distributed to learners. The members of the conference were surprised because this is the first time they ever heard of smuggled goods, of seized goods being passed on. And then they also heard about how we are not forcing or making children and their parents undergo vaccination. It has to be voluntary, and so we are conducting a very aggressive campaign with the help of Secretary Galvez and the Department of Health. So all these things, the combination of loving and caring for our learners, the combination of willingness to share whatever resources there are, the combination of creative ways when there is no more money, well, there is smuggling, and so on. And these are not only useful lessons for us in the Philippines, but also for the rest of the world. And this is our contribution to education, and we should hold our head high. We are not left behind. We did not close our schools. We are on blended learning. We are back to face-to-face approach to education. Thank you very much.
nalalawigan dahil sa banta ng
Suspendido ang
COVID-19.
klase sa ilang paaralan sa Metro Manila at Calabarzon.
Suspension of classes in all levels in Metro Manila is hereby extended until April 12, 2020.
Nagkaroon nga po ng pandemya. Doon po ay medyo nalungkot si Jersey dahil mag-miss niya na yung school. Hindi na siya makakapasok at hindi siya makakagawa ng mga activities sa school.
Ang ginawa kaagad ng DepEd ay nag-develop tayo ng Learning Continuity Program na kailangan learning must continue in whatever form using whatever methods or technology which is available.
Nakita ko po ang post po ng DepEd Philippines na kanila pong pinapaalam sa lahat na meron po silang programa tulad po ng DepEd TV at DepEd Commons na makakatulong po sa mga bata. Dito ay nag-enjoy po akong panoorin ang mga teachers sa kanilang pagtuturo at maayos nilang na ipapaliwanag ang mga aralin.
We have widened the reach of skills training and increased the number of out-of-school children and youth who have availed of the alternative learning system.
Nung wala pa po ang ALS sa aming lugar, ma'am, ang trabaho ko lang po noon, nag-aalaga ng bata. Tapos may pumunta sa bahay namin, ALS passer, in-encourage na ako na mag-enroll. Doon, ma'am, nabuhayan ako ng loob na sabi ko makakatapos ako, matutupad ko yung pangarap ko maging teacher.
Ito ay flexible dahil ina-align ang curriculum sa ating formal K-12 pero mas sinistreamline ito at kinikilala yung mga natutunan na ng isang bata at pagkatapos ng mga interventions ay may pagkakataon siyang kumuha ng tinatawag na accreditation and equivalency exam.
Nakaka-build up po siya ng pagkatao kasi dati akala ko talaga parang wala na sa ano kung mag-aral. Hanggang yun nga po, nagka-family na po ako kaya naisip ko rin na siguro mas maganda po na magtapos ako ng pag-aaral ko para mas magkaroon ko ng magandang trabaho.
Kasi learning does not stop. Araw-araw may bagong development. Araw-araw may bagong knowledge na natuklas. Kung titigil ka, maiiwanan ka talaga. From that, nakikita ko kung gaano ka-importante na ipagpatuloy ang edukasyon.
Yung pagpapalakas, ma'am, ng ALS, mas lalo niyang pinaganda yung programa ng ALS kasi dati junior high school lang. Ngayon, nagkaroon pa ng opportunity yung mga nag-graduate ng old curriculum na makapag-continue ng pag-aaral.
Sa mga kapwa ko po na out of school youth na gusto pong maipagpatuloy ang kanilang pag-aaral, sa ALS po may pag-asa po. Hindi pa naman po huli ang lahat para maitupad po at maipagpatuloy ang inyong mga pangarap.
Hailing all the way from Albay, let us give it up for Mr. June Raymond Cancela.
Magandang araw po sa inyong lahat. Ako po. Hello. Magandang araw po ulit sa inyong lahat. Ako po si June Raymond Cancela, 24 years old and a proud graduate of Alternative Learning System, Senior High School of Tabaco National High School of Tabaco City, Albay. Napakalaking tulong po ng ALS sa aking buhay. Dahil po dito ay nagkaroon po ako ng pagkakataon na may pagpatuloy ko po ang aking pag-aaral. Akala ko po noon, hindi ko na maipapagpatuloy ang aking pag-aaral. Akala ko po mananatiling panaginip na lamang ang makatanggap po ng diploma. Subalit hindi pala. Hanggang ngayon po ay hindi pa rin ako makapaniwala na aking pong nalampasan ang mga balakid at pagsubok kaugnay sa aking pag-aaral sa kabila po ng pandemya. Hindi madaling pagsabayin ang pag-aaral, paghahanap buhay bilang isang security guard, at pagiging padre di pamilya.
Subalit ang mabigat ay gumaan dahil may mga tao na handang maglaan ng kanilang oras at panahon para tulungan kaming maipagpatuloy ang aming mga pangarap sa buhay. Maraming salamat po sa aming mga guro sa ALS, sa aming punong guro, at sa mga namumuno sa Schools Divisions Office ng Tabaco City, Local Government Unit ng Tabaco City, DepEd Region 5, Bicol ALS Task Force, higit sa lahat, sa ating kalihim ng edukasyon na si Leonor Magtolis Briones, at sa administrasyon ng mahal na Pangulong Rodrigo Duterte. Taos-puso po ang aking pasasalamat sa inyong pagbibigay prioridad sa programa po ng ALS. Nang dahil po sa inyong pagpupursige, tunay ngang walang mag-aaral ang maiiwan. Dahil sa ALS, may pag-asa. Alternative Learning System, na kung bibigyan ko ng sariling kahulugan ang bawat letra nito, ito ay ahon. Aahunin ang buhay sa kamangmangan, laban, lalabanan ang sagwil at kamitin ang karunungan. Sulong, sulong ng sulong at walang atrasan. Ako po, si June Raymond Cancela, ipinagmamalaki ko na ako po ay produkto ng Alternative Learning System Senior High School ng Tabaco National High School, Tabaco City, Albay. Diyos mabalos po sa tuyang gabos.
Thank you, Mr. June Cancela. And now we have Miss Juvie Britannico.
Magandang araw po sa inyong lahat. Ako po si Juvie A. Britannico. I'm 35 years old, a graduate of Alternative Learning System Senior High School of Tabaco National High School, Tabaco City, Albay. Nagpapasalamat po ako sa Administrasyong Duterte sa pagsasabatas ng New ALS K-12 Basic Curriculum dahil po sa maraming katulad ko na out-of-school youth and adults ang matutulungan ng programang ito. Marahil ay nagtataka kayo, sa edad kong to ay nagsusumika pa akong matapos at abutin ko ang aking mga pangarap. Sa bata pa lamang po ako, ay pangarap ko ng maging isang guro upang makatulong sa aking pamilya at sa aking komunidad. Ngunit, ang tadhana ay hindi ako sumang-ayon sa akin ng tadhana. Dahil sa edad na 9 na taong gulang, ang aking ama ay pumanaw. Ang pangarap na ito ay biglang naglaho, na kinailangan kong magtrabaho upang matustusan ang pag-aaral ko sa elementarya hanggang sa sekundarya. Sa paglipas ng panahon, nagkaroon na rin ako ng sarili kong pamilya. Naisip ko na habang lumalaki ang mga anak ko, paano kaya ko sila mabibigyan ng magandang kinabukasan at nang hindi na nila maranasan yung napagdaanan ko, makapagtapos lamang ng aking pag-aaral. Gusto kong mag-aral ulit, ngunit hindi ako tinatanggap sa mga kolehiyo dahil hindi po ako nakapagtapos ng K-12 na curriculum noong high school. Ngunit sa hindi inaasahang pagkakataon, yung isang kaibigan ko na ALS sponsor ay nagbigay sa akin ng idea na mag-i-implement ng senior high school ang ALS. Agad ako nag-enroll sa Tabaco National High School. Ipinagpatuloy ko ang aking pag-aaral sa kabila ng hamon ng dulot ng pandemya. Sabay-sabay kaming nagmo-module ng 3 kong anak at 1 kong pamangkin. Kumbaga, time management lang po para maabot mo ang iyong pangarap. Hindi ito naging hadlang upang matapos ko ang senior high school at magkaroon ng National Certificate 1 sa SMAW o Scheduled Metal Art Welding. Ang lahat ng hirap at pagsasakripisyo ay ginawa kong inspirasyon upang lalong sumikap sa buhay. Sa ngayon, ako ay isang working student at kumukuha ng kursong edukasyon, major in Filipino sa San Jose Community College sa Malilipot, Albay. Sisikapin ko pong makapagtapos ng aking pag-aaral upang maging isang ganap na guro nang makatulong sa aking komunidad, sa aking pamilya, at magbigay ng inspirasyon sa mga kabataang nanghihina ang loob na magtapos ng pag-aaral, dulot ng kahirapan at ng mga balakid sa buhay. Maraming salamat po.
Thank you once again, Mr. June Raymond Cancela and Ms. Juvie Britannico. Before anything else, we'd also like to acknowledge the presence of the wife of our Cabinet Secretary, Melvin Matibag. Please give a big round of applause to San Pedro Laguna Representative, Congresswoman Ann Matibag. The bold leadership of President Duterte and his respect for our Muslim brothers and sisters paved the way in cementing various peace agreements and creating an autonomous entity for the Bangsamoro people. To present the legacies on Bangsamoro organic law and peace initiatives, let us put our hands together for the office of the Presidential Advisor on Peace, Reconciliation, and Unity, Secretary Carlito Galvez Jr.
Thank you very much, and also thank you for the different departments that go before me, because most of our returnees have benefited from the ALPS, especially the alternative learning system. Fellow cabinet members, our peace and development partners, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. On behalf of the Security, Justice and Peace Cluster, headed by General Esperon, and also our chairman of the Intercabinet Cluster on Normalization, Cabinet Secretary Melvin Magtibag, I will be presenting to you the Duterte's peace legacy, and this is our journey towards just and lasting peace. During the inaugural address of the President in 2016, he said, and I quote, "On the domestic front, my administration is committed to implement all signed peace agreements in step with the constitutional and legal reforms." Ibabahagi ko po sa inyo ngayon ang ating mga nakamit na usaping pangkapayapaan sa ilalim ng administrasyon ng Pangulong Duterte. The peace process flourished under the leadership of the President, at sa gitna po ng maraming hamon na dulot ng pandemya ay tuloy-tuloy ang pagsulong sa komprehensibong prosesong pangkapayapaan ng bansa sa pamamagitan ng 6-point development agenda as shown. Ang Office of the Presidential Advisor on Peace, Reconciliation, and Unities Program, together with those other national government agencies, local government units, and peace partners, have contributed to the relative peace in the country in these past 3 years after the Marawi siege. Specifically, in the BARM and Mindanao, the absence of major conflicts since the Marawi siege has facilitated an increase in economic activity and growth. In fact, the BARM has recorded as the second highest growth in the different regions. The gains in peace and have facilitated private sector confidence, as evidenced by the increase in investment generation and socio-economic improvement, as seen in the decrease of poverty incidence, which is at its lowest in BARM. Being the first Mindanaoan president, President Rodrigo Roa Duterte has a very deep understanding of the Bangsamoro peace process and knew what had to be done to sustain the gains of peace. The implementation of the political and normalization tracks of the comprehensive agreement on the Bangsamoro took a major movement forward. President Duterte successfully spearheaded the passage of Republic Act 11054, or the Bangsamoro Organic Law, or the BOL, giving birth to a new autonomous region, Mindanao, that embodies the dreams and aspirations not only of the Moro people, but by the entire Filipino nation. Under the normalization track, we now have 19,200 former MILF combatants who have undergone the process of decommissioning with the phases 2 and 3 and are now living as peaceful and productive civilians as their camp are being transformed into a progressive, resilient communities. The remaining 7,000 combatants are set to be decommissioned this year from the Phase 3 track. Tinalikuran na po ng mga dating mandirigma ang buhay ng karahasan at ngayon ay tumutulong na sa pamahalaan upang isulong ang kapayapaan at kaunlaran sa kanilang mga lugar. The Inter-Cabinet Cluster Mechanism on Normalization, which is chaired by Cabinet Secretary Matibag, was also created to harmonize the initiatives of national line agencies in the implementation of the different components under the normalization track, which includes the Socio-Economic and Development Program, the Security Transitional Program, the Competence Building Measures, and the Transitional Justice and Reconciliation. On the disbandment of private armed groups, 15 out of 18 verified private armed groups were disbanded, with 93 members and 86 firearms recovered. On the management of small arms and light weapons, the OPAPRU entered into Memorandum of Agreement with 5 provincial LGUs in 2020 and 3 provincial LGUs in 2021. A total of 542 loose firearms were surrendered and 3,199 firearms were stenciled for accounting. Individuals who turned in their weapons were provided with livelihood assistance. The Western Mindanao Command accounted for 1,337 loose firearms from January 1 until April in 2018, in line with the campaign of President Rodrigo Roa Duterte against loose firearms. Ang dating mga tagumpay sa ilalim ng security component ng normalization ay bahagi ng ating pagtiyak na ang lahat ng mga nakapaloob sa kasunduang pangkapayapaan ay maisasakatuparan. We also demonstrated our sincerity to fulfill all commitments made with the Moro National Liberation Front under the 1996 Final Peace Agreement. The government established 2 peace coordinating committees to engage Professor Nur Miswari and Chairman Muslim Ensema to further strengthen the GPH-MNLF peace process. The MNLF has also become an integral part of the Bangsamoro Transition Authority, wherein 10 out of the 80 BTA members represent the MNLF. And Chairman Nur Miswari is now indicating that they are interested to participate with the Bangsamoro Transition Authority. The transformation program is being finalized to pave the way for meaningful transformation of the MNLF combatants and their families. The appointment of Nur Miswari as Special Envoy to the Organization of Islamic Cooperation played a crucial role to this administration and to the next administration. This would ensure that the continuity of the MNLF support to the peace and development agenda of the administration will continue to proceed. Relative to the implementation of the transformation program, the GPH and the MNLF SEMA Group agreed to establish security mechanism for the implementation of the security component of the program. This joint undertaking with the MNLF shall ensure the implementation of the security processes such as the validation and verification of the MNLF combatants who shall undergo the transformation program. As part of the harmonization, convergence, and transformation effort, at least 10,957 MILF and MNLF combatants took the examination for the Special Qualifying Eligibility Examination of NAPOLCOM that was conducted on May 29 in the island province of Basilan and Cotabato City. Makikita po natin ito. Ito pong mga ating brother MILF at saka MNLF. Talaga pong more than 11,000 po ang nag-apply at nakita po natin na 10,950 ang nag-exam. At marami pa po ang gustong magpulis dahil nakikita nila na maganda ang pakinabang po natin dahil sila po mismo ay kasama na natin para sa usaping kapayapaan at sila na rin po ang magkakaroon ng tinatawag nating community policing. Kaya nagpapasalamat po kami sa NAPOLCOM, sa ating kapulisan na nagbigay ng kota na 5,060 ang ma-assign po sa PNP. At yan po ay ma-assign sa PROBAR. At nakita po natin yung sa ating integration program nung panahon po ng MNLF, ito po ang napakagandang halimbawa po na magiging matahimik na po ang buong Mindanao. Bilang pagsuporta sa National Task Force to End Local Communist Armed Conflict, yung ating boss po, ni Secretary Hermones Esperon, puspuson po ang pagsagawa ng mga localized peace engagement sa pamamagitan ng community consultation at local peace dialogue sa mga miyembro ng rebeldeng grupo at kumbinsihin silang ibaba na ang kanilang mga armas at tuluyan ng talikuran ang armadong karahasan. Ako po ang dinesignate po ng ating mahal na Secretary Esperon na ako po ang mamuno po sa Cords 3 sa Central Mindanao. At ako po nahihiya na kung wala po ako mai-report po dito. As a Cabinet Officer for Regional Development and Security for Central Luzon, we led members of the Regional Task Force for Ending Local Communist Armed Conflict in signing a pledge of commitment against the communist terrorist group. Ang lahat ng ito ay nagpakita ng pagnanais ng Administrasyong Duterte na wakasan na ang paghahasik ng takot at kaguluhan ng CTG sa mga komunidad at tulungan ang mga residente na iangat ang antas ng kanilang kabuhayan at isa sa mga halimbawa po nito ay ang pagkabuwag ng kilusang larangang gerilla, Sierra Madre at ang pakikipag-ugnayan namin sa samahan ng mga magsasaka sa Bulacan na kung saan ay tinalakay natin kung paano madedevelop ang irigasyon sa kanilang probinsya. Secretary Esperon, sir, I would like to also report to you na based dun sa report ng NOLCOM ay talaga pong meron na po tayong nahuli na naman na napakataas na isang high value target ng Communist Party of the Philippines. The historic signing of the Clarificatory Implementing Document with the Revolutionaryong Partidong Manggagawa ng Pilipinas, Revolutionary Proletarian Army, Alex Bongcayo Brigade, Tabara Paduano Group, or ang Kapatiran on July 19, 2019, helped fast-track the transformation process of the group members' transformation program. On September 19, 2019, President Rodrigo Roa Duterte witnessed the decommissioning of the 727 Kapatiran members. Ito pong Kapatiran members na po ito, 19 years na naghihintay na po ito, na 2000 pa po ito, nagkaroon po tayo ng peace agreement. At nung makita po ng ating mahal na presidente, si Kaingka, doon po sa Negros, doon po lang nagkaroon ng tinatawag na katuparan ang kanilang hinaing na aspiration for transformation. All members receive a livelihood settlement grant amounting to almost 50,000 each, and the grant is being used to implement their chosen livelihood projects supported by complementary development programs implemented through the multisectoral partnership. At nasabi nga po sa amin ni Governor Emilia Flores na sinasabi niya ang naging dividend po nila nung signing po ng peace agreement with RPA-ABB is Boracay. Dahil po nung hindi pa po nakakaroon ng peace agreement ang RPA-ABB, ang Boracay po ay hindi mapuntahan ng mga turista. At ngayon po, sa ngayon, nakikita natin, ang naging peace dividend po ng signing agreement po nito ay ang pagtaguyod po ng Boracay. The community defense units were deployed as an interim security arrangement for the Kapitiran settlement sites. The peace process with the Cordillera Bodong Administration, Cordillera People Liberation Army, continues to move forward. At least 339 inventoried firearms owned by the CPA-CPLA members were turned over to the Police Regional Office, Cordillera, and were destroyed at Camp Bado Dangwa last 2020. 498 former rebels of the CPA-CPLA and their next of kin are now employed as forest guards in the Cordillera region. We thank the DNR for accommodating their employment. The normalization program covers a total of 232 barangays, wherein 21 have been served through the Sustainable Inclusive Peace and Transformation Program. There are 220 old guards and martyrs, and with 70 were documented, while the rest is ongoing under the Special Educational Assistance Program, or SEAP. A total of 100 CBA, CPL, and next of kin were endorsed as grantees under Batch 1. Ang tuloy-tuloy na kapag-ugnayan ng pamahalaan sa CPA, CPLA at ang kapatiran ay nagpapakita lang sa atin na pagnanais na tulungan ang mga miyembro na tahakin ang landas ng kapayapaan at iangat ang kanilang kabuhayan. Aside from implementing the peace agreements, we created a social healing and peace-building programs to promote social cohesion, mutual understanding, and reconciliation across the country, and to provide viable platforms for the meaningful participation and involvement of the women, youth, and other vulnerable sectors. Currently, this initiative is being utilized in the ongoing Marawi rehabilitation. Strengthening the role of women and the youth in the peace process, conflict transformation, and the protection of human rights and international humanitarian law are also being mainstreamed as part of the National Action Plan for Women and Youth. This administration has continued the implementation of the Payapa at Masaganang Pamayanan or Pamana, which aims to carry out the socio-economic intervention in conflict-affected communities throughout the country. To date, the national government has allocated more than 55 billion to implement 4,000 Pamana projects from 2017 to 2021 across the country. This is in full support of its vision of building peaceful, progressive, and conflict-resilient communities. Mga kababayan, ang lahat ng mga programang aking nabanggit ay resulta ng sinseridad at determinasyon ng Administrasyong Duterte na isulong ang komprehensibong prosesong pangkapayapaan sa bansa. This is a result of our collective efforts and continuing commitment to work together in pursuing a just and lasting peace and sustainable development. Maraming salamat po at magandang araw po sa ating lahat.
What we are now trying to solve is one of the hardest in my administration. Maybe the hardest of them all.
Nakibaka ako laban sa gobyerno sa ilalim ng pamumuno ng CPP-NPA na naninindigan na isulong ang pambansang demokratikong revolusyon sa loob ng mahigit 20 taon. Kasi naniniwala akong kailangang baguhin yung lipunan.
Ang akin, it must be inclusive. Lahat, walang maiwan dito sa peace talks na ito. The MIMF, the MNLF, lahat na lumad, kailangan kasali.
Dahil ang gobyerno ay seryoso din sa programa na lutasin ang armed conflict, ang naging usapan namin ay we go for a political settlement. Kay Presidente Duterte, pinirmahan ito through sa CID Clarificatory Implementing Document to the 2000 Peace Agreement. May tuturing din nating legacy niya. Kasi ito yung naunang peace agreement na may mga konkretong commitment na nailatag ang gobyerno sa mga dating armadong rebelde.
We wanted to help to solve our problem as a nation. Not to solve our problem as an organization. Wala nang gulo sa buong areas ng MNLF for the past 6 years dahil sa commitment.
the Bangsamoro Autonomous Region in Muslim Mindanao is not just the fulfillment of a campaign promise. It will be the realization of all our dreams and end long decades of armed struggle that hinder the growth of the region.
It is the dream of everybody. 4 decades na nagkaroon ang naguluhan dito sa Mindanao. Gradually now, we are enjoying already the fruit of the agreement and we are gradually enjoying peace and security in the area.
The extension of the Bangsamoro Transition Authority is a great gift and it's a big stride for peace because it gives us the opportunity to work with utmost ease and security in their respective communities.
Para sa amin, tungtungan ito para sa higit pang tagumpay para mabago ang lipunan at malutas ang mga suliraning kinakaharapan ng bansa.
Kay President Duterte, you did your best to make a bright and a good future para sa atin lahat. And that's why we supported you. And we are by your side from that day to this day.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Ako po ay si Nurhan Lumangka Mangutara. Isa po akong decommissioning combatants mula sa Moro Islamic Liberation Front. Ako po ay na-decommissioning noong November 2019 sa administration ni Rodrigo Duterte. Bilang beneficiarying combatants, ang nakuha ko po ay nakakuha po ako ng 100,000 cash. Nakabili po ako ng area sa dagat, tinaniman ko ng agal-agal, yung tawag nila sa agal-agal, sewage. Nakabili pa ako ng isang bangka na may makina, nakapagpatayo pa ako ng konting bahay. So, malaki talaga ang naitulong sa akin ng pera na yon dahil sa yung mga anak ko na nag-aaral, nakatulong din sa kanila. Nakapasok po ako sa bilang decommissioning combatants. Nakasali po ako sa training values transformation. Nakasali pa ako sa tawag nila na carpentry. So malaki talagang nitulong niya sa akin kasi ngayon marunong na akong mag-carpentry. Kahit akin lang ng bahay, okay lang yun. Naka-receive pa kami ng allowance namin doon, 7,800 pesos. Ang laking impact po ang naibigay sa akin ng mga tulong na yan. Dati yung mga anak ko, hindi ko sila kayang paaralin dahil wala kaming panggastos pang araw-araw. Dahil sa ngayon, mayroon na kaming income na makukuha namin sa nabili kong area sa dagat. Dahil sa pirang yun, may negosyo rin yung isang anak ko na nag-aaral. Maraming salamat po sa mga nakuha kong tulong. Maraming salamat po sa Pangulong Duterte. Dahil noon, alam kong napakahirap yung dinanas namin noon. Pero nang Pangulong Duterte na ang Pangulo dito sa Pilipinas, malaki talaga ang naitulong niya sa Bangsamoro. So ngayon, okay na po yung panghanap buhay namin. Wala nang kaguluhan dito sa amin. Yung mga droga dito sa sakop ng Bangsamoro, talagang nialis ni Pangulong Duterte yun. So yun na talaga ang naging pasalamat ko sa kanya. At saka kung hindi siya, hindi na yung mapirmahan yung BOL. So yun ang pag-angat ng Bangsamoro dahil sa talagang malaking suporta ang Pangulo natin.
It's so wonderful to hear and to see that peace is now a reality in Mindanao. Now, I'd like to acknowledge the presence of Police Lieutenant General Vicente Danao Jr., sir, the Chief of the Philippine National Police. Also, I'd like to remind everyone that in the back of the programs and the cards that are on the table, there's a QR code. So please scan it and fill up the form for the feedback from the Duterte Legacy Summit. As well as please continue to tweet and post on Facebook and Instagram and Twitter what you think is the best Duterte legacy for you, using the hashtag Duterte Legacy. And now let us move on. Centering on the empowerment of the workforce is one of the key areas that our government has worked hard for. Skills training and more scholarships were provided for the Filipinos. To present the legacies on free technical vocational education and training, let us welcome Technical Education and Skills Development Authority's Secretary, Isidro La Peña.
Thank you, Madam Master of Ceremonies. The Honorable Senator Christopher Bongo, the members of the Cabinet, Secretary Liling Magtonis Briones, ma'am, Secretary Juan Esperon, Secretary Charlie Galvez, Director General Alex Monteagudo, Director General Wilkins Villanueva of PDEA, Police Lieutenant General Vic Danao Jr., the Acting Chief of the Philippine National Police, fellow public servants, our friends from the media, our Facebook live viewers, ladies and gentlemen, magandang hapon po sa inyong lahat. Good afternoon. I am with my party, the Deputy Directors General of TESDA, they are there, at saka yung mga Executive Directors ng TESDA, diyan po sila. At kasama ko po sila na nagpapasalamat sa karangalan na ibinigay ninyo sa TESDA sa pagkakataon na maiulat sa bayan ang ilan sa mga programa at serbisyong na isagawa ng Technical Education and Skills Development Authority o TESDA para sa ating mga kababayan. Noong itinalaga ako ng ating Pangulo, si Mayor Rodrigo Roa Duterte bilang TESDA Director General, mabilis ang aking naging direktiba na gawing mas maayos at epektibo ang pagsiservisyo namin sa TESDA upang mabigyan ng katuparan ang campaign promise ng ating Pangulo, ang Free Technical Vocational Education and Training or Free TVET. Over the years, the men and women of TESDA work with such dedication to ensure that we perform our mandate to provide relevant, accessible, high-quality, and efficient technical education and skills development to the Filipino people. Not just during ordinary days, but even during the most difficult times. In doing so, TESDA ensured that no one is left behind. Our guiding principle, TESDA abot lahat, which means TESDA reaches everyone, has reinforced our mandate of making TVET accessible. With the signing of Executive Order Number 83, adopting the National Technical Education and Skills Development Plan, or NTSDP, of 2018 to 2022, TESDA's role in developing a skilled workforce was further underscored. TESDA applied the NTSDP's two-pronged strategy. First, TVET for global competitiveness and workforce readiness, and second, TVET for Social Equity and Poverty Reduction. TESDA is proud to report that under the Duterte administration, additional scholarship programs were implemented. In 2018, pursuant to Republic Act number 10931, or the Universal Access to Quality Tertiary Education Act of 2017, TESDA started implementing free TVET in state-run technical vocational institutions. Ito yung sinasabi kanina ni Professor Popoy about itong free scholarship, tertiary scholarship. Pero sa TESDA, yung aming quality tertiary education ay 3 years lamang. At ito ay what we call diploma in technology. So kung gusto mo magkatrabaho kaagad after having a diploma, then TESDA is the path. TESDA also implemented in 2021 the Tulong Trabaho Scholarship Program as provided under Republic Act number 11230. The latest scholarship program bridges the gap in the number of unemployed Filipinos and aims to address the job skills mismatch in the country. Overall, together with our partner, private tech book institutions, more than 11.6 million Filipinos enrolled in tech book education and more than 10.8 million graduated. In 6 years' time, 7.1 million Filipinos were also granted their TESDA national certificates. Mula noong 2018 hanggang 2022, mahigit na 1.5 million special clients ang kumuha ng iba't ibang skills training. Kabilang sa special clients ng TESDA ay ang mga former rebels, mga indigenous peoples, drug surrenderers, agrarian reform beneficiaries, poor peace beneficiaries, persons deprived of liberty, at kapamilya ng ilang mga uniformed personnel killed or wounded in action, at marami pang iba. Kasama na dyan yung mga former rebels na binanggit ni Secretary Charlie Galvez kanina. Bilang chair ng Poverty Reduction, Livelihood and Employment Cluster ng National Task Force to End the Local Communist Armed Conflict, nakapaghatid din ng serbisyo ang TESDA sa mga lugar na malalayo at mahihirap puntahan o geographically isolated disadvantaged areas. Kabilang rito ang Sitio Blit ng Barangay Ned o Lake Cebu Municipality ng South Cotabato, kung saan isinagawa ang Project Tala. Ang Tala stands for TESDA, Alay ay Liwanag at Asenso. Matapos ang ilang dekada ng pagtitiis sa kawalan ng ilaw sa kanilang lugar, napailawan din ang mga tirahan doon matapos magsagawa ang TESDA ng training sa photovoltaic system installation at namahagi kami ng solar panels. Ayon sa isang tribal leader doon, mga about 70 years old, sabi niya, sa tanang buhay ko, ngayon lang ako nakakita ng ilaw. Maluha-luha pa siya. It was a statement of government neglect for so long a time. But it was also a statement that at long last, government service has finally arrived in their community during the time of President Duterte. Nagkaroon din ng sustainable source of income ang mga magsasaka sa Barangay Alegria of Alabel ng Sarangani Province. Matapos ang kanilang training sa mga agriculture courses, naitayo ang tinatawag na bagsakan, ang Alabel Food Hub, sa tulong na rin ng local government ng Alabel. noong 2020, dahil sa mga gawain ng TESDA, hinirang ng National Task Force to End Local Communist Armed Conflict na best cluster ang TESDA-led na PRLEC. Nirate yan nila Secretary John Esperon. We are also glad to report that based on our annual study on the employment of TVET graduates, we made improvements in the employability of textbook graduates. In the years prior to the current administration, the employment rate of TVET graduates ranges from 60 to 66%. It is worthy to note that the employment rate of 68.58% in 2018 remarkably increased to 84.15% in 2019. And despite the continuing pandemic, the employment rate of 70.51% in 2020 rose to 78.57% in 2021. This means that 7 out of 10 textbook graduates were employed after their training despite the pandemic. It is also during Duterte's administration that TESDA was able to establish 63 additional training centers located in the provinces nationwide. Ang ibig sabihin po niyan, before his time, before the Duterte administration, 63 provinces ang walang training center ng TESDA. Another good news is the first regional training center in the National Capital Region was also established in 2020 during the time of the Duterte administration. Imagine National Capital Region, walang training center. But that's how the Duterte administration is very much concerned to provide training to the people, to the Filipino people, so that they will land in a job or a livelihood after. The country also now has 3 innovation centers to provide the latest in textbook education. 5 more are on their way to completion. TESDA also actively pursued modernization to make TVET truly relevant and accessible. As such, we were able to automate the scholarship program implementation through the Biometric-Enabled Scholarship Registration System, or BSRS. A breakthrough innovation, the BSRS utilizes the latest in facial recognition technology. Sinikap namin sa TESDA ang automation sa pamamagitan ng BSRS para masiguro ang integridad ng implementasyon ng scholarship programs para sa ating mga kababayan. When the coronavirus pandemic struck the country, TESDA responded swiftly with our operational plan, TESDA Abot Lahat, TVET towards the new normal. Our immediate intervention was to augment the supply of face masks and other protective equipment for our frontliners. Our trainers made cloth face masks, personal protective equipment, face shields, and others. The many organic farms in all TESDA training centers also donated their harvest to augment the dwindling food supply experienced during the early onset of the pandemic. This has since evolved into what we call TESDA Mayan, our banner program intended to aid communities affected by any crisis, including those caused by natural calamities and other disasters, typhoons included. Kaugnay sa mga nagdaang sakuna, tulad ng lindol, sunog at bagyo, mabilis ang aming TESDA Mayan upang tulungan ang ating mga kababayan upang makabangon muli. Nagatid ang TESDA ng skills training na kailangan ng mga kababayan nating apektado ng sakuna, tulad ng carpentry, masonry, electrical, at plumbing. installation para makatulong sa mas mabilis na pagsasaayos ng mga nasirang tahanan. Ang idea rito ay yung mga apektado ng mga nasirang bahay. Sila na yung train namin para matuto sila ng carpentry, plumbing, electrical installation, or masonry. At sila na mismo yung tagawa ng bahay nila under the supervision ng trainer. And we have done this in all the affected regions ng Typhoon Odette. Naghatid din kami ng training sa food processing para naman sa mga may bahay ng mga kalalakihan ng mga napikto ng bahay para sila na ang magluto o gumawa ng kanilang mga pagkain habang sila ay nasa mga evacuation centers. Noong nasalanta ang bansa ng Bagyong Odette, naging mabilis ang test damayan sa mga apektadong lugar. Bahagi ng aming isinagawang test damayan ay ang body system kung saan pinakilos ng mga non-affected TESDA regional offices ang kanilang mga resources at kawani upang makapaghatid ng relief at rehabilitasyon assistance sa mga lugar na nasalanta ng Bagyong Odette. Sa kasalukuyan, mahigit 900 kabahayan at istruktura ang muling naisaayos at naitayo ng mga TESDA trainers sa construction courses sa pamamagitan na rin ng mga na-train na mga may-ari ng mga bahay. Hindi naman kailangan na maging maganda yung titirahan ng mga evacuees natin, ng mga, yung mga affected ng typhoon. Kaysa na andoon sila sa mga evacuation centers. May balik lang, may matirahan, may bubong, and then may wall, then masaya na sila. And then yung mga misis nila ang nag-prepare ng pagkain. At ito ay ginawa ng TESDA through Training Com Production Scheme. It was also during the enhanced community quarantine that we witnessed the unprecedented spike in the number of registrations in the TESDA online program. It was also during the enhanced community quarantine that we witnessed the spike in the TESDA online program, and people's interest learning various skills online continues up to this day, with more than 3.6 million Filipinos availing of free courses in the TESDA online program. In our President's State of the Nation address in 2020, he directed TESDA to help the returning overseas Filipino workers affected by the pandemic. In his last SONA, he again directed TESDA to prioritize the upskilling of the workforce and increase their employability. TESDA has been actively collaborating with other government agencies and industries to make sure we are properly responding to the needs of the OFWs and the Filipino workforce. We also launched in 2020 the TESDA Abot Lahat ang OFWs, which made our services more efficient and accessible to the OFWs. Under the present administration, almost 35,000 returning or repatriated OFWs, including their dependents, had enrolled in our free textbook programs. And more than 30,000 graduated, and around 19,000 were also certified as skilled workers. Later, we will hear Ms. Esperanza Gastala, a former OFW, talk about how Free Tibet has helped her create promising future for her family and her loved ones. Isa lamang siya sa maraming mga natulungan ng TESDA ng mga OFW. The testimony you will hear give life to what TESDA has done to support the Duterte legacy. The President's campaign promise of Free Tibet has been instrumental in equipping millions of Filipinos with the right skills for a job or a livelihood after their training. Yan po ang kontribusyon ng TESDA para sa Duterte legacy tungo sa komportableng buhay ng bawat Pilipino. Maraming salamat po.
wala na po kaming tatay. So, naawa po ako sa mama ko na siya na lang po yung, kasi 6 po kaming magkakapatid. And then, meron pa po kaming 2 maliit. So, kailangan ko po talaga na magstay para makatulong. Noong 2003, pumunta ako ng Jordan na human trafficking po kami. Pagdating po namin ng Jordan, wala pala po kaming employer. Kailangan ko po kasi magstay that time kasi po parang sinabi ko po talaga sa sarili na hindi ako pwedeng umuwi ng failure.
Another important component of our employment recovery strategy is the retooling of our workers to prepare them to better job opportunities. Since the start of the community quarantine, over 1.5 million availed with TESDA's free online training program.
The TESDA particularly was mandated to retool, to upskill, and reskill. Kasi ang daming mga umuwi natin mga kababayan eh. So, we have yung upla namin para sa OFW. We call it OFW Abot Lahat. Sa term pa ng ating presidente, na gusto niyang magkaroon ng komportabling buhay ang kada Pilipino, then this is the path. It is free.
Actually, yung pag-uwi ko po is hindi plano. Kaso lang, nung nandito na po ako, yung anak ko nagsabi, Mama, palagi mo kong iniiwan. And then, nagkaroon po ng opportunity. Meron po akong kaibigan na ng TESDA. At yun naman po yung nagsabi sa akin na, ay, merong bread and pastry. Timing na nagkaroon ng offer sa LGU, NC2, scholarship. Yun po yung talagang unang kinuha ko.
Diba ito yung gusto ni Presidente? Yung ating mga OFW ay darating ang panahon na dapat iuwi na niya at dito na magtatrabaho. Yun ay salita niya noon, pero nagawa at nangyari na ngayon.
Nagkaroon po ako ng mga suki dyan sa Public Attorney's Office at sa mga iba-iba pong mga area dito sa Iloilo. Siyempre po, masaya kasi pwede pa rin palang magstay. Nagpapasalamat po ako ng taos puso dahil po sa malaking opportunity ibinigay niya ng dahil po sa mga training sa TESDA at sa mga iba pang programang kanyang naitulong sa mga tao. Nagkaroon po ako ng opportunity magstay ng Pilipinas at dito na lang po kasama ang aking pamilya.
Magandang araw po sa inyong lahat. Ako po si Esperanza Corazon Gastala ng Iloilo City. Ako po ay dating OFW. Nakapagtapos po ako ng Bachelor of Secondary Education, major in Social Science. Ako po ngayon ay isang private teacher. May asawa at isang anak. Bilang isa sa mga beneficiaries ng TVET program, isa pong malaking karangalan para sa akin ang humarap sa inyong lahat upang magbigay ng testimonya kung paano nabago ng TESDA ang buhay ko. Nag-umpisa po ang journey ko sa TESDA noong 2019. Umuwi po ako para magbakasyon, pero hindi na po ako nakabalik dahil po sa kailangan kong pumili sa pagitan ng pamilya at ng trabaho. Pagkaraan po ng ilang buwan, na-hired po ako bilang isang guro po sa isa private school sa Center Montessori. At narinig ko po ang scholarship na offer ng TESDA, kaya't hindi po ako nagdalawang isip na agad na pumunta sa aming munisipyo upang magpalista. Ako naman po ay pinalad na makasama sa scholarship program at nag-umpisang mag-training at matuto. Nang magkaroon po tayo ng pandemya, yun po ay naging isa sa oportunidad sa akin upang magkaroon ng online business. Nag-online baking po ako. Nagsimula po ako sa mga simpleng recipe na natutunan ko lamang sa aming training under po sa Pasig Trade School. Yung pong training na nangyari sa akin sa TESDA ay napakalaking tulong upang magbigay sa akin ng oportunidad na hindi na po ulit ako bumalik sa abroad. Pero hindi po doon nagtapos ang journey ko sa TESDA. Dahil po na-inspired po ako sa aking unang certificate, kaya po nakakuha pa ko ng ilan pa pong mga scholarship. At sa ngayon po ay mayroon na po akong 4 na certificates na alam kong magagamit ko upang makamit ko po ang aking pangarap. dahil po kay TESDA, binigyan niya po ako ng isang pagkakataon na makasama ko ang aking pamilya dahil po sa mahabang panahon, ako po ay naging isang OFW sa Dubai. At ngayon po, bilang isang patunay na wala po sa edad o sa kasarian, nariyan po ang ating gobyerno na handang umalalay, nariyan po ang TESDA na abot kamay lamang po natin. Sana po ay maging inspirasyon ang aking kwento na magkaroon po ng pagkakataon ng iba na makakuha din po ng scholarship dahil po sa TESDA, abot kamay ko na po ang pangarap. Mga kababayan, tara na po sa TESDA, abutin po natin ang ating mga pangarap. Maraming salamat po sa ating mahal na Pangulo, kay Secretary La Peña, at sa TESDA po na nagbibigay po ng pagkakataon sa bawat Pilipinong maging isang skilled workers. Ito po ang magiging daan upang tayo po ay magkaroon ng trabaho at makahinto po tayo sa pag-abroad na tulad ko. Maraming salamat ulit.
Once again, thank you, Ms. Esperanza Corazon Gastala from Iloilo. Ladies and gentlemen, a big hand to all of our presenters so far, as well as our departments, and congratulations for the achievements of our departments towards the Duterte Legacy Summit. It's been a pretty busy day for all of us here.
Yes.
A lot of good news.
Lots of stories.
Lots of stories indeed, and we could see our members of the audience, our friends from the audience. Thank you for joining us here on day 2 of the Duterte Legacy Summit. Hope that everyone is still okay. Everyone's still good. Have you had your lunch already?
Yes.
Yes, good. Everyone okay? Everyone still feeling the energy, feeling the love. Let's clap our hands together, everyone.
Energy, yes.
We're almost about to wrap it up. 2 more major presentations. Good news from our department.
But JC, I think before we go on, I think we want to remember this day.
Yeah, that's true.
And you know, if you don't post it, it never happened.
Yeah, hashtag Duterte Legacy. That's the key hashtag for everybody to remember. And since everyone's taking pictures, if you don't mind, Daphne and I, we're gonna pull out our smartphone. We're gonna take a selfie. Everybody's gonna be in the background. Feel free to stand up and join us as well.
Okay, it's a group fee.
It's a group fee. Okay. Kindly indulge us. We'd like to remember this special moment with everybody. Can you see yourself?
Higher. Ayan pala.
Ayan pala. Okay.
Ayan.
Thank you.
Wow.
Thank you,
Okay, so
everyone.
we will post that with hashtag Duterte Legacy.
It's hashtag Duterte Legacy, and if I may, I think some tweets have we have some tweets here, and don't forget to please again, it's hashtag Duterte Legacy. Join in the conversation. This is an ongoing live event for the second day of our summit. Just to read some of the celebratory tweets for hashtag Duterte Legacy. This one's coming from Akemi04, top 5 rather. Duterte legacy moments. Number 1, nawala ang laglag bala sa airport. Number 2, bumaba ang crime rate sa bansa. Number 3, mas naging handa ang gobyerno sa pagtugon tuwing may bagyo. Number 4, gumanda ang pagpatakbo sa MRT or LRT. And number 5, mas ramdam ng Pinoy ang malasakit ng gobyerno saan mang sulok ng mundo. It's a pretty awesome tweet.
From Ula Aap, Claude Masangkay, top 3 Duterte legacy for me are build, free education, and NTF LCAC. Thank you, Tatay Digong.
Thank you, Tatay Digong. And this one's coming from our very own Senator Panfilo Ping Lacson, on behalf.
That's really him. I am Ping Lacson.
Is that, this is, it is, it's
there's
official.
a blue check. Yeah,
it's his official Twitter account on behalf of all the retired and active military and uniformed personnel. I thank President Rodrigo Roa Duterte for looking after our welfare like no other commander-in-chief before him did. Awesome.
I second the motion. Anak ako ng retired AFP.
That is true. That is true. This one's from at Lakas ng Timog. Walang katulad, walang katumbas, walang kapantay, at walang makakapalit. Hashtag Duterte Legacy. Hashtag Salamat PRRD.
Ang ganda naman to hear what the people really feel about what we're talking about today. From Gerard Talyado, Blue Blink 0.3, my three best, build, build, build. War on drugs, Malasakit Center. What's yours?
Thanks, PRRD, hashtag Duterte Legacy. That's the tweet. Please participate in our hashtag Duterte Legacy Twitter. It's a live, ongoing event. Don't forget, for our friends from media, fellow agencies, we will have a virtual press. We're going to have a virtual presser right here. It will be facilitated by our very own ASEC JV Arsena. And as well as, please, for those who haven't yet to scan their QR codes at the back of their invitation, we'd like to get your feedback on how you found the past 2 days as our memorable event continues. It's hashtag Duterte Legacy. And for our next presenter, many critics raised their eyebrows and questioned the administration's fight against illegal drugs. However, results have proven it was essential in pushing for a safer and more productive society. A huge pivot on how we deal with drug offenders that have allowed twisted lives to be reformed and saved. To talk about the legacies on anti-illegal drugs campaign, let us call on stage Philippine Drug Enforcement Agency Director Wilkins Villanueva, to be followed by Philippine National Police Chief Lieutenant General Vicente Danao Jr.
Government Cabinet Cluster Heads, Heads of National Government Agencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, magandang hapon po sa ating lahat. It all began with a promise made by President Rodrigo Roa Duterte during his campaign for the country's top post in 2016. A commitment to solve a gargantuan and decades-old problem in just a short period of time. To resolve the situation with all possible haste, the government declared an all-out war against illegal drugs. The President swore that he will never stop until the last drug lord, financier, or trafficker is put behind bars. A powerful declaration that he is far more serious about eliminating the illegal drugs in the country. The national anti-drug campaign has never been stronger until his administration came along. Recognition was widely received in local and international communities. Criticisms as well. Assuming the role of the catalyst is the Barangay Drug Clearing Program, or the BDCP. Under the Philippine Anti-Drug Strategy, or PADS, the program is the main framework of the anti-drug strategy of the Philippine Drug Enforcement Agency that embodies a whole-of-nation approach in addressing the drug menace. A seasoned drug law enforcement officer for more than 20 years, I am confident that the BDCP is the answer to the drug woes. Spurring growth in healthy communities that are free from the ill effects of illegal drugs has become the holy grail of the BDCP. holistic in nature, the BDCP enlisted the support of all stakeholders, duty bearers, and local government units in the barangay drug clearing operations. As a result, successful high-impact anti-drug operations which led to the seizure of billions worth of illegal drugs and arrest of high-value targeted drug personalities. We were all over the map. These were all unprecedented and large-scale accomplishment. Just last month, we have interdicted about 1.8 million pesos worth kilos of shabu, 1.8 tons of shabu, the biggest interdiction operation in the history of drug law enforcement. And that is our legacy. To complement the suppression of illegal drugs in the street, the government has put premium on saving lives. Leading the way, our local government units that extended humanitarian assistance to surrendering persons who use drugs and drug offenders in the form of appropriate intervention and reformation programs. Cognizant of the situation, the Duterte administration built the community-based reformation centers and continued to flourish in local communities. We can stop selling the moment we stop those who are buying. Not one person resorts to drug peddling if nary a soul patronizes it. Because every human life is worth saving, the government threw itself wholeheartedly in giving second chances to those who wish to right their wrongs and tread the road to recovery. To the persistent critics who contend that drug war is a failure, I respect your right to free speech. You may have articulated your opinions based on what you see in the news or heard in social media and not on actual experiences. Why don't you ask those domiciles belonging to drug-cleared communities of what they are now enjoying right now? Peace and order reign supreme, while community progress abounds, would be their typical replies. In my book, no one else but the residents of drug-cleared communities make best judges to tell precisely if the war on drugs is a success or not. The war on drugs is unfoundedly blamed for unlawful deaths. However, these losses of lives were a result of violent actions of drug pushers towards law enforcers during lawful operations. Taking human lives was never the intent of anti-drug operations. Let us remember that on the side of law enforcement, PDEA alone also had its share of casualties. There are multiple deaths during legitimate anti-drug operations, but it pales in comparison to the numerous count of drug suspects apprehended. Thanks to the establishment of drug reformation centers in the barangays, I'm certain that more lives were saved than perished. A lot has been said that the President has not kept his promise to rid illegal drugs in his first 6 months of office. He admittedly underestimated the severity of drug problem. The truth of the matter is, the promise never died down. It is very much alive. In fact, it would linger with an established framework, the supply and reduction with emphasis on reformation and reintegration of persons who use drugs. PDEA, under my leadership, has successfully hurdled the implementation of the Barangay Drug Clearing Program, notwithstanding the challenges posed by the global pandemic. PDEA, with the help of all drug law enforcement agencies, is committed to keep the promise wherever it takes, regardless who leads the state. The momentum was built from the onset of war on drugs, is still sustained to date. It remains unabated, and the figures behind the campaign will never waver. Our beloved country could have been a narco state if not for the President Duterte's tough stance in fighting illegal drugs. Under the Duterte rule, the streets are safer, people are out of harm's way, criminality rate continues to drop due to the decline in the number of drug dependents. There is an influx of self-confessed drug users and pushers who voluntarily surrendered nationwide and opted to transform and reintegrate to the society as a useful citizen. The national anti-drug campaign is apolitical and knows no color. The sanctity of human life is the only thing familiar to it. It is unforgiving to those who break the law, and it's attentive and concerned to those who seek a fresh start. All of these illustrious accomplishments were achieved under the auspices of the man under the spotlight. He is also the reason why we are all here today. We are gathered here today to honor the leadership impact of President Rodrigo Roa Duterte. Wala ba tayong palakpak dyan? The presidency is a tough job. You need toughness to accomplish the job. And President Duterte indeed measured up to the credential. But beneath the strength of character lies the authenticity and transparency. What you see of him is what you get. He may have rubbed some people the wrong way, but nobody can deny that his life-changing actions were done for the right reasons. He already cemented his legacy as the one of the greatest president this proud nation has ever seen. He may be entering the twilight of his term, but his and this profound legacy is bound to last and continues to linger to those he came to serve. The legacy he will be leaving today is an inspiration to build a better and stronger tomorrow. Mabuhay si Pangulong Rodrigo Roa Duterte, mabuhay ang Pilipinas, mabuhay tayong lahat.
Thank you to our Philippine Drug Enforcement Agency Director General Wilkins Villanueva. And now please welcome on stage Philippine National Police Chief Lieutenant General Vicente Danao Jr.
to our Commander-in-Chief, the different secretaries of the different departments. Magandang hapon po sa inyo lahat. On May 9, 2016, national and local elections, a strong-willed public servant has emerged as the 16th President of the Republic of the Philippines. President Rodrigo Roa Duterte, a leader with a commitment to pursue change in the Philippines. The Commander-in-Chief that will lead the Philippine National Police to take bolder and higher steps in ensuring security and public safety. As the officer in charge of the Philippine National Police, whom our President Rodrigo Roa Duterte has entrusted the Philippine National Police, it is with great pride and honor to present you, in behalf of the whole PNP, the 6 years accomplishment report of the Philippine National Police, which we entitled The Golden Era of the PNP. And I enjoin everyone to please have your attention at the screens for the presentation of the 6-year accomplishment report of the PNP under the administration of our beloved President. Mr. President, Mayor Duterte, sir, this is our tribute to the best Mayor President of the Philippine Republic.
It's official. It's now President Rodrigo Duterte. As he preferred, he took his oath as the 16th President of the country.
President of many firsts, ang 16th President na si President-elect Rodrigo Duterte. Siya ang kauna-unahang Pangulo na mula sa Mindanao.
It is a historic day for the country. Rodrigo Duterte, who overwhelmingly won in the elections, takes the helm as 16th President.
I do not claim any greatness. I do not have the special talent. I'm just an ordinary.
Destroy the drug.
A strong commander-in-chief that will lead the Philippine National Police to take bolder and higher steps in ensuring public safety. President Rodrigo Roa Duterte has given his marching orders to ensure change in the country. He committed to eradicate corruption, criminality, illegal drugs, and deterioration of law and order during his inaugural speech as he took his post as the President of the Republic. He also committed to eradicate terrorism in the country. As the country faced the COVID-19 pandemic, he remained steadfast and firm as the unexpected challenge has emerged globally. The vision and aspirations of President Duterte was translated into his generous support to the PNP, upgrading the capability of the PNP. Compared to the fiscal year 2010 to 2015 approved budget, the funds allocated to the PNP drastically increased by 118% for fiscal year 2016 to 2022 with the total amount of 23 billion pesos. President Duterte fulfilled his promise to increase the salaries of cops and soldiers when he signed the law adjusting their compensation. The increase in the base pay range from 36% to 121% in all ranks of the Philippine National Police, wherein salary increase of patrolman or patrolwoman was doubled from 14,834 to 29,668 pesos. As a result, the General Appropriations Act budget for the PNP was increased by 123%, which is now at its highest at 169 billion for fiscal year 2022. President Duterte questioned the low amount of the combat duty pay and combat incentive pay, which depreciates the sacrifices of the PNP and AFP who are protecting the country. From the very low 500 pesos it was increased to 3,000 pesos to give more value to the sacrifices of the protectors of peace. From the 3 air assets on 2016, the PNP Air Unit has now 13 air assets worth 2,506,409,940 pesos to support the law enforcement efforts of the PNP units, from the 170 watercrafts on 2016. The PNP Maritime Group has now 353 watercrafts worth 911,957,000 pesos to boost the capability on the protection of the maritime environment. From the 18,018 land vehicles on 2016, the PNP unit has now 22,142 land vehicles worth 4,269,392,902 pesos to that are now being used by the police officers to better serve the community. In terms of firepower equipment, the PNP has now 419,902 firearms with 96% increase from the CEP amounting to 7.182 billion pesos. The communication equipment now has a total of 58,485 units from 73% increase amounting to 3.007 billion pesos. In support of the anti-insurgency program of President Duterte, the PNP increased the ISO or anti-terrorism equipment to 121,517 unit with 499% increase of equipment amounting to 3.797 billion pesos. The PNP also increased its investigative equipment by 26% amounting to 694.769 million pesos. A total of 14,680,769,000 pesos was given to the PNP to improve its move, shoot, communicate and investigate capabilities. For the infrastructure projects of the PNP, a total of 3,055,101,000 pesos was allocated by the PNP to improve the police stations and other infrastructures. To ensure the discipline within the organization, the PNP revitalized its effort on the internal cleansing which penalized the 37,690 erring PNP personnel. Along with this, 773 personnel were dismissed, and 223 personnel were demoted, suspended and reprimanded due to their involvement in illegal drugs. 1,125 personnel were meritoriously promoted in recognition of their exemplary performance. These include the PNP Marawi contingent and other operational accomplishments. The remaining 42 of the SAF 44 are conferred with the PNP Medal of Valor in recognition of their selfless sacrifice for the country. This is the highest number of PNP Medal of Valor awarded by any President of the Republic. 90 million pesos PSFSFA was given to family of the 867 personnel killed in police operations. 66,300,000 pesos PSFSFA was given to 839 personnel wounded in police operations. 71,623,000 pesos was granted to 3,936 PNP beneficiaries through Rewards Educational Assistance Program, Dependents Educational Assistance Program and Special Educational Assistance Program. The PNP has intensified its war on drugs with anti-illegal drugs operations which started with 23,250 in 2016 and has drastically increased to 322,836 in 2022. 471,193 suspects from illegal drugs-related operations were arrested, and 1,307 high-value individuals involved in illegal drugs were arrested, neutralized and have surrendered. And a total of 68.372 billion pesos worth of illegal drugs were confiscated during the stint of President Duterte. In the campaign against illegal gambling, the PNP has conducted 129,011 anti-illegal gambling operations which led to the arrest of 376,342 suspects, seizure of 105,500,000 pesos worth of cash and articles and filing of 8,518,641 case in court. The PNP has improved the crime solution with the arrest of 55,994 most wanted persons, and arrest of 378,308 other wanted persons. In the support to public safety and internal security, 46 communist terrorist groups were dismantled, which contributed to the increased number of surrenderers with a total of 16,229, and recovery of 2,939 firearms from the CTGs. In the deterrence of local terrorist groups, 1,117 LTG members were arrested, neutralized or surrendered. 8,653 members of criminal gangs were arrested, neutralized or surrendered. 435 members of private armed groups were arrested, neutralized or surrendered. As a result, the Crime Clearance Efficiency Index has improved from 72.76% in calendar year 2016 to 96.80 in calendar year 2022. And the Crime Solution Efficiency Index has improved from 57.45 in calendar year 2016 to 79.58 in calendar year 2022. Along with this, the average monthly crime rate has decreased to 13.22%. The national index crime rate has decreased to 2.53%, and the crime volume has decreased to 85,701. The trust of the stakeholders has significantly increased, which generated 3,979 memorandum of agreement and understanding between various government agencies, non-government agencies, and other stakeholders in all level of the PNP. With efforts in the anti-illegal drugs campaign, 1,228,060 illegal drug users surrendered and underwent recovery in wellness program that were PNP initiated and supported activities. As a result of the efforts of the National Task Force to end local communist armed conflict, many of our countrymen who have been deceived by the local communists have regained their trust in the Republic. The PNP ranked 8th in trust rating with 53.867 rating, and ranked 7th the approval rating with 35.2 rating. And the National Safety Index was at a high 97% rating, based on a National Police Commission survey. With the outcome of national and local election for year 2022, the PNP has ensured public safety and law and order with only 27 related incidents. These incidents are significantly lower than year 2010 and 2016 national and local elections. This is the effect of capable and efficient police service that was developed since 2016. The aspirations of the Ambition Natin 2040 and the legacy of President Duterte will be adapted in the PNP's long-term transformation plan, the PNP Patrol Plan 2030. The accomplishments and gains would not be made possible without the trust and support of President Duterte to the PNP. Indeed, the PNP was able to give optimum performance in serving and protecting our country. Over the years, this period was considered the golden era of the Philippine National Police, and the organization will continue to improve and sustain the breakthroughs of this era, in honor of President Rodrigo Roa Duterte.
As we move forward to the new leadership in the Executive Department, we assure our outgoing Commander-in-Chief that we will sustain the golden era of the Philippine National Police. We will uphold the vision and aspirations of our President, Mayor Rodrigo Duterte, sir, towards the attainment of our vision to be a highly capable, effective, and credible police force. Asahan po ninyo ng inyong Philippine National Police ay laging magbibigay ng serbisyong tama. Isang pulis na tapat sa kanyang panunungkulan, isang pulis na may tapang sa mga lumalabag sa batas, at isang pulis na may malasakit sa buong sambayanang Pilipino. Your efforts and contributions to the PNP will never be forgotten. We will be forever grateful with your generosity that guided the gains and accomplishments of your beloved Philippine National Police. To our Commander-in-Chief, Mayor, President Rodrigo Roa Duterte, sir, in behalf of the 225,000 strong men and women of the Philippine National Police, I hereby render my snappiest salute, sir.
Wala na ko una-aba nga kung sa kadako akong gihatag nga og sakit, problema sa akong ginikanan, kung mga igsuon sa akong asawa. Ito nga kapila mihangyo nga akong ginikanan nga magbago ko mga igsuon, wala gihapon ako nagituman gumikan kay nalulong lagi ko sa kumbaga na-addict na jud kay ko sa drugs.
I call on the Philippine National Police, the barangay chairman, the mayors, governors, are all those occupying seats of power and authority not to lower their guard. There will be no let-up in this campaign. We will not stop until the last drug lord, the last financier, and the last pusher have surrendered or put behind bars or below the ground if they so wish.
Nung start ng ating presidente, nagpagawa siya ng mega rehabilitation center. At the same time, ang kagandahan dito kasi, tayo lang ang gumagawa nito sa buong mundo, na kung saan, meron tayong tinatawag na Community-Based Drug Rehabilitation Program. O ito yung tinatawag na CBDRP. In short, mas marami yung naaabot ng ating pamahalaan na paywoods at marami yung nababago nilang buhay.
Wala, katuan ko sa akong barangay captain. Gibuluntan ako akong pawalingon kay ingon po na akong pinikanan, akong pamilya nga. Sige, kay mga nanay panahon sa imong pagbago. Until now, 5 years sober na ako sa drugs. Wala na ko ka gamit.
The fight against illegal drugs of this administration brought to us a better peace and order landscape. Over 1.2 million surrendered and the people felt safe because wala nang nangaharas na drug addict, walang tambay na addict. Yan ang naging resulta.
Grabe ang ako ang pasalamat sa gobyerno nga usa ko sa natabangan, usa ko na naluwas sa ako ang bisyo, sa ako ang ginadiling druga nga bisyo. Sumudo nga karon nagpuyo ko nga malinawon uban akong pamilya, uban akong asawa. Pasalamat ko nga kaya.
All the way from Misamis Occidental, let's call on stage the Anti-Illegal Drugs Campaign beneficiary, Mr. Seriaco Saganay Jr.
Magandang hapon po sa ating lahat, lalong-lalo na po sa mga taong nagbibigay daan patungo sa aking pagbabago. Sa ating mahal na Pangulo, Rodrigo Roa Duterte, sa ating PDA Director, Wilkins Bilinoy Baser, o sa nandarito ngayon, marang hapon po. Nandarito po ako ngayon upang ibahagi ang aking buhay sa madilim at masalimuot na mundo sa illegal na druga. Hindi ko po may pagmamalaki ang aking nakaraan kasi naging masamang miyembro po ako ng lipunan. Pero hindi ko din ito ikinahihiya. Ito rin kasi ang nagtulak sa akin upang huwag isuko ang aking buhay. Ako ang aking mga kapatid ay pinalaki sa mapagmahal na pamilya. Pinalaki ako ng aking mga magulang ng maayos. Ngunit sa kabila ng lahat, sinubukan ko pa rin gumamit ng droga nang dahil sa impluensya ng barkada. Nung una kong gumamit ng shabu, patikim-tikim lang. Pero ngunit ng kalaunan ay hinahanap-hanap ko na ito. Dumating na sa point na hindi na ako nilubayan ng druga na parang isang anino. Kasama ko na ito sa aking pag-aaral hanggang makagraduate ako ng kolehiyo. Makapag-asawa. Mali ang aking akala. Imbis pawiin ng druga ang aking problema. Yun ang nagbigay dulot ng matinding problema, yung druga na yan. Unti-unti niyang sinisira ang aking pagkatao. Unti-unti niyang sinisira ang aking buhay. Wala akong ibinigay sa aking mga magulang kundi dusa at pasakit. Maraming importanteng bagay na nawala sa akin at sa aking pamilya nang dahil sa druga. Wala akong pakialam sa aking paligid. Wala akong iniisip noon maliban sa makabili at makagamit ng shabu. Talamak kung tawagin nila. Tama nga ang sabi nila na ang druga ay parang panauhin sa isang bahay. Sa sandaling ito ay iyong pinatuloy, inistima, at malugod na tiranggap, kilalanin mo itong malupit na Panginoon at ikaw ang isang masunuring alipin. Ang pakiramdam ko noong panahon na iyon ay parang wala na akong kinalalagyan. Hindi ko na kayang umahon. Hindi ko na alam ang takbo ng aking buhay. Parang pinagkaitan na ako ng pag-asa. Nagbago ang lahat ng inilunsad ng City Government of Tangub, ang community-based drug rehabilitation program na naghihikayat sa mga katulad namin. Kahit balot ng takot, hiya at pag-aalinlangan, nagbolunteer pa rin akong sumailalim sa programa sa kakapilit ng aking pamilya. Nung una, sumusunod lang ako sa kanilang mga pinapagawa. Nakikinig lang ako sa kanilang mga pangaral. Pero habang tumatagal, naiintindihan ko na ang lahat. Nakita ko na ang ganda ng buhay. Mayroon akong asawa na mahal ako at mayroon akong pamilya na handang umalalay sa akin. Nang matapos ko ang rehab program, nagpasya akong maging addiction recovery coach. Isa atong paraan upang maging role model sa mga katulad kong nalihis ng landas. Ito na yata ang personal na misyon ko sa buhay, ang kaloob ng Panginoon. Masayang-masaya akong nakakatulong sa aking kapwa, lalong-lalo na yung mga taong gumagamit ng droga, ngunit gustong magbago. Lubos ang aking pasasalamat kay Pangulong Rodrigo Roa Duterte sa kanyang pinagkaloob ng bagong pag-asa sa katulad naming nalihis ng landas. Dahil dito, nakita ko na ang liwanag ng aking buhay. Hindi niya kami pinabayaan, hindi niya kami sinukuan. Ngayon ay panatag na ang aming loob dahil kasama namin ang gobyerno sa muli naming pagbangon, pagbabalik loob at pagbabagong buhay. Mahal na Pangulo, maraming salamat po sa binigay ninyong pangalawang pagkakataon. Hulog po kayo ng langit. Binago niyo ang direksyon ng aming buhay. Binigyan niyo kami ng importansya kahit na ang tingin sa karamihan ay salot kami sa lipunan. Sa mga nanonood at nakikinig sa summit na ito, ako po, si Sriaco Saganay Jr., na nanaglakas loob upang humarap sa inyo, upang ikwento ang aking buhay. Sana po, kapulutan po ito nyo ng aral at maging inspirasyon tungo sa daan ng pagbabago at makapagbigay pag-asa. Itinuturing na malubhang sakit ang humaling sa illegal na droga. Mahirap itong tanggihan at labanan, pero nakaya ko siyang alisin sa aking buhay. Kung nakaya ko, sigurado akong kaya nyo rin. Sa mga organizers ng summit na ito, maraming salamat po sa pagkakataong ibinigay nyo sa karaniwang taong katulad ko na nagsasalita sa malaking pagtitipon katulad nito. Hinihikayat ko ang lahat na sumama sa kampanya kontra droga. Nasa ating mga kamay nakasalalay ang tagumpay. Hangad nating lahat ang isang bansang malaya sa droga. Huwag po nating hayaan na ito ay maging pangarap lamang. Maraming salamat po sa inyong lahat. Ug daghan kayong salamat, President Duterte, gikan sa mga tanggubanon.
Thank you, Mr. Saganay. May the success of your rehabilitation be an inspiration to others. Now we've come to our final speaker, and I know our friends in the media today know so much about this already. The government recognizes the importance of safeguarding press freedom as part of Philippine democracy. The creation of the Presidential Task Force on Media Security is one of the first orders of the President in 2016. To talk about the legacy on media protection and welfare rights, let us call on stage Undersecretary Joey C. Egco.
Thank you, Daphne. Alam ko po, very excited kayong lahat na madinig ako bilang last speaker. Sabi nga ni Yusek George Apasible, ikaw na, Yusek. Yes, go. Alam niyo bakit? Dahil ako ang last speaker, after me, uwian na daw. At dahil ako po ang huling speaker, yung sa akin pong presentation ang pinakamahaba. Anyway, sa ating pong boss, Cabinet Secretary Melvin Matibag, ang ating pong mga kasama po sa gabinete na narito pa po ngayon, sa ating pong mga kapwa public servants, government workers, friends in the media, ating pong mga kababayan na ngayon ay nanonood live via live stream sa ating pong mga various platforms. Ladies and gentlemen, magandang hapon po sa inyo lahat. Unang-una, I'd like to thank PCOO for having me here as one of your speakers on the last day of the Duterte Legacy Summit. Indeed, it is my pleasure to stand before you to give you the highlights of what the Presidential Task Force on Media Security had successfully delivered over the past 6 years. Taong 2005 po, nung ako ay Pangulo pa ng Defense Press Corps at opisyal ng PNP Press Corps, itinatag po namin ang grupong Association of Responsible Media, or ARMED. Sa acronym pa lang ARMED. Ano po ito? Kami po yung grupo ng mga media noon na naniniwala na kailangan humawak na ng armas. So we trained. We bought firearms. At kami po yung naniniwala na tayo binabaril out of desperation, lumaban na lang tayo. We should be skillful enough, no? To shoot it out with our would-be assassins, for instance. Ako, naranasan ko po yan. Pinapapatay ako, pinapuntahan ako sa bahay. Buti nahuli namin. Alam niyo po, ginawa namin yun dahil kapapatay pa lamang kay Marlene Esperat that time, 2005. No? And since then, naging advocacy ko na po yan. No? With the armed group, Association of Responsible Media. Alam niyo po, it created quite a stir all over the world, no? especially doon sa international media community, because yung possession ng firearm, tabu yan, no, nung araw, especially sa West po. No? So since then, naging advocacy ko yan, and I joined the National Press Club as one of its directors in 2006, and I chaired, since then, the Press Freedom Committee. And then the unthinkable happened. Alam po natin, noong November 23, 2009, naganap po ang Ampatuan, Maguindanao Massacre. Grabe. Ito po ang pinakamalala, pinakamalagim, no? Pinakamalalang atake sa kalayaan sa pamahayag. Hindi lang po sa kasaysayan ng Pilipinas, kundi sa kasaysayan po ng kalayaan sa pamahayag sa buong mundo. As a result of that senseless tragedy, it emboldened me to aggressively campaign to end impunity against journalists. Marami pong task forces na binuo noon. Uma-attend po kami. Unfortunately, hindi kami pinagsasalita. Wala lang, makinig ka lang, observer ka lang talaga. Never a resource person. At ang masakit nun, kinokorek namin yung mga nagre-report. Dahil yung mga insidente nagkakabali-baligtad. Sa madaling salita, may kulang. So fast forward, 2016. During President Rodrigo Roa Duterte's first State of the Nation address on July 25, that year, he promised, and I quote, "This government does not condone violence and repression of media," end quote. And it was there that he announced that he will be creating a task force with a dedicated mandate to safeguard press freedom by protecting journalists. Finally, and thank you, President Rodrigo Duterte. Then 3 months later, on October 11, 2016, the President signed, tandaan po ninyo, his very first administrative order, AO1, that created the Presidential Task Force on Media Security. That in itself is already a legacy. Before the creation of the task force, the Philippine media was really in a very sorry state, in a very, very dark place, due largely to that single deadliest attack against journalists. That would be known as the Ampatuan Maguindanao Massacre. 32 lives of journalists out of 58 ang nawala po dito. And so our ranking in the Global Impunity Index released by the Committee to Protect Journalists worsened from 6th place. Pang-anim po tayo ng 2009. Kaya noong 2010, after the massacre, naging pantatlo agad. At noong 2010 hanggang 2014, 3rd place talaga tayo. No? Kasama natin dito, yung Somalia, Syria, Iraq, nag-aagawan, nakakahiya. In 2017, the Philippines had a modest improvement in that ranking to 5th place. Galing po tayo, nung pumasok po ang administrasyon, number 4 tayo 2016 yun. Noong 2017, cited po sa same report yung pagkaka-create po ng task force, and there was an improvement. So naging number 5 po tayo. Other international media watchdogs, such as the French-based Reporters Without Borders, described the Philippines back then, and again, I quote, "The Philippines has been among the top 5 deadliest countries in the world for journalists, and deadliest country for journalists in Southeast Asia." Parang napakahirap maging journalist dito. 3 dekada po akong journalist, no? Pero perception lang pala. Again, this negative and very humiliating description of our beloved country is due largely to the gruesome Ampatuan Massacre. This and other incidents of media violence became the very catalyst for the creation of the Presidential Task Force on Media Security. Let me show you the composition of the PTFOMS. As a brilliant example of the whole-of-government approach, the task force is directly under the office of the President and chaired by the Secretaries of the Department of Justice and the PCOO. Si Secretary Andanar po ang ating co-chairman at ang chairman ngayon ay si Secretary Menardo Guevara. We have a vast number of law enforcement agencies as members. We also have in this task force both public and private stakeholders as observers and resource persons. At least resource persons na, nakapagsalita na. And we have also our media partners. Then after we hit the ground running, alam niyo po nung una, we were only given names and number of journalists killed since 1986. Yun lang, wala na. Ano gagawin namin dito? Hindi namin alam kung saan ipa-follow up. So, ang bigat po, no? But we pressed on, and before long, the task force was able to track and trace every media killing in the country. And so the first step we did was to inventory all cases of media killings, and thereafter, formally submitted each case folder to the President. Alam niyo po, kala natin maliit lang ang media community sa bansa. No, the Philippines has a very huge media landscape. We have more than 100 newspapers, more than 500 TV, and more than 1,000 radio stations, employing tens of thousands of workers. Aside from these traditional media outfits, we also have cable TV operators composed of two big private groups, no, with a combined membership of 1,000 members to, spread all over the country. And they employ a combined, siguro mga 20,000 at least, na mga workers ito. So ganun po karami ang media workers sa ating bansa. Hindi lang po isang, hindi po isang network o isang dyaryo lang dito na sikat na kilala natin. So ang tanong, bukod pa po pala dito sa mga cable, meron pa rin tayong tinatawag ngayon na Philippine Online Broadcasters Association, headed by my friend Errol Dacame, a veteran broadcaster himself. Because nag-migrate po during the pandemic ang mga media from mainstream, nag-online sila. Kaya kung napapansin ninyo, puro Facebook, and most of them now are online-based. No? So ang tanong dyan, why are journalists being killed in our country? Yun yung unang challenge sa amin. Alam niyo po, napakaseryosong topic nito, but I can't lengthily discuss this due to time constraints. No? Mahaba po ito. But as flashed on the screen, makikita po ninyo, no? Ano ba yung mga risk factors in duty, advocacy, and crusade? Yung duty, trabaho lang, parang pulis. Pag nagsulat ka, trabaho mo yan, may nagagalit sa'yo. Katulad ng kwento ko dati, may sinulat ako, nagalit sa akin, pinapapatay ba naman ako? Buti na lang, isa doon sa kasama niya, undercover na pulis. So, nahuli namin sila. And that happened in 2008. Hinintay namin dumating sa bahay. Yan yung risks. And of course, ano yung mga major contributors? Mahaba po ang paliwanag ko dito, pero bibilisan ko na lang, no? Dirty politics. No? Crime and corruption, of course, pag nagsulat ka niyan. Ako, ang dami kong libel charges, libel cases before. And yung tinatawag po naming vulnerability of media. Karupukan. Bakit marupok? Marami pong dahilan ba't marupok. Economics, politics, etc. Always remember that the problem of media violence in the country is directly related to the geopolitical environment. Example, the Maguindanao Massacre. It happened at the height of the 2010 elections. No? Filing ng certificate ito eh. At the onset pala, I mean. Ganun po yan. Moving forward, what have we in the task force delivered so far? Ito na yung tanong eh. Alam niyo po, dati, yung Maguindanao Massacre case, sinusundan namin yan. Ang rating ng mga previous administrations ay negative 50. Negative 50 sa mga surveys in handling the Maguindanao Massacre case. Tinutukan po namin ito sa task force as a separate case. Lahat ng kaso, 100, since 1986, 100 plus, pero sabi ko, hiwalay natin si Maguindanao. 32 ang namatay, pero one case lang siya. Para mas focus tayo dyan. And it was in 2017, during the anniversary of the Maguindanao Massacre, kagagaling namin ng Secretary Harry Roque sa Marawi. Kabubukas lang na Marawi noon. We took the families of the victims to Malacanang with President Duterte. during that anniversary. At doon po kami sinabihan ng ating mahal na Pangulo. Andun po ako. Vit, sabi niya kay Secretary Aguirre, tapusin nyo na yan. Pabilisan mo na yung kaso na yan. So talagang, yun po ang marching order sa amin. And so we were able to track the development in the case. Every month, sinundan po namin mabuti. And salamat po sa DOJ panel of prosecutors, sa mga independent, sa mga private panel of prosecutors also. Tinutukan natin. There was a time na nawala yung principal witness. Lumipad po ako sa Maguindanao, sa Cotabato. Dahil kabadong-kabado ako, nawawala yung principal witness. Tutumba yung ating kaso. Salamat naman, pagdating namin doon, nag-usap kami nila Governor Mangudadato at na-recover naman yung tao. Hindi na siya nawala. Sa madaling salita, I don't know what happened, but the rest is history. Nanalo po tayo noong December 19, 2019. The Regional Trial Court of Quezon City handed down a guilty verdict which convicted the masterminds and other perpetrators of this gruesome massacre. Congratulations po sa mga panel of prosecutors at sa lahat ng gumanap doon. Talaga pong malaki paghihirap po ang ginawa namin dyan. The PTV Sports ordered massive manhunt. Alam niyo po, may mga at large eh. Kahit na tapos na guilty verdict na sila, marami pa pong at large, around 80. Pero, 7 po after that, ang muling nahuli ng ating magigiting na kasapi ng task force, especially the Philippine National Police. At sila po ngayon ay dinidinig yung kanilang kaso. In fact, ay sandali po, nga pala, tingin po kayo sa kaliwa at sa kanan, baka, o sa likod o sa harap. Baka katabi nyo lang para hindi na kami mahirapan maghanap dito. Para maikulong na natin. Under the watch of the PT Forms, we oversaw, ito po, magandang storya. Kasi pag may namamatay na media, masakit po dito, piyesta, buong mundo. Kahit hindi po related sa trabaho o work-related or not, talagang hanggang dulo ng mundo, piyesta ang storya. Pag naman nahuli na namin, kami na lang ang nagre-report sa government media. Pero ito po, we oversaw a total of 52 cases of media killings that resulted in a guilty verdict, convicting 69 killers of media workers, most of them receiving life sentences. Imagine po ninyo, 52 guilty, 69 yung nakulong. Because of these relentless efforts of the task force, yung pong ating ranking noong 2020, itinanghal po tayo sa Global Impunity Index bilang biggest mover. Tayo ang pinakamalaking improvement that year. Palakpakan naman po. Wag po tayo mahiya. Libre po yan. At yan po ay pinapasalamat po namin, of course, unang-una sa ating mahal na Pangulong Duterte. We are very transparent and diligent in PT Forms. There are also what we call new cases. Ito, exciting ito. Tatanungin ninyo, so, ilan ba talaga yung sa ilalim Pangulong Duterte? Ilan ba napatay? Critics have been saying that around 20 members of the media daw have been killed so far since 2016. Kita nyo naman kung banata ng ating pamahalaan. Di ba? Na tila pinababayaan, may culture of impunity. Pag sinabi pong impunity, may pinatay dyan, boom, tinalikuran mo, bahala ka dyan. Yun po ang impunity. They get away with it without accountability. Kanyan sila. In their desperate attempt to sully the image of our country before the international community. Ganun lang naman yun eh. But we beg to disagree. Actually po, huwag kayong magugulat. Sa aming records, we have 33 media workers killed. But, 8 lang po dito ang tinuturing natin na work-related. Kasi po, bakit madami? Lahat na po ng kaso eh. Meron dyan, yung suspect pa nga, asawa. Kala namin binigti. Nung pala nag-suicide. Ang nakasuhan yung asawa, parricide. Yung isa, napagtripan. Yung isa, hinold up. Binaril niya yung hold upper niya. Hindi niya napuruhan. Binaril siya napatay. Yung isa, nag-basketball. Nagalit yung Miron, sinaksak, patay. Pero na-convict na po natin this year. Yung pumatay, nag-plead guilty. Okay? So, ganun po natin tinatrabaho yung mga kaso na yan. So, wag po kayo magugulat. 33, sabihin, ang dami pala. Pero hindi ibig sabihin, pinatay dahil sa trabaho. Talagang ganun lang po magka-diligent ang task force. Basta may namatay or pinatay, ay talaga pong we presume it to be work-related. May presumption na automatic until proven otherwise. Ganun po kasidhi, ganun katutok ang ginagawa po natin. Now, ang next tanong ninyo, so kung may 33, ano nangyari? 27 of these have been fully investigated with cases filed already. Palakpakan naman po natin ang ating, yung mga partners po natin sa task force, no? So, hindi natin pinababayaan, mapa-work-related or hindi, ay ating pong tinututukan. So, meron pong filed cases na 27 at may 6 po na kasalukuyan naming iniimbestigahan. Active investigation. Tanong, so, kung na-file, ilan nahuli? Meron pong 14 na naaresto na. 6 po doon ay napatay during valid police operations. Ganyan po kahirap ang trabaho namin. May kwento ko lang sa inyo, may isang suspect, pinapahuli ko, umaga. Huli na yan, ganyan. Pinuntahan ng mga tropa. Pagdating doon ng tropa, tumawag sa akin, sabi ko, huli nyo na. Sir, sorry, bakit? Pagdating namin, patay na eh. Ha? See? Ganun po kahirap. Pasensya na po, this is a very bloody presentation, no? So, more on criminal investigation ito. So, yun yung mga investigation na ginawa po natin. So, bukod po doon, may 21 suspects, no, who have outstanding warrants of arrest. Warrants of arrest issued by the courts. Ito po, yung mga litrato ng ibang hinahabol pa namin. Ulitin ko po, tingin kayo sa kaliwat kanan, sa harap at sa likod, baka may kamuka. Ay, pahuli nyo na agad sa amin. Tingin, okay. Wala naman daw. Aside from these, eto na, papagaan na po yung ating presentation, tapos na po yung patayan. Bukod po dito sa mga inimbestigahan natin, no, sa mga patay, more than 80 mula ng 2016 na mga media men po ang humingi sa atin ng tulong at atin pong natulungan. Meron dito, mga sikat po yung iba rito, ha, na humingin tulong sa atin. Yung isa, presidente ng isang napakalaking media organization, nakita niya sa CCTV niya, real time, Yusek, may mga nag-aabang sa labas ng bahay ko. Madaling araw, pinapuntahan po natin sa mga tropa natin. Hindi ko nasabihin saan city, malalaman kung sino siya. So, hindi lang po inabutan. So, talagang papasukin siya. So, yung isa naman, inabangan sa parking lot, buti nakatawag sa atin, nailigtas po natin. So, as part of our proactive measures, we have a dedicated 24/7 hotline to ensure a quick response to media workers in need of help, real time. We also have, of course, a quick response system, making sure that within 1 hour, we have provided assistance needed by media workers, including po ito, real-time police protection. We also have online presence, no? Meron po tayong Facebook page at marami nagsusumbong doon. At marami po tayong nasi-share ng mga information doon na nakatulong para magamit nila, para maligtas ang kanilang sarili at kanilang pamilya. And we also published a handbook on personal security measures, no? Libo-libo na po ang i-publish natin nito since 2017, siguro more than 10,000 already, na ipamahagita po natin all over the country at nagpamigay din po tayo sa mga stakeholders po natin sa ibang bansa. Ito, red flagging. Hindi po red tagging. Okay, linawin ko. Hindi po porket spokesperson din ako ng NTF-ELCAC. Ha? Hindi po red tagging. Yung red flagging, ano po yung red flagging na i-discuss ko briefly? Ito po yung special mechanism namin sa task force kung saan sinusulatan, ina-alert ko yung mga sinusumbong sa amin na kahit sinong opisyal na mananakit, meron pa nga namaril na nanampal at nanakot. No? Yan po yung sinusulatan natin. Ang dami naman lang paliwanag. Yung isang nanampal, nadulas lang daw yung media at hinawakan niya sa mukha. Yung isa namang mayor na sinabing siya bumarel, hindi daw niya magagawa yon dahil mahal na mahal daw niya yung biktima. Pero sabi ng biktima, hindi yung kaya siya talaga yung nagpabaril sa akin. So mga ganun po yan. Ito yung example nung pandemic ito, nakulong na media po ito, no, hindi nagkaintindihan sa checkpoint. So pinatawag po natin yung mga humuli sa kanya at nagkaliwanagan naman sila at nagpatawaran. Kasi tinanong ko dyan, gusto mo kasuhan? Gusto ko kasuhan yung mga yan Sabi niya, wag na po dahil nag-sorry naman po So ganun kahalaga yung tinatawag po namin red flagging. The mandate to protect media workers has been broadly interpreted to extend to families and colleagues, even to witnesses of killings of media workers. Yan po, makikita nyo, madidinig nyo mamaya si Honey Faith Toy ko. Siya po ay survivor. Inambush sila ng kanilang live-in partner. Namatay po yung live-in partner niya na media. Siya ay wounded. Pinuntahan ko siya sa Surigao. Siya po ay star witness natin ngayon. And every time nag-hearing sila, hatid sundo po siya ng mga SWAT. So ganun po natin. And dati siyang nasa witness protection program. Kaya lang parang she remarried, I think, or ganun. So gusto niya mag-aral ulit. So sinisecure na lang po natin siya. Mamaya po, siya yung pe-present natin sa video. Ito naman po, the height of the COVID-19 outbreak. The task force was hand in hand with media groups and other benefactors in providing relief and financial assistance to media workers. On this note, I would like to thank the National Press Club, of course, and the Iglesia ni Cristo, ang kapatiran po, for their lingap sa media project. Marami po daan-daan at libo-libong mga media man ang natulungan po namin noon. And of course, sa ating pong kumpare at boss, kay Secretary Martin Andanar, at sa ating kumare na si Congresswoman Nina Tadura ng ACT-CIS, sila po ay nag-share kami. Kasama po ako, nag-chip-in kami para mabigyan mula Luzon, Visayas hanggang Mindanao. At sila Secretary Andanar po, kami, and of course si Senator Bongo, ay tiniyak na makakasama sa mga ayuda. Yung mga media na na-displace, nagsara ang mga dyaryo, nawala ang black time, yung mga stations ay nagkaroon ng problema. As part of our proactive media engagements, konti na lang po ito, during the pandemic, nagkaroon po tayo ng monthly regional webinar attended by an average of 100 media practitioners from various regions since April 2021. Alam niyo po ang topic dito, how to safely cover the pandemic and the up and coming elections in 2022. Ironically, si Kuyang Melo Acuña, na siya pong isa sa aming resource person dito ay namatay sa COVID. Yan nakakalungkot. At alam niyo po, yung aming head investigator sa task force ay namatay din sa COVID. Si Colonel Eder Collantes. Ang PT Forms po also spearheaded the first ever, ito, bagong-bago po ito, another legacy, ang Philippine Summit on Online Media Security on January 28, 2022. Kasama po dito ang NPC, KBP, of course, ang POBA. Noong March 4, 2022, we also organized the first Cybersecurity Forum for Media Practitioners in cooperation with various security experts from law enforcement agencies, and it was attended by more than 400 media practitioners from all over the country. The task force also continues to actively engage with the international community in promotion of press freedom and the safety of journalists, such as the United Nations, UNESCO, European Union, and media advocacy groups like the CPJ and RSF. Alam niyo po, maraming positive reviews po sa atin. Despite the fact na marami namang negative criticisms mula sa ating mga kababayan. Pero okay lang yon, hindi po kami nadidistract ng mga negative. No? Dahil kami po ay nakatutok lamang sa trabaho. Noong pong 2018, we were delisted by the RSF from its 2018 list of the top 5 deadliest countries in the world for journalists. So, unti-unti na po tayong nag-i-improve. And, speaking of legacies, eto po, titiyakin ko, this is one truly great legacy by PRRD on its own. Ano po ito? On April 13 this year, President Rodrigo Roa Duterte signed the Public Act 11699, also known as the Declaration of the National Press Freedom Day in the Philippines. Bagong-bago po ito, ngayon lang po ito nangyari. In itself, as I said, it is already a legacy. This celebrates National Press Freedom Day every August 30. Birthday po ito ng icon of press freedom and the father of Philippine journalism. Walang iba, kundi ang Bulakenyong bayani na si Marcelo H. Del Pilar. Alam niyo po, nung ako'y presidente ng National Press Club noong 2015, tinrabaho na po namin ito. Kung sino-sino po kinausap namin at maraming salamat kay Senator Bong Revilla, Congressman Jonathan C. Alvarado, at sa Bulacan Press Club, National Press Club, at sa lahat po ng grupong tumulong. Finally, nagkaroon na po tayo ng National Press Freedom Day. All our hard work and efforts have paid off. Thank you. Thank you very much po. And of course, thank you very much, President Rodrigo Roa Duterte. Another law that we are pushing for enactment is the Media Workers Welfare Bill, which grants media workers hazard pay, a living wage, employment security and safety, plus insurance and hospitalization benefits. Alam niyo po, nandun na ito eh. Unanimously passed sa House. Sinuportahan sa Senado. Konting-konti na lang. Konting-konti na lang. Lusot na sana. Signed into law na po sana. However, inabutan po ng eleksyon. So we hope, again, that somebody will refile this in the next Congress. Or kung magkaroon ng milagro pa ay mahabol po sana. Pero hindi po namin titigilan ito. Media Workers Welfare Act. Alam po ninyo, kada eleksyon, tumataas ang bilang talaga ng insidente ng karahasan sa media. Yung Maguindanao Massacre nga, before. During, nangyayari yan. After, nangyayari pa rin. So, armed with this knowledge, noong nagdaang Disyembre, we requested Secretary Eduardo Anyo, of the DILG, to designate police media security focal persons per province and city. The focal person will be the first to receive and respond to any threats leveled against a media worker. The DILG responded to our call. Thank you very much po. Secretary Anyo directed the PNP to assign focal persons for media security. And immediately, former PNP Chief General Leonardo Carlos designated all public information officers or PIOs of the PNP nationwide as Task Force Media Security Focal Person. Ang tawag po namin sa kanila ay Media Security Vanguards at ang pinuno po nito ay si Brigadier General Roderick Alba, ang Media Security Vanguard number 1. Maraming po salamat sa PNP at maraming salamat General Alba. Thank you very much, OIC Lieutenant General Vicente Danao also. The Media Security Vanguards act as the first line of defense ng ating po mga kapatid sa hanap buhay sa media. At maraming po salamat Secretary Anyo at sa aking kumpare, kaibigan at partner, Undersecretary Jonathan Malaya, na siya pong tumutok dito para maisakatuparan po ito. Ang tanong, so may vanguards na. Ano nangyari? Noong nakaraang eleksyon, 0 incident. Dahil nakatutok po yung ating mga vanguards. I am very happy to report. Ito po, every week, nagre-report sa atin ng PNP sa mga special agents po ng task force. Andun po ako sa thread na yon. Talagang, kahit walang nangyari, report mo. Ganun po kasinsin, no? Itong monitoring natin na ito. 0 incident. And I'm very happy to say that no journalist or broadcaster was harmed during the elections. A testament to the government's continued vigilance in providing a safe environment for media workers during before and after the elections. Thank you very much, President Duterte. Even international bodies such as UNESCO have taken special interest in these media security vanguards. In fact, pumunta po sa ating tanggapan ang mga opisyal ng UNESCO para itanong sa atin, paano nyo ba ginawa yan? Paano ang diskarte? Paano ang sistema? So, senior po natin sa kanila. At ang task force po na ito, being the first in the world, is now being emulated in many other countries all over the world na may problema po. Yun ang aming mission pag kami po pumunta sa abroad. Ayaw din namin na may mga namamatay doon sa ibang bansa. So on January 21, 2022, ito po yung launching ng Media Security Vanguards. So we have around 400 PIOs all over the country, and it was also attended by 2,000 chiefs of police ng Philippine National Police po. Alam nila ngayon ang problema, alam nila kung paano mag-a-act pag kailangang gumalaw. Yan po ang ating pamana para sa kaligtasan ng ating mga kapatid sa hanap buhay. At this juncture, malapit na po tayo matapos. Let me share the resolutions adopted by the National Press Club and the Publishers Association of the Philippines, calling on the incoming administration not only to continue but further strengthen the task force with or without Joel Egco at the helm. So hindi po kailangan na yun ang mangyari. Kailangan lang po ituloy yung kanilang hiling. Ito po yung kanilang mga past resolutions. Unlike building an edifice, which is time-bound, alam niyo po, hindi itong trabaho na ito, kung nakita niyo naman, parang masakit sa ulo, But somehow I learned to enjoy it. Nakabisado ko na eh. Pero hindi po ito kagaya na magtatayo ka ng building and then after 100% completion, you'd say, mission accomplished. So there's no certainty as to when we can say mission accomplished. But the PTFOMS is relentless, steadfast, proactive, because for us, as ever, since the beginning, failure is not an option. Therefore, I am sure we were able to deliver. Together under the banner of Tapang at Malasakit, ito po ang ating legacy, ang legacy ng ating Pangulo. We were able to plant the seeds of change when it comes to safeguarding press freedom in this part of the world. Before I end this presentation, let me leave you this last slide showing the President and his message during the anniversary of the PTFOMS. And I quote, "The task force plays an important role in safeguarding press freedom, which is a vital ingredient in ensuring transparency and sustaining our nation's vibrant democracy. By upholding the rights and the welfare of the press, you enable them to practice their profession without fear or favor. I thus encourage PTFOMS to remain steadfast in its commitment to combat and confront the perpetrators of media violence," end of quote. Ladies and gentlemen, again, the Presidential Task Force on Media Security is indeed a Duterte legacy. Maraming salamat po sa ating mahal na Pangulong Duterte. Maraming salamat po sa pagkakataon, Big Boss, na ibinigay po ninyo sa amin na papaglingkuran ating mga kapatid sa hanap buhay at mapaglingkuran ang sambayanan. Sa inyo pong lahat na narito ngayon at nanonood po sa akin, maraming salamat po.
Sa DWBL 1242 kHz sa inyong mga radyo, tatagtag alas 5 ng hapon.
Sa trabaho po ni Christopher, marami po siyang nakakabangga na mga tao. Kasi ibang klase po siya na broadcaster po. Wala siyang kinikilingan. Kung ano yung ginagawa mo, pinapalabas talaga niya kung masama ba ito o hindi.
Ang ikakwento ko po sa inyo ay tungkol po ito sa pangyayari dito sa syudad ng Bislit.
Kaya mahirap po talaga yung trabaho niya. Kasi marami po talagang tao na nababangga, kagaya lamang ng mga politiko po.
Hindi po maganda ito pong banta sa buhay ho natin. I am the one who representing the people of this league.
Nung araw na po yun, October 24, 2017, pagka-uwi namin, papunta na kami dito sa bahay, may sumusunod sa aming sasakyan. Tapos sabi niya, iba talaga yung pakiramdam ko. Pagkapunta namin dyan sa may papasok na dito sa bahay, yung sasakyan namin binangga po. Binaba lang niya puro window ng sasakyan namin. Pagkasabi niya ng, ano ba? Naririnig ko na lang po yung mga putok-putok po. Nakatakbo ako ng 3 hakbang lamang. Pagkatapos no, natumba din ako. Kasi may tama din pala ako. Hindi po ito unang beses na may namamatay na media po. Before ako dumating dito, may nauna na pong namatay. Pagkatapos si Christopher naman po. Tapos ako po ay nangangamba baka yung nangyari walang hustisya.
This government does not condone violence and repression of media. The bona fide media has always been our partner for change.
For the longest time, tayo yung sinasabing one of the most dangerous countries for journalists in the world. So, minabuti po ng ating mahal na Pangulong Rodrigo Duterte, i-address itong problema na ito sa pamagitan ng pagbuo ng isang task force na tututok sa problema ng media killing sa bansa.
Pagkalabas ko po sa ospital, nilapitan po namin si Sir Jewel Igco po ng PTV Sports po. Tapos sabi niya, tutulungan daw niya kami. Nasa tabi lang daw namin siya. Handa siyang tumulong para sa hustisya po. Parang nabuhayan po ako ng loob niya.
Ng otoridad ang testigo sa pagpatay sa broadcaster na si Christopher Lozada ng Surigao del Sur.
Yung isang suspect po, nakakulong na po ngayon dahil nahuli na po siya. Nang dahil po sa PTV Sports po, mas mabilis ang usad ng kaso ni Christopher po.
Ang media po ay isang napakahalagang haligi ng ating demokrasya at kalayaan. Hanggat nandito kami ay poprotektahan po natin ang ating mga mensahero at kasama na poprotektahan din po namin ang mga mensahe na ipararating sa ating mga kababayan.
Nagpapasalamat po ako kay Pangulong Duterte po dahil binigyan niya po ng pagkilala at halaga yung mga media dito sa ating bansa po. Kasi dahil sa kanya, maraming mga tao nabigyan ng hustisya po. Dahil isa po to sa kanyang mga legacy po dito sa ating Pilipinas at sa mga media po.
Once again, the Presidential Task Force on Media Security, thank you very much, Undersecretary Joey C. Egco, and God bless you and the PT FOMS. We are nearing the end of our program, and to officially close today's event, let's give a round of applause to our very own Cabinet Secretary, Melvin Matibag.
Maraming salamat. Secretary Lining Briones and the fellow workers in government. Magandang hapon po sa lahat. Maraming salamat sa Presidential Communication Operation Office sa pamumuno ni Secretary Martin Andinar para sa matagumpay na pagdaraos na ikalawang bahagi ng Duterte Legacy Summit ngayong araw. Karangalan ko na makasama kayo sa pagtatapos ng final report sa Filipino people. Tagapin po ninyo ang aming taus-pusong pasasalamat sa ating mga benepisyaryo sa isyung pagparito at pagbahagi kahapon at ngayong araw ng inyong mga kwento ng pagbabago ng inyong buhay. Napabuti ng mga programa sa pamumuno ng ating Pangulong Mayor Rodrigo Roa Duterte. Sa lahat ng ahensya, kagawaran at tanggapan ng ating pamahalaan na patuloy na naglilingkod sa inyo sa aming pasasalamat at pagkilala. Gayon din sa lahat ng tumulong at nakilahok sa 2 araw ng Duterte Legacy Summit sa ngalan ng PCOO at ng Office of the President, maraming salamat po. We have heard yesterday from our Cabinet Cluster Chairs and this morning from our Cabinet Program Leads as they reported on the outstanding gains of the major reforms that the President committed in pursuit of malasakit at tunay na pagbabago under his term as the 16th Chief Executive of the Republic. Specifically, the people can affirm that the President has kept and fulfilled these promises on universal health care and malasakit centers, free higher education, migrant workers protection, alternative learning system, Bangsamoro Organic Law, and other peace talks, free technical vocational education and training, and illegal drugs campaign, and media protection and welfare rights, among others. In the area of foreign affairs, Duterte legacy showed us that the Philippines is a small country but is not a pushover. We were given concessions for more welfare protections of our OFWs because of Middle Eastern leaders respected our president and was checking abuses against our OFWs. Duterte legacy also showed foreign superpowers that we take independent and sovereign stance on our foreign policy and will not be influenced by any foreign leader. We can all agree that despite the pandemic and other challenges, this administration has strived for the inclusion of ordinary Filipinos and their shares in the country's growth. The critical programs and measures implemented under the administration have significantly improved the quality of life of our kababayans. We humbly call on the leaders of the incoming administration to capitalize on these gains and sustain the momentum of inclusive growth and development that will benefit all Filipinos with no one left behind. What the Duterte administration have left to the next generation and to the next leadership is a legacy of providing Filipino what truly matters to them. Crucial policies, inclusive and responsive programs, and the trust and confidence in the capacity, determination, and commitment of this government to make their lives better, safer, and healthier indeed. Gaya ng nasabi ko sa legacy book ng Duterte Legacy para sa akin ay ang pagpapagaan ng buhay ng ordinaryong Pilipino. Ang mga pulisiya at mga serbisyong gobyerno na makupad at nagpapahirap sa mga pangkaraniwang mamamayan ay tinanggal at binago. Inalis ang mahabang pila at hinabaan ang expiration ng passport, lisensya, clearances at iba pa. Ngayon, ang mga birth certificate at marriage certificates wala ng expiration. Ito ang mabuting pamana sa susunod na administrasyon. Ang prinsipyo ng pagkalinga at pagpapagaan ng pamumuhay ng ordinaryong Pilipino. Nawa, lahat ng naiulat kahapon at ngayong araw ay magsilbing patunay ng matibay na pundasyon para makamit ang 2040 ng matatag, maginhawa at panatag na buhay para sa lahat. Ito ang pamana ni Pangulong Mayor Rodrigo Roa Duterte sa sambayanang Pilipino. Muli magandang hapon po at maraming salamat po sa inyong lahat. Mabuhay ang Team Duterte!
Once again, thank you so much, our very own Cabsec Batibag. The summit may have ended, but the legacy of President Rodrigo Roa Duterte and our legacy as Filipinos will surely live on. That's it. We'd like to thank everybody. And this has been, of course, the Duterte Legacy Summit, the final report to the Filipino people.
Thank you everyone for being here, and to our beloved guests again, kindly scan the QR code behind the invitation and program for the survey form, and we will appreciate your feedback. Don't forget to share your photos and videos using the official event hashtags Duterte Legacy, Pamana ng Pagbabago, Tapang at Malasakit, and please tag and follow at Duterte.legacy, PCOO.gov, and PCOO Global Media on Facebook, Twitter, and Instagram to see more of the government's legacies. And also, thank you to RTVM, PTV, PNA, PIA, and IBC 13 for covering the event today. And to all our friends in the media, maraming salamat po.
Maraming salamat sa inyo lahat. Just a short reminder, please stick around for our virtual presser headed by ASEC JV Arsena. Once again, I am Juan Carlos Cuadrado.
And I'm Daphne Osenia Paez. Thank you so much for being here.
We'll leave you with Tatak Duterte by none other than Joshua Bondo.
Magandang gabi po